wind strong westerly to northwesterly, low of 15, a high of 19. In East London, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, wind fresh to strong northwesterly, a low of 16, a high of 26. In Durban, fine, wind light to moderate northwesterly, low of 17, high of 30. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In Richards Bay, fine, wind light to moderate northwesterly, a low of 15, a high of 30. And Pietermaritzburg, fine, low of 80 and a high of 29.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
It's 19 after 6 o'clock this morning. On the Global Briefing, we start off in Doha, where a former Qatari Prime Minister has accused Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu of using the war with Iran to redraw the map of the region to reshape, in his words, the balance of power across the Gulf. In Tel Aviv, Netanyahu himself has told CBS News that Israel now wants to wean itself off United States military aid. Well, joining us from Southeast Asia is independent geopolitical analyst Dr. Salman Khan. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time on the National Briefing this morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Firstly, let's just start with these comments by Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim. What does he mean when he says Israel is using the Iran conflict to reshape the Middle East? Reshape it into what?
Well, if you look at this war, the current conflict, as Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that he waited for this moment with USA to attack Iran for the 40 years. I mean, this has been in making for many, many years. The geopolitics of so the Iran is the only non-cooperative or non-friendly state to the state of Israel. So with having this conflict, the whole of the Middle East is having a fallout with the USA, because this is never the USA war. The USA was dragged into this conflict, and that has been tried many times, but this time Netanyahu got it right, and the Trumps back him up, and they went on. Now, the US in a very precarious position and is in a quagmire that do not know how to come out. And of course, the President Trump, he liked to come out from this war as the winner. When the Qatari ex-prime minister said that he want to change the balance of power and change the dynamics of the thing, it means that he definitely wanted to be the player. Israel wanted to become a dominant player. He think that the Iran will be neutralized at some point in time, and then U.S. influence in the Gulf will be lesser, and he will be the dominant, the player or the superpower to control, and the Middle East will lean toward. And then, of course, in the another statement, he's saying that he is going to wean off slowly the U.S., the financial aid, which is equivalent to almost like a 4 billion per annum, and 38 billion has already been allocated by the Congress. So all this indication is that he is definitely saying this war is not going to be end that easily, and the U.S. is going to lose a lot of strategic partnership in the Gulf, because when the war started, all the bases was attacked, and the U.S. was more inclined to protect the state of Israel because of the Iranian constant attack. And I do not know if the objective of war has been achieved or not, because after the 45 days of the war, when the ceasefire break out, the Iran still have the capability of the defense and offensive capabilities intact.
Practically, can Israel really wean itself off Washington, or is this more of rhetoric and a political power play of sorts by Israel?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, Netanyahu is very clever and he's very astute. And of course, what he's seeing now, that there is definitely, he has admitted that the social media war has defamed Israel in USA, and the USA common uh, opinion is very much negative about. So he wanted to put the leverage that he did not want to have this relationship, or he cannot continue to rely, and he had many better partners within the region. Naturally, that is the suicidal thing, that without a USA, the Israel will not be that strong, and also cannot continue to survive. But this is the war. This is the war of words, and this is the time the negotiations are on, and the world is very nervous, and the situation in the Middle East is very fluid, very dynamic. Every hour or so, it is changing.
What does all of this mean for countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates? Because these Gulf states are clearly already positioning themselves between the West, Iran, and increasingly China. But does it follow a specific pattern that is clear for scholars like yourself to track?
Well, look, if you look at the last 20 years, the world geopolitical landscape has changed. The U.S. no longer the hegemon. The U.S. is no longer the unilateral force in the world. The After the what we call it, the Ukraine war, it has shown that the U.S. and the allied forces, NATO, are not in the position to attack the what we call it, the Russia. And the Russia, since its disintegration in the 80s, it has re-emerged as a very powerful body, consolidated its might, and Iran, not the Iran, the China has emerged, the Southeast Asia superpower, and US is no longer the unipolar. So we have now the multipolar world, and where the dynamics have completely changed. And going forward, you will not going to have the might is right. The US is very ineffective, as you can see, with all its arms and all this latest technology, and the fighter jet has not able to dismantle the offensive and defensive capability of the Iran at the moment. As what you see, the Strait of Hormuz, it's where the brinkmanship is happening. No real, actually, the effect. And the negotiation is on. Of course, the Donald Trump is driving it hard, bargains, and trying to get best deals out of it. But on the same time, it's if you see the blockade, who is blocking, who is trying to block, because Iran doesn't need. I mean, Iran's supposed to be the belligerent. Iran is protecting its natural border, and Iran doesn't need any petroleum. So that if the blockade is not affecting him, and if he's going to block the Chinese oil supply, which is a 40% of the oil of the China come from the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to go ahead on clash with the Chinese or the rest of the world, which also affecting the supply of the oil to the European countries. And on the same time, the Middle East also at the loss, because most of the Middle East 7 countries, the oil producing countries, the OPEC has already some of the countries apart from Saudi Arabia and Qatar has already announced they don't want to be part of the OPEC. So the dynamics has completely changed. It's more of a counterproductive war that US got into. Now they don't know how to come out, and the President Trump want to see as that he is coming out winning, and but in reality it is actually not what it is.
Dr. Salman Khan, let me thank you so much for your insights on the global briefing this morning. He's an independent geopolitical analyst for Southeast Asia.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Hey, Kathy, between Cyril and Malema, who is the criminal according to our law, not according to political grandstanding? Who is the criminal? In whatever country, Malema would have not dare said that Cyril is a criminal. Only in South Africa that he can abuse his freedom of speech. Hey, this is Skills in KZN.
Yeah, Skills. Julius Malema has had a lot of interesting things to say lately, but I'm sure you would have noted the EFF response to Ramaphosa, constitutional delinquent is the word they're using to describe him. When have you heard that before? I wonder if you can trace back into our not so distant history. Arthur, you're in Pongola. Good morning.
Katie and SAfmRadio, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Like any other person, if you can look at Julius Malema, he appealed, and when he appealed his case, he even called the judge with so many names and asked what. And he was given that platform to review his matter after judgment and sentencing. The former president, Jacob Zuma, all his matters who are in front of the court, he is given a chance to appeal, even decade cases. So if President Ramaphosa do take the platform, why are we not being so fair? Let us give the president to exercise his right. He's the president of South Africa, and I was hoping if South African politicians will be matured enough to have a president, to remove a president, because we have a president, they want to remove a president. We have a commissioner of police who is being arrested or who is being following the cases. We have many of those. So why do we not want to have a consistent politics or political zone where everybody, where other countries will see we are matured in this democracy rather than being popular?
Okay.
We want to be popular than being professional.
All right, Arthur, let's leave it there. Sipho, you're in the Northern Cape. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Katie, and the listeners. How are you?
Good, Sipho, go for it.
Look, I agree with the caller. The president must be given an opportunity. And I was just laughing now with what you played earlier on. The guy was saying, who's the criminal between President Ramaphosa and Malema? In this case, Malema has been convicted. He appealed. He is appealing the verdict, or rather the sentence. But at the end, he's been convicted. The president is exercising his right. And Casey, the president must be accountable. Nobody is above the law. But he must be given a due process like all other people to challenge. And should that report be found against, or rather be found that indeed it was correctly, written and whatever, then the president must subject himself to the impeachment committee. Nobody says that the president must not account. He must account. All of us must account at the end of the day. In this country, we can't have individuals who are above the law, but he must be given a due process to account. Thank you.
Let's leave it there. All right, we'll continue taking your reaction to the president's statement last night, digging in his heels, effectively saying, I am going nowhere. It's time for your latest news headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers says more than 400 residents have been evacuated at the Breda Valley in the Boland due to the adverse weather conditions battering the Western Cape. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he will take the independent panel report into the Phala saga on judicial review, saying its findings and reasonings are flawed. And the last passengers and crew members to leave the hantavirus-struck cruise ship have landed in the Netherlands. They'll be quarantined in the Netherlands before returning home. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg Z3 already under pressure. Queues at Spraidview, heading up towards the Heidelberg Road exit, then from Elands all the way out to Van Buren, just jamming into those lane restrictions around that Heldenace exit. R55 queuing as you come from the Blue Hills area down in towards Crowthorne on your way very slowly to Kyalami. And no traffic lights in Midrand. N1 Highway, Olifantsfontein, a bit of a backlog going on there already. Durban side, the Phoenix Highway, out of Phoenix towards Trade Centre. There's a convoy of slow and sluggish traffic heading that way. The breakdowns at Ashburton on your way to Pietermaritzburg have all been cleared up. That route has eased nicely. And Cape Town, the N2 inbound, Borchards Quarry off-ramp in Younger is flooded. Flooding on the M5 south at the Coburg Interchange. The N1 inbound at the Coburg Interchange. N2 inbound at Strand Street approaching the CBD. And the M3 going inbound is flooding just before Hospital Bend. So the rain and the problems for motorists continue around the Cape Town, the greater Cape Town region. Also the N1 closed, Worcester through to Paarl because of a mudslide. That's the Huguenot Tunnel route. Some of of the associated alternative routes like the Michelle's Pass south of Cirrus and the Bainscliff Pass, Cirrus through to Wellington, are also closed. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, a very good morning to you. We start off this morning with Mamelodi Sundowns. They're going to be in a crucial Betway Premiership clash against TS Galaxy.
Hey, yes, Kathy, and very much like our president last night, Sundowns are saying we're going nowhere, not even slowly. So excitement building up against this Betway clash against TS Galaxy. Knowing victory could move Sundowns 6 points clear at the top of the table. However, Orlando Pirates still hold a superior goal difference, meaning Sundowns may need another emphatic win after their 7-4 victory over Siwelele at the weekend. In the meantime, SAFA's, their upcoming Extraordinary Constitutional Congress, is already drawing attention with proposed amendments to the Federation statutes and renewed debate around who qualifies to stand in the association's elections. SAFA Legal and Constitutional Affairs Chairperson Pubi Govinsamy has now clarified the eligibility requirements for candidates linked to the PSL and the Board of Governors ahead of next week's discussions.
I'm saying that you must be serving football in the capacity of like us. We are volunteers in football. The PSL is a business. It's like an ordinary commercial company. The Board of Governors. We're saying people from the Board of Governors they are eligible to be appointed to the SAFA board. Yeah.
Except they are a club president.
Except if you're yes, you'll find the same thing with Dr. Patrice Motsepe. When he took up the presidency of CAF, he had to relinquish his position as a club owner. His son is now the club owner. Everybody knows that, the youngster. Same thing.
And finally, Real Madrid defender Ferland Mendy has undergone successful surgery on a recurring thigh injury and is expected to be sidelined for up to 4 months. That's your sport. We'll bring you some more on the national briefing at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. We're starting off this morning with Trump's Fed chair pick. That's Kevin Walsh, and he seems to have cleared another regulatory hurdle.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, this move comes as current chair Jerome Powell's term comes to an end on Friday, with Kevin Walsh moving closer to leading the Fed after clearing a key procedural Senate vote needed to advance his nomination. Now, the vote allows lawmakers to move toward a final confirmation vote expected later this week, paving the way for a leadership transition at the U.S. Central Bank. Now, Walsh's nomination comes at a sensitive time for the Fed amid growing concerns around political pressure and the institution's independence. President Trump has repeatedly called for lower interest rates, while Walsh has proposed broad changes to the Fed's operations and policy approach. Now, investors are watching closely for signs of how new leadership could influence the direction of U.S. monetary policy. And talking about markets, the AI boom continues to reshape global investing trends, with South Korea's stock market overtaking Canada's to become the world's 7th largest equity market. The rally has been driven by soaring demand for memory chips used in AI systems, boosting memory chip manufacturers Samsung and SK Hynix, whose shares have more than doubled this year. As AI infrastructure expands fast, investors are increasingly channeling capital into firms central to the memory chip supply chain, powering data centers and machine learning models. With strong exposure to technology, South Korea has outperformed markets more reliant on traditional sectors such as energy and financials. Now, that AI driven optimism also helped lift US markets overnight, with major indices closing in positive territory despite ongoing tensions between the US and Iran. The conflict continues to keep oil prices elevated, with crude trading just below $105 a barrel. That higher oil price still weighing on emerging markets, with the JSE closing mixed yesterday. Meanwhile, the rand steadies after President Cyril Ramaphosa confirmed he would not resign, a move investors interpreted as supportive of political stability. Now, the rand is trading at 16.47 to the dollar, 22.37 to the pound, and 19.36 to the euro. And that's where I leave things with you this hour. Catch you just after 7:30 for another market and business update.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
It's 6:40. Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula.
Jambo Africa is and a refreshing morning to our listeners across the African continent.
Well, let's start it off with the news coming out of France. Look, this is bound to make the Kenyans very happy. Quite a significant amount of investment flowing into Kenya from France.
That is quite true, Chelsea. Actually, today it is the end of the Africa-France summit in Nairobi for the first time in an English-speaking country. A very important meeting that France has pledged almost 1 billion euros of investment deals with Kenya, signing more than 10 agreements. Now, today they will be engaging now on peace and security issues. They'll be looking at development. Yesterday it was more of a business forum, and it's a pity that you have African leaders today who will be in a closed meeting around 10 this morning, and in the absence of South Africa we have only our DG in the presidency and the acting high commissioner in Kenya who will be in that meeting. But this meeting, as others are saying, is France moving away from the Sahel and focusing on East Africa as part of diversifying its alliance. So the summit will be ending today in Kenya, Nairobi.
Let's then take a look at the AU's South Africa response to the request by Ghana for a debate on something that's very close to home, what they describe as xenophobic attacks in South Africa against African nationals. This debate is going to be a fiery one if it goes ahead.
Indeed, and that debate is being scheduled for the 24th of June 2026 in Cairo, in Egypt, of the AU Mid-Year Coordination Summit. But Minister Lamola, in his response, Casey, a very lengthy response, that what I've picked up is that South Africa says that should AU deem it appropriate to place this matter on the agenda, South Africa will also push another one to say, let's look at the push and the pull factors of migration, including good governance, the rule of law, and democracy in accordance with the Constitutive Act of the AU. South Africa still saying they will continue to lead with a pan-African heart. Their commitment is the solidarity, the rule of law, and safety of all who stays within our borders. Finally saying we must manage issues of people's movement through cooperation, compassion, and continental responsibility. Meaning, we are not backing down. We say, let Ghana bring it up, and we will justify it with all the facts about how the continent should move, because we have to bring also our regional context of SADC. How do we manage, even within our regional borders of SADC, the challenges of migration, scarcity of the resources, corruption creeping in. Those are the challenges that I think that mid-year summit in Cairo will be heated on many issues. But I don't think they should focus only on South Africa. This is a global phenomena of people's movement.
Well, let's hope it also opens a more honest conversation about governance on the continent and what is driving people to want to leave their home countries in the first place. All right, very briefly, please, Advocate, let's take a look at Madagascar.
Madagascar Electoral Commission, in the French acronym CENI, has unveiled the key dates of constitutional referendum set for June 2027, presidential elections to follow in October 2027. A major step, as you know, that the island of Madagascar came from a youth generation, the Gen Z of Madagascar, who led a protest that caused the president to leave and Colonel Michael Randranina took power. Now they have unveiled what they call their roadmap for 2027.
As soon as start to sing Kosisikelela Africa, a song which was banned in South Africa. When the ANC and other political parties were banned in South Africa, that song was no more allowed to be sung in South Africa. But that day, the students sang that song. And I think that's the one that provoked the policemen to start to shoot, because the shooting was not in order. Every policeman was just shooting at random. So many students were shot, but the first victim was Hector Peterson. I saw Hector Peterson fell down in the crowd with the student. I went there with my camera. Mbuiso Makubo picked him up and they started running for help. The nearest car was the press car that we had, a Volkswagen. And indeed, Sophie Tima opened the doors for them to get Hector Peterson into the car. When they arrived at a clinic, the doctor certified Hector Peterson dead on arrival. So Soweto was on fire.
That was the voice of Sam Nzima Sisketi on our historical archives today, that 12 May 2018, the legendary photographer passed away at the age of 83, was buried in Mpumalanga in what they call the Legacy Museum and the Cultural Village site in the Lydell Mabara Hule in Bushbuck Ridge, Mpumalanga. That's where our legendary, we are honoring him with that voice. It's 50 years of 76. We are beginning it at that note of that lens and the photographer, Ntate Sam Nzima. Asante sana Sisketi, as was leading the conversation, SAFM observing the Africa Month.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe from the 11th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre. Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Do not miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC IG20 to experience and explore the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban, #TravelIndaba.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning. Our top story, the closure of the N1 between Worcester and Paarl, just outside Cape Town. That's the Huguenot Tunnel. It is all shut down. Some of the alternative routes like Baines Kloof, like Michelle Pass on the Wellington Cirrus route, both of those routes are closed. And if you're going the other way, heading south from Worcester, closures, all sorts of closures around Villiers-Dorp and around Franschhoek as well. Very difficult to get between Beaufort West and Cape Town without having to travel miles and miles or kilometres and kilometres further. The other story we're tracking this morning is some queues if you're bluff bound. Coming in from Pinetown, Queensborough along the M7, a crash at the N2, pushing traffic back to Belleville Road Bridge area. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
It's 6:48. The big story of the morning, President Cyril Ramaphosa saying he is going nowhere in response to the Constitutional Court judgment on Phala, which was handed down on Friday. Well, let's bring you reaction to that story. We are joined on the line by the leader of Action SA, Herman Mashaba. Mr. Mashaba, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. Firstly, your response to the president's announcement and his decision in the midst of calls which are really going both ways. It was calls for him to resign, others saying he should not go anywhere.
Yes, good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners. I think, ever since President Cyril Ramaphosa ascended to the highest office in the country, he's been an embarrassment and a huge liability to this country. Our country's standing in the international community, including us as South Africans in terms of our moral compass, because I think the approach of the president to this matter, he's looking purely from a technical, legal point of view, how he can get out of this. He does not actually realize the ethical side of it, because how do you justify having so much foreign currency under the couch? You don't report it. You interrogate people behind it. You even get involved in negotiating with other foreign currencies without reporting this to our law enforcement agencies. So it's just really so much that is so morally wrong. And that is something that President Cyril Ramaphosa is actually failing to realize as the number one citizen of the country, that he's the one to actually build the moral fiber of our country. But what he's actually done yesterday, yes, he might really be under impression that he got away with it. He's a clever guy that can manipulate. But unfortunately, the moral fiber of our country is really being destroyed, because South Africans are not really that stupid to see that the president has broken not just one, not two, not three laws of our country. So it's really very, very unfortunate. However, as a Section SA, we believe Parliament must proceed with the impeachment process. We, in fact, want to go to an extent that we have to really openly support the motion of no confidence that is being anticipated by other political parties, because South Africa cannot afford to have such a leader who's an embarrassment and a liability to our country.
And to the extent, Mr. Mashaba, that currently there is no process by any of the institutions that has investigated him, that has found him guilty. Even the Constitutional Court was not making a pronouncement on his innocence or guilt, but rather on the process that Parliament has followed. So why are you convinced that he has lost moral consciousness, that he should be acting differently, if factually there seems to be no grounds? And when I say no grounds, I'm not talking about the case that has been put forward, the hearsay, the evidence gathered under the Ngobo Commission, because that said that he may have a case to answer to. So do you believe that on the strength of the reports that have been finalized and even put before Parliament, that should have been enough for the president to resign?
Kathy, including the president himself, does not really argue the fact that there has been a stake of US dollars under his couch in his house. And as a president of the country, when we deal in foreign currency, it has to come through the Reserve Bank. No one argues with it, including the president himself. So that's why some of us, we were quite surprised when the South African Reserve Bank did not really see anything wrong with this. And you remember when Arthur Fraser first reported this matter, he spoke about 4 million rands. The president then mentioned a figure of 580. Now, yesterday, more numbers are coming out. So right now, at the end of the day, whether it was 10 million rand worth of US dollars, it was 15, it was 60, but at the end of the day, a big number, a huge number of US dollars came into our country illegally because that money did not really come through the Reserve Bank. No single individual in this country is allowed to bring money in the country without going through the Reserve Bank processes. How the Reserve Bank did not see anything wrong with it is such an extremely dangerous precedent. That is why our country's the criminal justice system is literally collapsed. Every second policeman it's involved in crime, because if they see the number one citizen in the country doing the crime and is getting away with it, then it becomes a free for all. You can imagine here as a father with my children, if they see me getting involved in criminal activity, what I do, actually end up nurturing criminals in my home. Now the president is responsible for 60 million South Africans who are looking up to him to bring moral standing in our country. And he's busy destroying that moral fiber. He's using legal technicalities. Why didn't he take this matter on review in 2022 instead of using ANC majority at the time, thinking that they will get away with it? Now that he does not have the majority, he's not really sure whether his GNU partners are going to support him. In fact, you listen to his GNU partners, who were the most vociferous at the time when the Phala matter came into the spotlight. Now you listen to them; they are on the fence as to whether this matter it's right or wrong. But 3 years ago, they saw everything wrong with how the money was brought into the country. And I think if, as a country, those are the kind of the moral positions we're going to take, depending which side you're on, whether you've got blue travels, you've got power. At the end of the day, what you're doing, you are damaging the reputation of the country.
Right.
You are destroying the moral of society, moral fiber of society.
Herman Mashaba, we're going to have to leave it there. He's the leader of Action SA.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, I'll get your reaction to that story shortly. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at this. The cost to fix Johannesburg's roads currently sits at 115 billion rand. And the cost to repair the damage that has been caused by illegal mining through Zamazama tunneling beneath the city streets, that's sitting at more than 200 million rand. The CEO of the Johannesburg Roads Agency is Zweli Nyati. He joins us this morning. Mr. Nyati, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Look, these are not small amounts of money. The only question to really ask is, how did we allow the situation to get to where it is today? What has fundamentally gone wrong in our management of our roads that this is now what we're sitting with?
Thank you. Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners. Look, we all know that Johannesburg is old. We all know that illegal mining is against the law, and whatever activities that are happening underneath, we are not really privy to what is happening, but we only see as a result when there's sinkholes and other stuff. We really have a large network which consists of the mining belt towards the south and obviously your midland areas and everything. So there's different patterns or conditions of roads. So where there's a mining belt is heavily affected because you just see these things popping up, like for instance, Niktume Road, which has been riddled apart with illegal mining. Your main reef is not very stable and other things. So as much as we do maintenance, if there's people reversing those gains underneath the surface, it becomes a serious problem for us.
But Mr. Nyati, surely it's problematic that the position, at least through what you're sounding like this morning, is one that's reactionary, that, you find out about these things after they've happened. What then is the quality of the maintenance that is being done on this infrastructure? And at the point that you realized and knew about the fact that the Zamazamas and some of the activity they're doing is affecting the roads, surely that would have also needed to trigger a different approach from the JRA, because yours is to protect and maintain our roads.
Thank you for raising that. I was responding on the Zamazamas, but let me just put it into context. As Johannesburg Road Agency, we have depots in all the 7 regions. We have actually 18 depots to handle maintenance. So part of our daily work is to make sure that we do deep patching, we resurface, we patch potholes. But given 14,500 of network in terms of kilometers is no child's play. As we speak, our teams are already on their way to different parts of the city and to deal with escalations and things that have been reported. There's groundwork that is being done on a daily basis. We're fixing culverts, we're cleaning KIs that are blocked, which are another problem, which blocks the flow of water and end up running on the road, and that causes deterioration. As much as our infrastructure is old, we are doing what we can, and you must also take into account that there's adverse weather conditions. Just last week alone, it was raining, from as much as we can remember, and we hardly have winter rain.
Yeah,
Mr.
Nyati, the difficulty is Johannesburg residents have been complaining about the state of roads for years now. So even the backlog that you're dealing with, it's not from rains that have been pouring down for the last 2 weeks. Some of those potholes have been sitting there for years. So the problem is not a new problem. The question is, why do we seem unable to solve it? Why does it seem that there is incapacity on the part of the Johannesburg Roads Agency to actually fix the problem?
Let me correct the narrative. Like I said, on a daily basis, these depots are not just idling. You will see some trucks with asphalt. It is for that reason that we opened our own asphalt, to cut the cost of doing business and to cover a large area. So as it stands, we are really, really doing what we can to make sure that we refill some of it. You will understand that the road is very old and the backlog is huge. But if we were to look at it scientifically, the number of potholes and deep patching that we do in one day on a single operation, it is a step in the right direction. Yes, budget-wise, we don't have enough, and we have spoken to our national counterparts to lend a hand in terms of resources. But from what we have as JRA, if I were to give you the scale of kilometers and the work that we do and to show you in terms of pictures, yes, we cannot resolve the issue in one day. But as I'm talking to you, teams are already out there doing amazing work. It is a backlog that we're dealing with and some recurring issues.
Okay.
But we are definitely doing our best as JRA.
Mr. Nyati, we'll have to leave it there. Let me thank you for your time on the national briefing. It's just after 7 o'clock and Musa is standing by with your latest news update, and good morning.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Gift of the Givers provides aid to the displaced in the Western Cape, and Ramaphosa to take Palapala report on review. Good morning. Humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers says more than 400 residents have been evacuated at the Breda Valley in the Boland due to the adverse weather conditions that have been battering the Western Cape. A further 200 residents from the Spooky Town informal settlement have also been evacuated to a community hall due to the rapid rising of the Smalbla River in the area. Gift of the Givers spokesperson Alice Blay says the organisation will start its humanitarian relief distribution this morning.
The Overstrand District Municipality and Theewaterskloof Municipality have also requested assistance, with assessments teams scheduled to be deployed in the coming hours to determine the extent of damage and humanitarian needs required. Gift of the Givers teams remains on high alert and continues to work closely with local disaster management teams and community leaders to ensure that vulnerable residents receive urgent assistance during this unfolding crisis.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says he will take the independent panel report into the Palapala saga on judicial review, saying its findings and reasoning are flawed. The independent panel, chaired by retired Chief Justice Sandile Ngobo, found that Ramaphosa had a prima facie case to answer regarding foreign currency stolen from a couch on his Palapala farm in 2020. Ramaphosa says the complaints against him are based on hearsay and there is no evidence to prove he violated the Constitution or committed serious misconduct.
I have therefore decided to proceed to take the independent panel's report on review on an expeditious basis. I do so not out of disrespect for Parliament or its processes, but to affirm the need for such findings to be correct in law and in fact, especially where Parliament's work would be based on and informed by a report I believe is flawed. I do so out of respect for the Constitutional Court judgment and the principles of judicial review that it reiterates and reinforces. I also do so in fulfillment of the rights and obligations and processes contained in our Constitution.
Meanwhile, the MK party has reiterated its commitment to holding the president accountable. The party spokesperson, Nhlamulo Ndlela, says the president has failed to act honorably.
Here's the reality. The reality that the president has been implicated in a transaction that he himself has confirmed is that of a couch with cash on his farm, which is not of legal tender. Now, if there's any South African that was going to be found with any cash on their land or property, with cash for a transaction which is not of legal tender, they'll be arrested.
In other news, a 46-year-old man from Olivenhout in Pretoria is expected to apply for bail before the Pretoria Magistrates Court. And finally, the last passengers and crew members to leave the Hunter virus struck cruise ship have landed in the Netherlands. They'll be quarantined in the Netherlands before returning home. Speaking in Spain after the passengers had disembarked, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, praised the way the Spanish authorities had dealt with the situation.
One thing I would like to say is Spain did it in style and as planned. Of course, I'm not surprised because all the three ministers have been together here round the clock, monitoring every minute and making sure that it happens.
Recapping the top story, humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers says more than 400 residents have been evacuated at the Breda Valley in the Boland due to the adverse weather conditions that have been battering the Western Cape. For SAfm News, I am Ann Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your internet provider was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 45-year-old Nivan 461 on his 225 Volkswagen T-Cross. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer coach Miguel Cardoso facing a selection headache as Sundowns chase the title as well as CAF glory. And we bring you cricket action with South Africa's David Miller helping his team, the Delhi Capitals, stun the Punjab Kings in an IPL encounter. All the details at around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Our top story, the closure of the N1 between Worcester and Paarl via the Huguenot Tunnel will close because of a major mudslide that occurred yesterday. Some of those alternative routes that you could usually take are also closed because of flooding, mudslides and rockfalls. That includes Baines Kloof Pass, which is closed. Michelle's Pass, south of Cirrus, is closed. And closures the other side as you come out through Verleersdorp and want to sort of get up into Franschhoek, Verleersdorp, Grabo and Verleersdorp, Franschhoek. Closures around that side as well. Very difficult going between, if you like, Cape Town and Beaufort West at this stage. Joburg side, we've got some queuing pressure on the N12 between Benoni and Boksburg this morning. N3 north up to Heidelberg Road, jam-packed passing Sprayview. Durban, there's a crash, a pile-up on the M7 at the N2 that we've been telling you about. That's still pushing a queue right back to Queensborough, back to Belleville Road. Very heavy from Queensborough down towards the N2. Once you get past that, no traffic lights on the M7 at Titran Road, which will hold you up as well. And Central Cape Town still really battling with some flooding. There's flooding on the N1 inbound at Kuberg Interchange, Nelson Mandela Boulevard inbound at Strand Street, and the Borges Quarry off-ramp from the N2 inbound for return to Langa. That is closed due to flooding. Also lots of flooding around Danafontaine and Dugovan and Becky in the Philippine Nyanga area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the second hour of the show. If you've just tuned in, of course, we're getting ready with you as you step into the day, bringing you all of the latest info that you need to know to make whatever decisions you need to make this morning. In this hour, we start off with the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa last night out of the Union buildings.
I therefore respectfully want to make it clear that I will not resign. To do so would be to preempt a process defined by the Constitution. To resign now would be to give in to those who seek to reverse the renewal of our society.
That was President Cyril Ramaphosa in his first address since Friday's Constitutional Court judgment on Phala. We'll unpack it in this hour. We'll get you legal reaction. We'll speak to the main partner, I guess, in the Government of National Unity, the DA leader, and we'll also get some insights from our political reporter, Samkele Maseko. Also coming up in this hour, we'll continue with the reality check. And this week, our contributor is Spongile Mkabela, and this morning she questions the issue of agency in South Africa. Are we fully exercising our agency within what the democratic state allows? We'll get to that a little later in the hour. As always, I'd love to hear from you. The conversation is yours. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
The National Briefing on SAfm.
It's 13 after 7 o'clock, so our big story then for today. We have two parallel constitutional processes that are going to be unfolding. Parliament is moving ahead with an impeachment inquiry. The Speaker, Toko Didiza, says that the panel report will now go to an impeachment committee under parliamentary rules. At the same time, the President is heading to court to challenge the very report that Parliament is going to be relying on. Some reaction already this morning. You heard what the Action SA leader Herman Mashaba had to say. He speaks about a lack of moral consciousness from the President, that he's decided to not resign. The EFF is calling him a constitutional delinquent and is insisting that the impeachment process must continue. Samkele Maseko, our senior SABC politics reporter, is on the line. Samkelo, very briefly from you, it was quite clear yesterday in the moments before President Cyril Ramaphosa made this announcement, we saw Gwede Mantashe also speaking about this very same issue and in fact saying the president is going nowhere. It was very reminiscent, Samkele, of what happened in 2022 when the scandal initially broke out and the expectation that the president was going to resign. And somehow it was Gwede Mantashe again who was first to say that the president is not going anywhere.
It's typical of the African National Congress, and I don't understand why South Africans till now don't understand the ANC. When an ANC president is faced with problems, the ANC closes ranks around that president. Gwede Mantashe, during Zuma's issues of Nkandla, was one of the first with Mac Maharaj to close ranks around Jacob Zuma to protect him and to speak on behalf of the African National Congress. Of course, at the time was Secretary General, this time around as National Chairperson, just like in 2022 when the report came out. I remember I had an interview with him before the NEC meeting on this particular issue of the Section 89 report before they went to Parliament. He was the first to say the president is going nowhere. On Saturday, this past Saturday, after the judgment was delivered on Friday, Gwede Mantashe had a whole day's meeting with the president on this very issue, discussing the ways forward with the president's legal team. And that just tells you how integral Gwede Mantashe is to the inner core of President Ramaphosa. Even yesterday, when they met as the officials of the ANC, with Advocate Tembeka Ngcukaitobi, who represents the president, with this Togo Didiza, and with Mdumiseni Ntuli, the chief whip and the speaker of the National Assembly, it was pretty clear from there. It was 20 minutes after that meeting concluded. That is when the Speaker of Parliament sent out the communique that there would be a 7-point plan that would be rolled out, with Parliament giving the report to the President, the Speaker engaging with the Parliamentary Rules Committee in order to set up the impeachment process and to give the necessary resources needed for this particular impeachment process. So it was very clear from around midday yesterday that the President of the country was not resigning. He was going to the impeachment committee as a sitting head of state, and that he was also exploring his constitutional right of a legal review.
Okay, Samkele, we're going to leave it there. Let me bring in the General Secretary for SAFTU, Zwelinzi Mavavi. Mr. Vavi, is Samkele correct? Should we as South Africans have expected, have anticipated this? And I guess the broader question that it leads to, right, is who are the president's handlers, Mr. Vavi?
I don't know. And I don't know. Kathy, you're getting me into trouble. I don't know. And all I can say is that there's a pattern that we have thought that will change after the ANC's support have plummeted to 40% when 2/3 of the voting population is no longer confident to go to the polls and exercise their power to vote because they no longer believe that voting changes anything. And we would have thought that this renewal of the ANC, much spoken about, means that the ANC will want to be a leader of society again. And that every time when any of its leaders are accused of wrongdoing, they will be transparently engaging with those and step aside until the matter gets cleared. but they are now interpreting that step aside strictly on technical basis to say only when you are charged in the court of law will you step aside. But when you have a massive cloud, such as possible money launderer, possibly illicit trade activist, in the context of how many mines are closing in South Africa, how many millions of workers are being robbed of their wages because of mispricing and these illicit trade activities by the top elitists in South Africa, where there will be no action. And the leadership wants to find some legal technicalities to wrangle itself out of that. It's quite a disappointment. We would have preferred that the president step aside, resign yesterday, and even if he feels that he has not been treated fairly by the panel report, by the Section 89 panel, led by a very respected former head of the judiciary in South Africa, Sandile Ngobo. But there we are. 4 years he has not appealed against that. And now that, meaning that he didn't care about the reputational
He
damage
did
for
launch a
4
review, though,
years.
Mr. Vavi. He did launch a review initially. He wasn't
Why
granted
didn't he
direct
do it?
access to the Constitutional Court. Ultimately, because Parliament then decided against the adoption of that report, it made the process moot. So it was futile almost for him to continue with the review process.
That's what he said yesterday. By the way, let's grant him the right. We're not saying when we raise these issues that he has no right to appeal. Everybody is appealing. Someone have appealed for 17 years and is staying out of a court process because he, in our view, is exercising the right to appeal. And by the way, very strangely, the very same people who are supporting that president are speaking very loudly today that this other one have no right to appeal whatsoever. He must just go in. So we grant him the right to appeal. All the point that I think we are making is, didn't you know how damaging this allegation was to you, to the party, to the society as a whole? That you didn't treat it as an urgent matter to be cleared 4 years ago instead of hiding behind a technicality that Parliament has decided to support you, and so that you are not being held accountable.
And Mr.
What
Vavi,
is
just
yes?
one thing, because we don't have a great deal of time. The fact that at the time that this came out, the president had intentions to resign, but he was convinced not to do so. We don't know if that is still the case this time around. But the broader issue is that he seems to also enjoy the support of important people in the ANC, and the decision making, for all intents and purposes, does not seem to begin and end with him. That there is a collection of views that he takes into account.
Correct, but then who are these people? You go back to that question. Go back to the statement made by Batabile Dlamini at some point that all of us there in that NEC have skeletons in our cupboards, and that if those skeletons were to be taken out, hell will break loose. And the people who are saying to the president, hang on, have themselves been condemned by the Zondo Commission as having accepted money he interpreted as having been a gratitude. That's that's our all of the top 6 of the ANC, maybe except one person, are in media every day, from Zondo Commission to scandalous revelation about properties they own, to public protector reports condemning them for benefiting from companies they are conflicted to have businesses and benefiting from. Tell me, who are the people who are saying to the president, go on?
Okay.
And that's the question that should be worrying every South African.
Zwelinzima Vavi, we'll leave it there. He is the General Secretary of SAFTU, also on the line. Sinao Tambo, good morning to you. He's the EFF spokesperson. Sinao, you've described President Cyril Ramaphosa as a constitutional delinquent, I guess quite deliberate. The first time you brought up that phrase was against President Jacob Zuma, and we all know how that story ended.
Morning, Kathy. Morning to your listeners. He's walking the same path, so the phrase is an correct one to give to him. I was listening to you talking to Zolinzi Mapavi earlier. He's taking the same route. He's tried firstly to use a political majority in parliament using the African National Congress to suppress accountability. The Constitutional Court has now told him that that was unlawful and unconstitutional, and is now reviving a review of the Phala Phala report, which he had initially withdrawn in 2022, which shows you the lack of respect he has for the law, the lack of respect he has for the Constitution, and his explanation that there was no legal basis to now challenge the Phala Phala report in 2022 because it was moot is something we should all disregard as South Africans, because it means that he has no appreciation of the ethical failures that report reflected on him, and he felt that needed not to be addressed. So he really does deserve the title of being a constitutional delinquent.
What happens next, Sinao? What, at least from the EFF's point of view, is the position that you're going to be taking? What are you going to be doing?
So we are going to be opposing his review application in court. We are waiting for him to file papers, and we have our lawyers on standby so that they can file papers as well, to oppose it on numerous bases. Let me make some couple of examples. On the basis that
very few examples, please. We're pressed for times now.
He made the review application in 2022 and withdrew it. The court must ask him the question, why did he withdraw it at that time? Why is he making a review application 4 years after the report was published? So that they can unravel the devious and malicious motives that he has.
All right, I'm not sure what happened to Sinao Tambo there, but I think you get the gist of what the EFF's position is. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more on this story, and then I'll also be taking your calls.
Africa is more than a destination, it's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba, proudly brought to you by South African Tourism.
If your bank was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 32-year-old Parushka a whopping 729 Rand on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's, and information online.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
It's 27 after 7 o'clock. We continue to bring you more reaction to the announcement made by President Cyril Ramaphosa last night that he is not going anywhere. You've heard from the various political parties. We will continue to put them on air as more of those leaders become available. Professor Mazwe Majola is a leadership and governance expert at the Wits Business School. So there have been different descriptions Professor Majola used to really try and articulate what the consequence of this moment is. But I want to go back to the words of Herman Mashaba, who talks about a moral consciousness of the president that is dead, which is why he is deciding to stay on. what is really the consideration here? What should the president be thinking about in terms of the implication of not only the court ruling, but then what should be informing his decision to stay? Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Yes, absolutely. I agree that it is his constitutional right to do whatever he wants to do. But as we've seen that he opted to focus more on the legal consideration or legal stance, and then he overlooked the political and the moral implications of his decision. I do think as a leader that last night he really missed a golden opportunity to demonstrate to the nation and to South Africans that he is a principled leader. He's not a leader who's tossed around by certain people, but he can stand his ground. Because, Catholic leadership, it's about inspiration, it's about influence. How are you going to inspire other people if you as a leader we are not exemplary? Because how are you going to talk about ethical leadership? How are you going to discipline others? He has done it already. He has started with Madlanga Commission. We've seen how he has started in SAPS. How is he going to continue doing that if he himself has got this cloud hanging over him? It's not about saying he's guilty. It's not about that, because him and other people, this more about, no, I'm not guilty. Of course, he may not be guilty, and there's no one who's saying he is guilty, but we are saying he is occupying a very important office in the land. Therefore, he must display to South Africans that he can be principled. When you resign as a leader, it doesn't mean that you are guilty. It's always saying you are respecting those people who have put you in that office, and you want to focus on your issues, on your personal issues, so that they don't cloud and distract you on your country matters that you have to do.
Prof. Majola, when we look at the term that President Cyril Ramaphosa has served, he's now in, I guess, the season of his presidency where everything he does will speak to the legacy he leaves behind as a president. What do you think the consequence of this decision is going to be potentially on that legacy?
His legacy is going to be very severe in terms, very negative, very, very bad. As we are saying, that when it comes to ethical leadership, and even as a leader of the of ANC, President Ramaphosa is left with 18 months before he is replaced as the president of the ANC, and he will leave a very crumbling organization. He's destroying this organization, and I so hope and wish that the NEC members, as they will be meeting today, they will do a right thing, that they will, for the first time, think about the ANC as an organization over a leadership or personal interest. Because at the end of the day, leaders come and go, presidents come and go.
Okay.
In December 2027, Ramaphosa will be replaced, but ANC will still be there. So those who will be left will have to take over and continue to salvage this organization. So they must think about all those realities.
Right. Professor Mazwe Majola will leave it there. And Musa, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, Western Cape Premier Alan Winde says the N1 highway near Woestenboland has been closed until further notice due to the impacts of the inclement weather conditions. The EFF says the party expected President Cyril Ramaphosa to take the Phala report on judicial review. During an address to the nation last night, Ramaphosa said he will not resign and has decided to take the independent panel report on review. And Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond to any renewed aggression after US President Donald Trump said the current ceasefire was on life support. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Crash on Joburg N3 North at Heidelberg Road. Very heavy this morning in from Fosterus and Spraitview as you line up to get past that scene. Plenty of traffic on the M1 as well from 14th Avenue around to Rivonia Road. Looking pretty sluggish. Durban, a breakdown on the M2 before Gateway. That's heavy. Queues almost back as far as Queen Nundy Drive. Crash in the Durban North area on the M4 causing some additional delays between Blue Lagoon and the Mhlanga area. And the M7 very slow down towards the Wakesley, and Wakesley coming off Sarnia up towards the M7. It's a really big queue up there. Top story coming out of the Western Cape this morning, the continuing closure of the N1 Worcester through to Paarl via Huguenot Tunnel. That's due to mudslides. A lot of the alternative routes, either down through Villiers-Dorp and Grabo or up through Ceres and Wellington, are closed also due to weather-related issues. Rather sit this one out. Wait for the conditions to improve and that N1 to reopen. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, good morning again, Zai Khan. We're starting off with Coach Miguel Cardoso. He's facing a selection headache as Sundowns chase a title and CAF glory.
Good to hear, Kathy. Miguel Cardoso is currently looking at his squad like, that parent that's checking which child still has some energy or any energy left, because they have got two, fronts that they are fighting a battle on. They've got the Betway Premiership title that they're hoping to secure, as well as the CAF Champions League final. And it's becoming increasingly difficult for the coach with injuries and fatigue mounting ahead of tonight's clash against TS Galaxy in Mbombela. Sundowns need victory to stay ahead of Orlando Pirates, who remain within touching distance in one of the tightest PSL title races in years. More football. SAFA says preparations for the long-awaited introduction of VAR in South African football is gaining momentum, with implementation still targeted for next season. SAFA Finance Committee Chairperson Mxolisi Spam says the technology won't only be used in the PSL, but could also extend to the Hollywood Bets Super League.
I'm not part of the committee, but obviously there will be contact to the PSL post. They'll be the end user, but we must also emphasize it's not only PSL that'll be the end user. We also have the Super League for women that will be the end user of this. So we have the target end user too, and also all our national finals when we have the national competitions.
All right, let's go to cricket action, and it's Miller time. South Africa's David Miller blasted a match-winning 51 of just 28 balls as the Delhi Capitals pulled off a thrilling 3-wicket win over the Punjab Kings in the IPL match that took place overnight. Chasing 211 in Dharamsala, they eventually sealed the win with an over to spare, keeping their playoff hopes alive. Rugby, the Lions have suffered a major blow ahead of Saturday's URC clash against Mr, with loose forward Ruan Venter ruled out after returning home with a knee injury. The Johannesburg side still remain in control of their playoff destiny, and a single point in Limerick will secure a historic first ever URC playoff place. And finally, tennis, the reigning French Open champion Coco Gauff showed nerves of steel to reach the quarterfinals in Rome. The American saved a match point before battling past fellow American Iva Jovic in a 3-hour thriller to book a last 8 showdown with the rising Russian star Mira Andreeva. That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll serve it up some more top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Ndauleng, some big news out of Vodacom. They, of course, have noted a significant shift for consumers, moving away from your traditional voice calls to database communication, but also they've exceeded their targets.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Now, Kathy, I don't know about you, but I can't remember the last time I made a normal cell phone call that wasn't on WhatsApp. In fact, even this conversation is happening over a WhatsApp call, and that shift in consumer behavior is showing in Vodacom's revenue. Company CEO Shamil Jusub says mobile voice revenue is now following the same path as SMS as consumers increasingly move to data-based communication platforms like WhatsApp calls and voice notes. Speaking to Tech Central, Yusuf said traditional voice now contributes less than a third of Vodacom South Africa's service revenue, highlighting just how quickly calling habits are changing. While data traffic continues to grow strongly, operators still face pressure to monetize that demand quickly enough to offset declining voice revenue. The prepaid market also remains under strain due to weak consumer spending and growing competition from mobile virtual network operators such as Capitec Connect. The brightest story for Vodacom, though, is its beyond mobile strategy, with strong growth in fintech, fiber, cloud, and IoT services. Egypt and the group's international businesses also helped support earnings growth over the 4-year period. Now, staying with company news, Boxer is benefiting from changing consumer behavior as well, as more South Africans are turning to discount retailers as households search for more affordable grocery options in a tough economy. Now, the retailer delivered a strong first full-year performance since listing on the JSE, continuing to gain market share as consumers prioritize value and lower prices. Now, analysts say Boxer is increasingly taking market share from competitors including Pick n Pay and Spar. Just digging a little deeper into those numbers, its earnings jumped over 13%, while turnover rose 12.3%, supported by double-digit sales growth. Company CEO Marek Masoyada says the retailer's value-driven model continues to resonate with consumers, even as food inflation eases in staples such as maize, rice, and cooking oil. Now, despite pricing pressure across the retail sector, Boxer says affordability and a growing customer base continue to support momentum. Now, both Boxer and Vodacom exceeded investor expectations, helping both counters close higher, although that was not enough to lift the broader market, with the JSE ending mixed in yesterday's session. We could see a similar trend today as traders await local unemployment figures due later. And ahead of that print, the rand is slightly weaker at 16.50 to the dollar, 22.38 to the pound, and 19.38 to the euro. In commodities, oil prices continue to edge higher after the US and Iran failed to find common ground, with crude trading just below $105 a barrel. That is also weighing on global sentiment, with US futures and Asian markets trading lower this morning. And that's a wrap of your market brief. I'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning with another update. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our reality check for this morning, our moment to reflect and think seriously about the state of South Africa, not just what is happening, but why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what must be done to change it. Our contributor for this week is Bongile Mkabela. She is one of the architects of the 1976 generation, the generation of protest and uprising. She's been recognized with the National Order of Luthuli for her contribution to the fight against apartheid and also just for the strengthening of rights of, in particular, children across the continent. Sibongile, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. It's great that we start this conversation, and you're going to be talking today about the historical context and accounting for people's agency to delivery of democracy. And I wonder then what your reflections on this particular topic might be, because we do find ourselves in somewhat of a state of crisis as a country.
Kathy, thank you so much. Thanks for your time, and thanks to the listeners. I truly appreciate this moment. I wanted to frame this by first reflecting on the language we have used since 1994, because I think part of the problem, Kathy, is in how we have framed ourselves. First, we have created a situation where there are those who say they freed us. The politicians speak as if they freed us. And what gets forgotten in that message, because it's such a singular story and we understand the risks of a singular story, what gets missed is all the efforts by people in the country to free themselves, and the agency of ordinary citizens in South Africa gets lost. So I think in the language, in reminding South Africans, it's a memory we need to trigger. It's a muscle we must kind of awaken again. The muscle that we freed ourselves, and we can get ourselves where we needed to be, because we knew where we were going from, the beginning. Let me just give you an example of what I mean by language. We have a language that says we're talking about the poorest of the poor when we're talking about our people, ourselves, our uncles, our aunties, and we relate to people only in as far as their relationship to the economy is concerned. And we then name the entire population the poorest of the poor. And this quick one was brought to me, alive to me, when a 9-year-old was asked, "Who are you?" And this was the 9-year-old's response: "I am a member of the poorest of the poor. I come to the children at this school," and she was at a Model C school type, or private school, "and these children have everything and I have nothing to give." Now, I can't have 9-year-olds who see themselves in that particular fashion. And that's all part of the language. And the second thing I want to just highlight quickly is the language of service delivery. We all have bought into it. We all say it. We say it all the time. But what it does, essentially, it pacifies citizens. It moves them from Zenzele, Vuvuzenzele to Slindile. So Maslindile, someone else must come and rescue us. And it's part of, the narrative of someone else having come and become the Messiah and freed us. Katie, I also want to whilst I'm talking about the language, I think it's very important that we remember our historic context. I am very much in storytelling now. I'm in storytelling as in a reminder of our people, an awakening of the muscles that we have forgotten we have in our history, in our story, and reminding our people, ourselves, where we have walked and the battles we have fought and the institutions we had created without a government alongside us. Thanks.
Sure. I'm so struck by that example that you used of a 9-year-old that describes themselves as being a member of the poorest of the poor. How do we begin to change that language then, Sibongile? And especially if the language in and of itself is, if the impact of it is that it pacifies us, it neutralizes us, it makes us, step out of our agency and think that we are incapable, that others must do for us. Surely that is a dangerous thing, even for the state, because, no state can do everything on its own.
No state can. But, yesterday we talked about the difference between the ruling party and a governing party. We allowed ourselves to be ruled. And we're sitting as passive citizens now. And what can we do when our children? When it was said by a child, it struck me more than it frightened me, because at the age of 10, I was at the YWCA as a member of the YWCA being told I'm capable. And at that age, being told I could read, I could love books, I could understand things, and I could debate. So what can we do? And this is why I think that the reawakening of the memory of the people we've been. Now, when I say the people we've been, it mustn't sound like it's romantic, I'm romanticizing something. No, I'm speaking about people in struggle who decided, besides apartheid, we will develop young people. I'm a product of those people who decided they will ensure that we grow up as young people who are self-reliant, who will always be walking around in dignity, who will uphold who we are. And this is done through institutions of civil society, active citizenry. If you go back and you look at the history of Mafuguzela Wodumo, who created Ohlange High School, and how he created and built that high school in the middle of extreme poverty. My sister, who comes from a family of people who today would only be described as the poorest of the poor, was able to be taken to that school. And that also shows parents' agency. That parents, as much as they didn't have the education we had, that they were aspiring for us, that they didn't have the education we have today, but they aspired that we be better than them. When schools like Ohlange, Inambe Seminary were set up by ourselves, without government, they voted with every penny they had in the house. They voted would rather eat pap and cabbage, and they prioritized our education. But Mafuzela Wodumo went around finding money, mobilizing resources, not amongst the rich, amongst ourselves. Now we talk about the rich, the poor, as if humanity is nothing but its relationship to economics. But when you look at our history and where we come from, then we find a different story. The other day I was talking with women who in Soweto were building the YWCA, Young Women's Christian Association. And when they were building the YWCA, every member of that community in Dube and in other communities was engaged and involved. We will also remember that when healthcare was not being provided at the level at which it needed to be provided to Black people, we see people like Mampela Rampela starting healthcare services, that people like ourselves, who were young children at the time, were asked to participate in ensuring that Abo Gogo Betu had the medicines they need when they need it. And that's all active citizenry. So until you have active citizenry, my very, very strong sense is that South Africa cannot refine itself to its journey and back to the democracy project unless and until it reawakens amongst its people the need to participate. It's not in the interest of any politician.
Spongile Mkabela, sure, let me thank you for your insights and your reflection this morning. She will, of course, be continuing on the reality check for the rest of the week, reawakening the memory of who we have been.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, very heavy coming into Joburg from the Phosphorus Sprayview area this morning. Big multi-vehicle pile-up before Heidelberg Road exit. Up the top of Sprayview, traffic all the way back through Leondale, back through Barry Marais, and deep back into that Phosphorus area. If you know the side road, the 103, it'd be a good idea to get yourself onto that and avoid the N3 main carriageway. Mike 1, Boyson through to Sandton, fairly heavy this morning. N1 through 14th Avenue stays busy. Looks like an issue just after 14th, and then sort of just through Randburg up into Four Ways heavy. Vid Coppin between North Riding and Four Ways under quite a bit of pressure as well, and the R55 has been queuing up into Crowthorne coming through Blue Hills, been under pressure there all morning so far, still very busy. Durban, a breakdown, 2 of them actually, one before Commercial Highway, one before Gateway. N2 North absolutely jam-packed from Queen Nandi Drive making your way towards Mhlanga. M4, the Virginia Airport territory, very slow north from Blue Lagoon, south from Mhlanga, and the M4 Southern Freeway other side of Durban clogged up coming through Congela and and the Maiden Wharf area in towards the city centre. Cape Town, a little bit complicated. Well, the Western Cape, a little bit complicated in terms of how you get between Beaufort West and Cape Town today, and until further notice, N1 closed, Worcester through to Paarl via Huguenot Tunnel, routes like the Michelle Pass south of Cirrus and the Baines Kloof Pass closed as well. I think you need to aim at least for Never Kloof Pass and make your way around that. It's a lot further to travel. You will be able to get through, but the advice from all emergency services is sit tight because the conditions are not great and multiple routes are closed. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 7:53. You're listening to the National Briefing. I'm going to be taking your calls on 086 000 2032. I think there are quite a number of things on the table for us to chew on this morning. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Let me start off in Bloom. Reverend Thabo Abraham Janji, even in your community, they will know exactly who you are because we've got your full names. Good morning, Reverend.
Hey, a very good morning to you, Sis Kefi. How are you doing?
Good. Go for it.
Hey, Sis Kefi, I would really love to take on the matter that happened last night, the president address. It was quite a wonderful time for us to be able to witness what went on. But if you hear what Ndate Ramaphosa just mentioned last night on his address, he said that he will remain the president of South Africa, that is quite good. I'm not a politician. I'm not a fan of Ndate Ramaphosa, but what he said as a leader, it gives you the courage to say, no, let us be able to give him an ear and see where he's taking us so that we could also be able to see the investigation.
And Reverend, to the extent that some, if you heard Herman Mashaba earlier on the show, he's described the move as a signal that the president has lost moral consciousness. I'm interested in your view here because, of course, you're a reverend, so you bring in that. How would the forces describe it? The revolutionary morality in conversations like this.
Hey, Sis Kefi, what I was about to say is the fact that what he said, it's quite good, but the body language and the tone was saying something different from his words. That's what I'm concerned about. Because if you could check his body language, if you could be able to determine the tone, no, definitely, that Ramaphosa, he should just do something respectably so, as a leader, and allow this process to go through. As much as we may not be fans or we may not be politicians, but now I would say let's allow him to deal with this whole thing. And if his term has to come to an end, let it come to an end in a rightful manner. But if he knows that he has to account for something here, then the Lord will definitely make sure that we get justice. We get justice, but South Africa is in shambles because of politics.
Okay, Reverend Thabo Abraham Janji, you've said a lot. I'm not clear on some of the things that you've said, but we'll leave it there.
Kathy, the president must account, but it doesn't mean that he's guilty. It just means that he needs to account for what has happened and how things happened. That's all.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. Sis Kathy, I really do not understand why a person will wait for 4 years before he decides to take the reports to the judicial review. I don't understand that part, because if I'm not happy with any report now, I will act now. This thing, something is fishy here. Sekwanele Pretoria.
Yeah, so remember, he did take it on review. He just withdrew that application after Parliament decided that they were not going to be pursuing the recommendations of the Section 89 report.
That lady from the GRA is talking a lot of hogwash. The reason that things won't work there is because his boss, that gentleman there, he's busy playing with other prisoners during working hours instead of doing his job. That other fellow from the Amapandindi Alliance, it's Pumezo from Centurion.
Hi, SAfm. I can hear Mr. Manyati there, but he's just talking because when you go by the main reef route toward to Roadport, there's a pothole for many years sitting there. Many years. No one come to fix it. No one.
Yeah, those are just some of the WhatsApp voice notes you've been sending through. It is quite difficult to believe what the Johannesburg Roads Agency CEO is saying about how they're fixing potholes on a day-to-day basis. And I'm sure they are fixing, but are they fixing at the scale that there are problems? Because to patch up 2 potholes when you've got 20, and now we're sitting with a bill of 115 billion that is needed. How did we get there? Can the agency be honest about how we got there in the first place? Anonymous, you're in Witbank. Good morning.
Good morning, Kari. My constitutional right and your constitutional right is also President Ramaphosa's constitutional right. I'm not supporting of any wrongdoing if there's any him as account. But remember, the arms deal. How many appeals were made? I don't want to be prosecuted by being Billy Downer as if he's going to make a decision. He's not going to be a judge, he's just a prosecutor. So therefore, let's allow the president, let him take it on review. Whatever comes out of there, if he's wrong, he will account. News. Good morning.
Okay, Anonymous, straight to the point. Thanks for that. And look, you're very much looking at a process here where we might sit with 2 processes that run parallel, that while the president is taking the matter on review, it is still pursued by Parliament. And you could well have a case where the president is arguing that Parliament can't begin its work because he's pursuing it in the courts. We're going to have to see how all of it plays out. It's 8 o'clock, time for your latest news update, and Musa is standing by.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, in one at Worcester closed until further notice, and a new witness to take the stand at Matlanga Commission. Good morning. Western Cape Premier Alan Winde says the N1 highway near Worcester and the Boerland has been closed until further notice due to the impacts of the inclement weather conditions. Winde has urged motorists to find alternative routes as the closure will impact access to and from Cape Town. He says various passes along the escarpment are also closed. Meanwhile, humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers says more than 400 residents have been evacuated at the Breda Valley in the Boerland due to the adverse weather conditions. A further 200 residents from the Spooky Town informal settlement have also been evacuated to a community hall. Gift of the Givers spokesperson Ali Sablé says the organisation will start its humanitarian relief distribution this morning.
The Overstrand District Municipality and Theewaterskloof Municipality have also requested assistance with assessments teams scheduled to be deployed in the coming hours to determine the extent of damage and humanitarian needs required. Gift of the Givers teams remains on high alert and continues to work closely with local disaster management teams and community leaders to ensure that vulnerable residents receive urgent assistance during this unfolding crisis.
The EFF says the party expected President Cyril Ramaphosa to take the Palapala report on judicial review. During an address to the nation last night, Ramaphosa said he will not resign and has decided to take the independent panel report on review. EFF spokesperson Sinau Tambo says they will join the court application to oppose the move and urge Parliament Speaker to continue with impeachment proceedings.
The lack of conscience, and we expected it. So the economic freedom fighters anticipated earlier in the afternoon that is going to be taking the Phala report on judicial review. And we outlined to the people of South Africa that they must remember that it is the same individual who submitted a review application in 2022 and then withdrew it because he thought that he had politically succeeded in stifling it through an unconstitutional majority vote. And he has done exactly that now. He's maneuvering the judiciary on the basis that he's trying to undermine the Constitutional Court referral of the impeachment, the Phala report to the impeachment committee.
The president says the panel report findings and reasoning are flawed. He says the complaints against him are based on hearsay and there is no evidence to prove that he violated the Constitution.
I have therefore decided to proceed to take the independent panel's report on review on an expeditious basis. I do so not out of disrespect for Parliament or its processes, but to affirm the need for such findings to be correct in law and in fact, especially where Parliament's work would be based on and informed by a report I believe is flawed. I do so out of respect for the Constitutional Court judgment and the principles of judicial review that it reiterates and reinforces.
A new witness will take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. The witness is expected to continue testimony relating to drug seizures by law enforcement agencies. Previous witnesses have testified about drug theft at Hawks premises in Port Shepstone and Ayrton, the Ayrton cocaine bust in Johannesburg in 2021. Sibahle Mota reports.
The Madlanga Commission will continue hearing testimony relating to drug seizures involving law enforcement agencies that took place in 2021. The Commission has thus far heard evidence relating to the drug theft at the Hawks premises in Port Shepstone, KwaZulu-Natal. The cocaine consignment stolen there weighed more than 500 kilograms and had an estimated street value of 200 million rand. In a separate matter, police seized more than 700 kilograms of cocaine in Ayrton, Johannesburg. The incident was marred by major discrepancies regarding the amounts of cocaine seized. Both incidents are believed to involve police officials.
Recapping the top story, Western Cape Premier Alan Winde says the N1 highway near Worcester and the Boerland has been closed until further notice due to the impacts of the inclement weather conditions. For SAfm News, I am Ann Musa.
Theft, accident and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Fixing the washing machine yourself saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. A 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 Rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, soccer, the Betway Premiership survival. It goes down to the wire. 4 teams still fighting to avoid relegation. And in rugby, the Lions hold their URC playoff destiny in their own hands. We'll have the details at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy backloads coming into Joburg up the N3. Vosloorus through Spruitview. It's a crash on the N3 North before Heidelberg Road. Major delays all the way back through to Barry Marais. Like one this morning, Boyston through Melrose looking pretty heavy. The N1 Randburg through to Four Ways under a bit of pressure. The N14 onto the M1, the Krugersdorp Highway from Pretoria West up to John Foster. That is busy. Plenty of traffic on the M1 South from Rigel Avenue through to Botha Avenue side today as well. Durban, the M4 just under a bit of pressure between Blue Lagoon and Mhlanga. Virginia, quite slow and jammed into Virginia Airport territory. A lot of that might be motorists avoiding the N2. There's a breakdown before Gateway. The N2 North is jammed heavily from Queen Nandi Drive. M4 Southern Freeway going into the city centre, busy through Congela and Umbilo as well. Cape Town, the Western Cape, the N1 shut between Paarl and Worcester. The R60 out of Worcester down towards Swellendam is closed. Flooding at the river there. The R43 Worcester through to Villiers-Dorp is closed. Michelle's Pass south of Cirrus. Bainskloof Pass south of Cirrus. Both of those routes closed. It is very difficult to get through between Paarl and Worcester. Highway closure and lots of alternatives also shut on account of the terrible weather. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome if you've just joined us as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. Coming up this hour, the president says he's not going anywhere as the fallout from the Phala Concord judgment continues. We'll continue tracking the reaction and also unpacking the consequences of that decision within the next hour. It also means that we're going to reschedule our Municipal Watch for today. I promise we did have a show lined up for you, but given the scale of reaction, we've had to rejig some things around. So we'll bring you Municipal Watch on Thursday. Of course, we'll also make time to let you have your say on this matter on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. And on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit. And time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time for some much-deserved you time. Now, isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
Did you know the moonwalk was first performed in slippers? Now, we can't prove this fuzzy fact. But we can promise that when you show support for Slipper Day, you help fulfill dreams for children with life-threatening illnesses. And that's a fact. Do it for the dreamers and wear your slippers on Friday, 29 May. Visit reachforadream.org.za to find out more. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Africa is more than a destination. It's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba. Proudly brought to you by South African Tourism. Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
It's 12 after 8 o'clock. If you've just tuned in, you're listening to the national briefing. We continue then with our reaction to the developments, in particular the president's announcement last night that he will not be resigning. So it triggers then what is likely to be two constitutional processes that will be at play. What we know is that Parliament has already announced it will be moving ahead with an impeachment inquiry. The Speaker, Toko Didiza, says that the panel report will now go to an impeachment committee under parliamentary rules. All of this will play out at the time then when the president is also headed to court to challenge the very report that Parliament is going to be relying on. So it does throw somewhat of a spanner in the mix. Let me welcome onto the show to help us unpack some of the legal gymnastics perhaps that will be unraveling. Bond Nyoka. Mr. Bond Nyoka, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time and for coming onto the show. He's an attorney and legal analyst. So let's first start with just the descriptions that we've already heard so far. It's been described as a technical legal move from the president to say that he's now going to be reviewing this matter. Of course, it's important for us to remember that the president did start a review process of the Sandile Ngcobo report at the time that it initially came out, but he later withdrew it. What is the legal challenge that will be presented by him trying then to revive that review, as it were, given you have 180 days to file if you're going to be seeking review on any matter?
Good morning, and thank you very much, Kathy, and for the midnight invitation to prepare. All right. First of all, let me start by saying, by way of introduction, the debate seems to be respectfully misplaced by the public in that the real constitutional delinquent is not the president as far as this is concerned. It's the National Assembly, which failed to act on a report by a panel that said there's a prima facie case against the president. Please set up an impeachment committee to act. Instead, it shut it down by majority vote. So what has to be criticized for now is the National Assembly. And it's not the first time it did that. It did so in the Nkanta report, in the public protesters report, by shooting it down, ignoring the public protesters report, leading to the Constitutional Court saying it acted unconstitutional. Section 237 is clear that the constitutional obligations of the state organs are binding. They must be acted upon diligently and without delay. So it failed. That is where the issue is. The delinquent is National Assembly. Yes, the subject is the president, as was Jacob Zuma the subject then. Let's come to this one. You see, there's a difference between, in terms of the rules of the Supreme Court, of an ordinary application for review with relaxed time frames, take into account the congested court roll, etc. Then there's this one that is authorized by Rule 6 of the Supreme Court of Appeal rules, where the president said expeditious. All it means is that it's an expedited application for review, but then you must show exceptional urgency for this. In other words, shortened time frame with summary of the order, etc., stating that it's in the public interest. There is a need for legal certainty, like the debate that is going on that he must resign. That is for that. The challenge that is facing, as you rightly said, yes, it did apply for direct access to the court. It was rejected on the basis of procedure. He had an option to go to the lower court, the high court in Gauteng, to do the same review application, not because it was shot down by the vote of the National Assembly. It should have continued from 2022, and for certainty and for public interest to clear his name. So in law, there's a principle that says you cannot create an emergency and still plead it or hide behind it. Just because the Constitutional Court has ruled against you, he ought to have done that. He had 3 years to do that in Court 22. Sorry, I'm saying Court 22 now, in 2022. You understand? So the agency is going to undermine without even going to the merits.
So,
and we cannot apply for condonation on an urgent basis after 3 years.
Mr. Nyoka, the ruling of the Constitutional Court, does it provide a new kind of legal standing for the status of that Section 89 report? And does that now provide, I suppose, new grounds on which the president can approach the courts? Because part of what he seems to be planning to argue is that by making the finding that the Constitutional Court has, it is giving credence to the veracity of that Section 89 report, which he says was flawed in law and in fact, and that it was based on hearsay.
The effect of the Constitutional Court judgment is that because it has the principle of separation of powers must be respected, the Constitutional Court cannot instruct other organs of state to act in a certain way. All it says is that I'm the husband of the Constitution as the Constitutional Court. You failed.
Mr. Nyoka? Sorry, we lost your bit there.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some gremlins. So what it says is that because you failed to act rationally by taking this report to a committee which will authenticate it or confirm that on the face of its finding, it's so or not, it must be done by that specially created impeachment committee, not the Constitutional Court. It's leaving it to the National Assembly to create that mechanism where everything is going to be ventilated. Arthur Fraser must lay his version and the witnesses that he relies on, not on hearsay. And the president, in terms of the rules of audi alteram, must be heard in that committee. Then that committee is going to make a finding to the National Assembly, which will say, yes, we proved it. The president violated Section 89, those two factors, serious misconduct or serious violation of the law or constitution. That is still within the purview or terrain of the National Assembly, not the Constitutional Court. All the Constitutional Court is saying, go ahead, don't stop it, don't microwave the process by shutting down through a majority vote what you ought to have decided rationally. You understand?
Okay.
So that has to be determined in that subcommittee. The key engine of this, the truth, lies with that impeachment committee.
Okay.
And it depends also, lastly, on the terms of reference. South Africa has watched the terms of reference. How are they going to be couched, the terms of reference?
Okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
Mr. Bond Nyoka, let me thank you for your time on the National Brief.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's continue then with our reaction on the story. Joining us on the line this morning, the leader of the Democratic Alliance, Jordan Hill-Lewis. Jordan, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time. I want to start firstly just with your reaction to the announcement made by the president last night. Where do you find yourself this morning? Are you responding to this as a coalition partner or as a parliamentary opposition?
Well, I think we're responding to it as a party who's just trying to uphold the rule of law and do the right thing and ensure accountability. Now, of course, the president is entitled to his legal rights. There's nothing that can stop him from reviewing the report if he wants to. The point I made last night was I also don't think that it necessarily means the parliamentary process should stop. We've got to get, the Speaker needs to get some urgent legal advice on whether this interdicts the parliamentary process. I don't think that it does, actually, because the Constitutional Court issued an instruction that said the committee must go ahead. This is the impeachment committee. And so I'm not sure that the president's decision to approach the High Court about the Ngobo report stops that instruction. I don't think it does. But we've got to get clarity on that. I'm not an expert on such questions. So I've suggested that the Speaker make that advice public to the country, given the level of public interest in this. And then we can proceed from there.
You might have a quicker opportunity by way of the two motions of no confidence that have been tabled by both the ATM and the MK party. How are you going to be positioning yourself? How are you going to be responding in those motions?
Well, firstly, we need to see the motion. The motion of no confidence has to be justified. At the moment, the impeachment committee is supposed to establish if there was any wrongdoing. So it does feel to me as though the motions preempt the work of the impeachment committee, because at the moment we have no firmly established evidence of wrongdoing. We have the prima facie evidence, which is supposed to be investigated by the impeachment committee. So what I would really like is for the impeachment committee to get underway as soon as possible, to investigate it thoroughly, in every respect, and then to take it from there, be guided by the findings of that committee.
The point that the Constitutional Court raised around how Parliament managed this process and that it did not act in alignment with its responsibilities. I want to play you this clip of the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Mapisa Nqakula, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, in conversation with Mbuyiseni Ndlozi on his African Renaissance podcast.
General, we to our Secretary General of the organization, my comrade Malula, then came to caucus and said, well, today is the day. It's the day we are going to discuss the report and we are going to vote. But I want to say to the caucus of the ANC, none of you will vote for this report, in favor of this report.
Hearing that,
wow.
Gordon, what weight does that carry? And what implication does that have for you as a party that is a key member of the GNU?
That's a shocking clip. I've never heard that before. Thank you for playing that. And I think that is exactly the toxic political culture inside that organization, the ANC, that says its members may not exercise their minds on such a massive national issue of the integrity of the president and the office of the president, that they must follow blindly a party line. So that is a deeply concerning political culture in that organization that we see in many different contexts, but that is one of the clearest and most blatant examples I've ever heard actually of it. I'm stunned to hear that clip, but that doesn't actually surprise me. That is how the political culture works inside the ANC. It is blind loyalty to the party over the country, and that is why South Africa is where it is at, I'm afraid.
Do you think the president should have resigned?
If there was any serious evidence of wrongdoing, I think then that it would make his position untenable. And again, I go back to the fact that we've had this Ngobo report which finds prima facie case to answer. But we've also then juxtaposed that with the Reserve Bank's finding and SARS's finding that the president complied with the law. So this is, again, it goes back to the point. This is why we need the impeachment committee to get underway and investigate this properly, interrogate all of the witnesses, interview the president, try at least to interview the businessman who apparently paid him all of those dollars for the cattle, and take it from there to be guided by the facts.
So you don't think that the president did anything wrong by being found with U.S. currency on his property of whether it's 10 or 15 million rand, whatever that figure might be?
It's weird, it's dodgy, but I'm not a billionaire, and I don't know how billionaires live. Maybe that's something normal for a billionaire. But it certainly requires full and frank explanation, and that is the work of the impeachment committee. So if it turns out that he has done something wrong, then, as I said, that certainly changes the equation and makes his position untenable. But as we stand today, we don't have any firm evidence of that.
You, in speaking to my colleague Clement Manyatela at EWN, spoke about intense pressure from the ANC and the business sector to save the president's political career. Who has been lobbying you, Gordon?
Those two sectors, various contacts.
But who? Names?
No, I'm not going to name any names. No, that's not right and fair. Those are confidential conversations. But senior leaders from
interest. It's in the national interest.
Yeah, but look, my message to them has been clear. I simply disagree with that view. My position is that if we have to reestablish integrity and ethics in the South African state. So I will never ever be part of any plan to turn a blind eye to wrongdoing and to criminal conduct. That if there is any evidence of that, our position will be unshakable, immovable.
I'm quite curious because it's intense pressure to help save the president's political career. Yet at the same time, you've been clear in the fact that you don't think he's done anything wrong.
No, I haven't been clear. Sorry, you must please not put words in my mouth. I've said at the moment, the Ngobo report says that there is a prima facie case to answer. The purpose of the impeachment committee is to investigate that case and to determine whether he has done anything wrong. So it's not accurate to say that he's not done anything wrong. It is accurate to say that is the work of the impeachment committee to determine whether he has done anything wrong.
And you'll be supporting him through that process then?
What does that mean? We will be participating fully.
It's obviously going to require some form of position from the from you as a partner in the GNU. That what is the position you're going to take? Are you going to stand with him as he undergoes that process, or are you going to be leaving him on his own?
No. We will participate fully as members of the committee
and continue to support him as the president.
I honestly, Kathy, I don't know what that means. There's no question of support. There's no vote on a daily basis as to whether you support the president. You go to the committee.
Jordan, you're part of the government of national unity. At any given point, you can decide to withdraw from the GNU if, in fact, you feel that there is such a position that simply has made it untenable around the president for you to continue in that relationship.
That's the point. There's the key point. If we see that there is conduct that makes his position untenable, then our position is clear. But until then, we will interrogate the facts thoroughly, vigorously. We will turn over every rock and every cushion and make sure that we participate as full members of the committee to get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And when we've got the truth, then we can see, is his position tenable or not?
Did you say cushions, Gordon?
I did, deliberately.
Let's leave it there. Gordon Hill Lewis is the leader of the Democratic Alliance. The ANC National Spokesperson, Mahlengi Bengu, will be joining us in a moment. It's 8:30. Let's take your latest headlines.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's My Way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Center, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban. #Africa Travel Indaba.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa says he remains committed to serving the people of South Africa. Ramaphosa addressed the nation last night following the Constitutional Court judgment in the Phala matter. Western Cape Premier Alan Windey says the N1 highway near Woestenboland has been closed until further notice due to the impacts of the inclement weather conditions. He says various passes along the escarpment are also closed. And Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond to any renewed aggression after US President Donald Trump said the current ceasefire was on life support. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's really important information around the Western Cape and travel effectively between Beaufort West and Cape Town. A very complicated situation with the main N1 remaining closed between effectively Toes Rivier and Paarl via the Huguenot Tunnel. It's all shut down. Big mudslide just south of Worcester towards the tunnel is primarily the closure, but there's flooding all the way along that N1 right through to Toes Rivier. Some of the alternative routes are now being closed. The R60 from Worcester, that's the Robertson Road, that is shut. R43 Worcester down to Villiers-Dorp is closed. Going the other way, going north of Worcester, routes through Cirrus like Michelle's Pass, that is closed. Bainscliff Pass is closed as well. So really very limited options unless you want to travel much further afield. The advice from all of those involved in sort of managing and keeping us up to date with these closures are just saying avoid travel until further notice, until those roads have been reopened, and certainly until the weather conditions improve. Still some heavy rain and very strong winds in the region. Joburg Swanning crash on the N3 North at Heidelberg Road. Very heavy coming in from Phosphorus. A lot of traffic on the Mike 1 Boysons to Parktown, Houghton through to Sandton. Absolutely jam-packed. N1 South slow towards Boerta Avenue, and then from Old Joburg to New Road. Pretty busy as well. Durban, breakdown before gateways being cleared but replaced with a crash. It stays heavy on the run from Queen at Nundy Drive up in towards that Komashu area. Also a crash at Spaghetti Junction on the N2 North causing delays as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning. We'll start with the soccer, the Betway Premiership survival battle. It's heading for a dramatic finish.
Yes, Kathy, you know, at the top it's a title race, at the bottom it's just heart-stopping drama. One mistake now and it's goodbye. Betway Premiership to a lot of these teams, and they are looking forward to getting out of the trouble that they're in, but it may go down to the wire. 4 clubs, survival is what they're desperately fighting for. Only 2 matches remaining this season. Magesi, they remain rooted to the bottom after their defeat to Orlando Pirates, while Orbit College, Chippa United and Maruma Gallants are boosting their hopes with valuable results over the weekend. Orbit now face a tough trip to Stellenbosch. Chippa host Golden Arrows, while Gallants prepare for a high-pressure Limpopo derby against Polokwane City, and it's going to be a dramatic finish to the campaign. More soccer, the countdown to the 2026 FIFA World Cup officially on, with just 30 days to go before Bafana face the co-host Mexico in the opening match at the iconic Estadio Azteca. France and Spain are the early favourites for the tournament, while South Africa head in as underdogs. However, coach Hugo Brou's side are still being tipped as capable of causing a surprise and possibly progressing from Group A. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid midfielder Johnny Cardoso will undergo ankle surgery, and that's dealing a major blow for the United States ahead of their FIFA World Cup campaign. The 24-year-old suffered a severe ankle sprain, and that was during last week's training, and is now expected to miss the tournament. US coach Mauricio Pochettino already faces growing fitness concerns around key players, including Christian Pulisic, Steve Weir and Tanner Testman. The United States will warm up against Senegal and Germany before opening their Group D campaign against Paraguay on the 12th of June. And finally, rugby. The Lions still hold their URC playoff destiny in their own hands despite last weekend's 31-7 defeat to Leinster. Ivan van Rooyen's side face Munster, and that's on Saturday night, knowing a positive result will secure their first ever place in the URC knockout phase. The Lions are currently 5th, but only 4 points separate them from 9th. And that's your sport. We'll tackle some more. That's with John Hediker around 12:30.
Outsurance can't improve your karaoke skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. Want all the bells and whistles of car insurance at a great price? It's time to switch to Outsurance. Not only could they save you some big bucks, you also get the legendary out bonus that pays you a percentage of your premiums back if you're claim-free. So, are you ready to switch and save? Don't miss out. SMS right now to make sure you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to a place you can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
8:38, you're listening to the national briefing. We continue with the reaction to the president's announcement last night that he is going to be staying put. He will not be resigning. He will subject himself to the processes as outlined by the Constitutional Court, whether it be by way of impeachment process in Parliament, but at the same time, he will also be taking the Section 89 panel report on judicial review. On the line is Mahlengi Bengu, who is the ANC national spokesperson. Ms. Bengu, good morning to you. Thank you for your time on the national briefing. Firstly, let's talk about the position that was communicated from the ANC to your president about how to navigate this period. I imagine that following the ruling of the Constitutional Court, there would have been some internal discussions.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning. And thank you very much for having us this morning. You would know that we have a scheduled National Executive Committee meeting tomorrow, where the detail of this engagement will be ventilated. But as you would have heard me at the Concord on Friday, making it very clear that it is not the president who's on the dock. It is a parliamentary process that Concord, expressed a view about. And I think Parliament is already working on it based on the conversation that we've had with the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Whip of the ANC. All of it has a lot to do with respecting the decisions of Concord. But the president is also in his right to really defend his honor for lack of a better word. I listened to the DA leader in what I would like to think was a very measured response. And I think South Africans, if you go on social media, Kathy, you can tell that all South Africans are saying, Ramaphosa is a good president for South Africa. And I think as the ANC, we stand by that. We believe that the president is a man of honor. I would say this without any equivocation. And I think that we must ensure that the injunction of the Constitutional Court is respected. But the idea that the president must resign is literally, I think it's just, prejudgment.
Mahlengi, are you saying that the president made the decision to stay on without speaking or consulting with anyone from the ANC, including the top six?
If you could just reiterate the question.
I'm asking you, are you saying that the president made the decision to stay on and not resign without any consultations, formal consultations, maybe even informal consultations?
The president consulted the ANC. In any case, it is in his nature.
So he consulted the ANC.
The officials met yesterday and made a determination that the president is not the one that is in the dock.
So the decision then for him to resign, because remember, the question I asked you at first was, what was the position of the party to Ramaphosa?
The position of the party was never about the president resigning in the first instance. Because if all of you, as members of the media, would have understood and interpreted the Concord judgment, you would not have come to a decision that the president of the country must resign. Tell me if you came to a different conclusion, and what was the basis of the conclusion that you came to?
There are those, Mahlengi, who hold the view that the controversy in and of itself is damaging to the presidency. Herman Mashaba describes it as a moral conscience and consciousness that is simply not alive, and that is being perpetuated by every day that the president continues to be in office.
Well, it is very easy for Herman Mashaba or any other opposition leader to make such utterances. But the president does have a right to take the matter on review, unless you say that he's a lesser citizen, that he can't do so.
I don't think the question is about whether he can or can't take it on review. The question is, should he continue to serve as president? Does the controversy around him, what impact does that have on the position that he holds as president?
Yeah, if you go through the entire judgment, it's a very long document. But if you take time to go through that, and if you also look at the perspectives by South Africans, you only just need to go on X You need to go on Facebook, you need to go on TikTok, and much ado about nothing. The process must go back to Parliament. Let's sit on facts and not on headlines and punchlines. The process must go to Parliament, and Parliament must rectify what the Concord has asked for that to be rectified.
Mahlengo, we have a situation where the previous president, ANC President Jacob Zuma, went out of office being described as a constitutional delinquent. That is the very threat that also today potentially faces President Ramaphosa already. Parties like the EFF have started to describe him as a constitutional delinquent. Are you concerned at all about what this is going to do for you as an organization in an election year, and also just when you think about the future of the party?
You know, in the ANC, we always prefer, well, at least as a spokesperson of the ANC, I always prefer to talk about the ANC and not about other parties. But you're inviting me to a discussion where I must now speak about other parties. And I know that you know, as SAFM and as SABC, that those that are pursuing this matter don't have any semblance of respect for the Constitution. And I know that South Africans know that Cyril Ramaphosa has a lot of respect for the Constitution. By the way, he's one of the architects. And I would really like to leave
it doesn't divorce you, Mahlengo. So you're deflecting because all of those things are, I don't want to get into it. The point is that you're dealing now with two presidencies that are going to be facing very similar patterns. Is this a position that the ANC can afford? That is the question.
No, Kathy. We are discussing Cyril Ramaphosa. I'm not discussing Jacob Zuma with you. Because if we must go into that discussion, that's a story for another day.
Are you seeing no parallels between what is unfolding now?
There are absolutely no parallels by any stretch.
And why do you say that?
Why I say this is because the president of the ANC in South Africa today and the president of the country has been dutiful to the Constitution. Even his own response from last night. I don't know what is so thick or difficult about that for you to understand. The president of the ANC that we have, who is an architect of our Constitution, but not only that, who has propelled our country internationally. And it's the point that one made on Friday at Concord. Solely to try and do a comparison that is not so palatable. I think you all know. We all know that we do have a president that really supports the spirit and the letter of the Constitution.
Have you consulted your alliance partners on this? I mean, Solima Baila was quite clear over the weekend in his response to the judgment that the president must resign.
Well, I don't know whether Mr. Solim Mapaila's views, the views of the entire Communist Party. It's not my place to comment on matters of that nature. But all I do know, though, that alliance partners, Franco, COSATU, I'm sure you saw the statement of COSATU. If you looked at it, in full support of the president, and because really South Africa has had the best showing of a president.
So you go into tomorrow's NEC then expectant that the NEC will all be unanimous in its support for the president?
Without a doubt.
Mahlengi Bengu will leave it there. That's the ANC national spokesperson. Rob Byrne, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. Still very heavy into Joburg on the N3. It's just a collision earlier this morning by Sprayview, a multi-vehicle pile-up just for Heidelberg Road. Traffic still parked up well back beyond Leondale Road. Coming in from Foster Ridge, use the R103. And you might want to just push a little bit higher up than sort of the Heidelberg Road on-ramp, because that's all jammed. A lot of traffic coming in on that alternative route. So heavy pressure there, Sprayview area. Mike, one around Melrose, busy both ways. Tuesday morning pressure into Saturn, whether you're coming in on Winnie Mandela or Rivonia from Bryanston or Morning. So it's all very heavy. And the N1's still a bit sluggish, southbound towards the New Road exit at this stage. Crossing the Durban, they've had all sorts of issues running up the N2. The latest live is a crash on the N2 near Westwood Mall in the roadworks coming through from the M7. That's heavy. And then there's just some more backlogging around the N2 north off-ramp to Kumashu Highway. Some traffic light problems there causing delays. And a collision on the M4 at Glen Ashley's, keeping traffic busy between Mslanga and Blue Lagoon. The run through Durban North quite slow this morning. Cape Town flooding on the M3 inbound near Woolsack Drive if you're heading in from Newlands to Hospital Bend. Looks like just a single lane open to get through there, and it is quite heavy despite the lower volumes. And of course, major closures inland. Worcester through to Paarl, the M1's all closed down. Vitoy's Kloof is closed. Ridgeline Michelle's Pass south of Cirrus Baines Kloof Pass is closed. We're now looking at closures of the R43 coming out of Worcester down towards Villiersdorp, and the R60, the Worcester Robertson Road, closed at a couple of locations just south of Worcester. It is very difficult, as I said before. All the emergency services and the people that are dealing with this are advising the public to sit tight, wait till the weather improves, and some of those roads have been able to be reopened. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
All right, it's 8:56. For the rest of the time that we're on air, we'll simply make time for your calls. I'm going to ask, please, let's try and keep our contributions as short as possible so we can take as many of our listeners as we can. I'm going to start it off with Patrick in Rustenburg. Patrick, good morning.
Hello?
Yes, good morning, Patrick.
How are you?
Go for it, Patrick.
Okay, Katie, I just wanted to say I don't see any controversy in what the president said yesterday, that he's not going to resign. One thing he said, Theory, he's going to challenge or to review the report. He's saying that the report has got serious flaws. And if that is true, it has got serious flaws. We need to know what those flaws are. And we cannot act on a report that has got flaws, which is wrong, number one. And then the other thing which he said, Theory, he's not doing that to undermine the Constitution or maybe the Republic. That is what he said. I mean, he is the president. I do understand that maybe the standard it's too high. However, he's still a citizen and he's entitled to his constitutional rights.
Okay.
Maybe because at the end of the day, when we're talking about controversy, it is what this is likely to do to his reputation. And he is the president of the country, of course. But again, he's a human being. He is his own person. He cares about his own reputation at the end of the day.
Okay, Patrick. We're going to have to leave it there. I think you've made your point. William, you're in Edenvale. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for taking my call. Very quickly, in this whole process, the impeachment process, Katleha, the public protector, the Reserve Bank governor, Letseho Kanyahu, and Patrice Motsepe, Cyril Ramaphosa's brother-in-law, needs to be looked at closely. The views of Katleho and Letseho Kanyahu.
You mean Kolega Kalega?
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Forgive me for pronouncing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
William, I don't understand the part about Patrice Motsepe. How does he come in here?
Okay, Kath. Now I can't remember the time frame, but I think it was about a year after the initial robbery. There was another auction at Palapala, and Patrice Motsepe put in bids. Now, I don't know if those bids were just to get other bidders, to raise the price of animals, or if he had an interest, or whether it was a smoke screen. But, and then also, so there's that. And then very quickly, I'm a finance person. There are time frames that I would like to look at and documentation. Bills of lading, animal, before animals can transit between countries.
Okay.
Veterinary.
William, I get it. You want the full audit, and that's what the impeachment inquiry, right? That's the process that it will allow, because all of these people will have to come before that committee to give evidence. Joseph, you're in Dar. Good morning.
Katie?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Katie. You know what with the problem with our president, when the law is suiting him, it's okay. When it doesn't suit him, it's not okay. 3 years down the line, you want to review for that Palapala. So it seems like a Malima. If it's not suiting, it's okay. 3 years, you want to review that Palapala report. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Joseph. Zweli Banzi, you're in KZN. Good morning.
Morning, Katie. Let me also breathe on national breathing. My reactions are based on Mama Mkhabela's speech today, when she spoke of an example of a 9-year-old saying, "I'm a member of the poor family." She touched me twice, and I've heard that with my own ears from an 11-year-old living on a street. I asked her name, and she said 3 things to me. And he said, "I'm a member of the HIV family. I'm a member of a drunken family. I'm a member of a violence family and of a teenage pregnancy." That left me so stunned, and in such a way that I am also HIV positive, Kathy. So I said to myself, let me do something about this. That is why I intended to do a walk of 345 kilometers from Mkuzi to Durban, CBD workshop at the Gugu Park on the 1st or maybe the 8th of July on a men's month.
Zweli Mbazi, so, I think what we're going to have to do is have you back. Let's take Zweli Banzi's number and have him back, because I think what he's saying does deserve to be given a little bit more airtime. It is 9 o'clock. Thank you all for tuning in. Up next is the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, Ramaphosa committed to serving the people of South Africa, and in one at Worcester closed until further notice. Good morning. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he remains committed to serving the people of South Africa. Ramaphosa addressed the nation last night following the Constitutional Court judgment in the Palapala matter. The court ruled on Friday that the rules governing Parliament's impeachment process were unconstitutional. The rules were challenged by the EFF and ATM, who argued that the National Assembly in 2022 acted irrationally when it decided not to appoint a committee to look into the recommendations of the independent panel. The panel found that Ramaphosa had a prima facie case to answer regarding foreign currency stolen from a couch on his Palapala farm in 2020.
I will remain in your service and will continue to act in your interests and in the interests of our diverse and truly remarkable nation. I'm confident that together, as a nation, we will strive, we will progress, and we will overcome our challenges and difficulties. I remain here and am not resigning.
Meanwhile, the EFF says they expected the President to take the report on judicial review. EFF spokesperson Sinau Tambo says they will join the court application to oppose the move.
The lack of conscience, and we expected it. So the economic freedom fighters anticipated earlier in the afternoon that is going to be taking the Palapala report on judicial review. And we outlined to the people of South Africa that they must remember that it is the same individual who submitted a review application in 2022 and then withdrew it because he thought that he had politically succeeded in stifling it through an unconstitutional majority vote. And he has done exactly that now. He's maneuvering the judiciary on the basis that he's trying to undermine the Constitutional Court's referral of the impeachment, the Palapala report, to the impeachment committee.
Western Cape Premier Alan Windey says the N1 highway near Worcester and the Boerland has been closed until further notice due to the impacts of the inclement weather condition. Windey has urged motorists to find alternative routes as the closure will impact access to and from Cape Town. He says various passes along the escarpment are also closed. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to officially open the 2026 Africa Travel Indaba in Durban today. The Indaba is one of the largest tourism marketing events on the African calendar, showcasing the widest variety of the continent's best tourism products. Meanwhile, there has been some concerns from African countries in attendance about the recent anti-legal immigrant marches in Durban. Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille says they've noted the concerns, vowing that the event will be safe and successful for all in attendance.
Yes, we did receive inquiries from some of the African ministers. They wanted to have a guarantee that they will be safe, and of course through our DIRCO department and the statements that the President made on Freedom Day, we are able to not give them the guarantee, but to ensure, that we look after their safety. And we've responded to all of them, and all of them are still coming. They can see it could be a temporary thing, might blow over.
And finally, Iran says its armed forces are ready to respond to any renewed aggression after US President Donald Trump said the current ceasefire was on life support. The parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Khalabaf, says Iran is prepared for all eventualities and could spring surprises. Earlier, Trump dismissed Iran's latest peace proposals as garbage. The BBC's David Willis reports.
The big question now, do they resume negotiations or try to resume negotiations, or does this mark a return to hostilities? Iran clearly believes that it has considerable leverage over the US in these very crucial matters. And meanwhile, oil prices have risen again on expectation on the part of traders that they could now see a resumption of hostilities.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa says he remains committed to serving the people of South Africa. Ramaphosa addressed the nation last night following the Constitutional Court judgment in the Palapala matter. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Great to be with you this morning. As always, this is your Tuesday edition of the Daily Discourse. I hope if you're in parts of the country that were badly affected by the poor weather, that it's starting to clear up and cleanup operations are underway. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you at the start of this week. And the team, the second day in the start of this week, the team is with you, Kinewe and Melissa, producing the show and taking your calls. Mark is on audio. Some of you prefer to listen to the show, others prefer to watch. So if you prefer the visual experience, please watch us on SAfmRadio on Facebook, X and YouTube. If you prefer to listen live, apart from doing it on your radio, you can also stream our audio from the SAFM website or listen to us on DSTV channel 814. As always, your voice matters to us, which is why we start our show with the open line. Join the conversation by dialing 086 000 2032. Send a voice note or a text if you prefer to use our WhatsApp line. That number is 0614 104 107. Please keep your calls and your voice notes short. I have a feeling that we'll be taking millions of them today. Right, coming up on the show in this hour, we're looking at the issue, the big issue of the day, the big issue of last night, overnight, this morning, and that is that President Cyril Ramaphosa has decided he is staying put. He is not going to resign. And of course, he is taking the Section 89 panel report on review that actually started all of this in the first place, that started the court action, for example, that we saw in the Constitutional Court last week. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about the president staying in his position? Should he stay there? Should he have stepped down? Would that have been the honourable thing to do under the circumstances? Or is he simply exercising his right, as any citizen has, to go to the Constitutional Court or to go to the High Court or the Supreme Court, potentially even the Constitutional Court, if it gets to that point, to be able to exercise his right to exonerate himself? Tell me what you think about that. Give us a call on our studio line if you'd like to chat. And then, of course, we're bringing lots of analysts in to talk about that. We're speaking to the ANC. And we're speaking to one of the Constitutional Assembly experts. She was actually the youngest person in the Constitutional Assembly with Cyril Ramaphosa well before he was president, and when he was in charge of that assembly that helped to devise the Constitution. And then, of course, we're going to get more analysis from a lawyer, public law associate professor at the University of Cape Town. Richard Calland will tell us exactly from a legal point of view where the president stands with this right now and where the country does consequently. We've also promised you an update on what's going on in the Garden route. Yesterday we were not able to do it. Disaster management official Gerard Otto wasn't available because he was dealing with some real difficulties on the ground. But we are hoping he'll be able to take a moment to chat to us today about all the progress his team has made in helping people who've been caught up in risky situations in the last day or so. Love to hear from you on that as well. I take it that the children are back at school today by and large, and that certain roads that weren't impassable now are, and that were impassable now are passable, and that you are able to get to work and start continuing with life as normal. Just about. And then, of course, we're talking about this issue of learners' licenses. The system seems to have changed in recent weeks, and the number of people passing their learners' tests seems to have dropped significantly. Have you written your learners in recent weeks? Do you have a child who has done so? Please tell us what their experience was like. It's pretty horrible when you fail the first time. I remember when I wrote mine many moons ago, if you weren't among the first half of candidates to finish, you'd fail. But it looks as though testing's got a lot more stringent in the last few months. We'll speak to a driving association and the Road Traffic Management Corporation about that. It is also International Nurses Day. I'm mentioning it because we know the state of the hospitals is such, the public hospitals is such that, nurses are not really able to fulfill their duties. They are under such pressure, working under tightly resourced circumstances. They are often overwhelmed and understaffed. They do not have the resources that they require to carry out their daily work. But they also come in for a lot of criticism. A lot of people who go to the hospital say, listen, we don't get the service that we deserve. We don't get the respect that we deserve because, nurses just treat us very, very badly when we go there. And so, you've got this kind of push and pull in terms of what people are saying about nurses in our country. And yet we know they're very well respected overseas. Lots of South African nurses are attracted by jobs overseas because their skills are really regarded very highly. So talk to us about that. Are you a nurse who's working in either public or private hospital healthcare situation. What is your context like? Are you able to do what you want to do as a nurse? Are you fulfilling this desire and this vocation that you were called to help people? Or are the circumstances such that you're just not able to? We'd love to have that conversation with you. So give us a call. Once again, our details, our studio line 086 000 2032, WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. You can send a voice note there or you can send a text.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Djibouti, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's strategic gateway, positioned along one of the world's busiest shipping routes, connecting the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. Bordered by Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia, a land of desert landscapes, salt lakes, and volcanic terrain. Home to Lake Assal, one of the lowest points in Africa. French and Arabic are official languages. Afar and Somali cultures shape the nation's identity and daily life.
Djibouti gained independence in 1977, a young nation with global strategic importance. Its economy is driven by ports, trade, and international logistics, a key connection point between Africa and the Middle East and beyond. But challenges remain: water scarcity, unemployment, and heavy dependence on imports. Still, Djibouti continues to grow as a regional hub.
Djibouti stands where continents connect. In every port, in every desert, in every horizon, there is movement. Djibouti, strategic, resilient, connected.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe from 11 to 14 May at the Durban Exhibition Centre. Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism's stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms, #VisitDurban, #Africa Travel Indaba.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Right, we're taking your calls at this hour. We were trying to get hold of Gerard Otto to give us an update on what's happening in the garden route, but he clearly is on the ground working very hard. We don't want to interrupt that work. We will hopefully be able to get him on the line when he is available to speak to us. But I'm going to start with the open line. Mpho in Randfontein is on the line to us. Mpho, good morning to you.
Good morning, my sister, and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. My point, effectively, is to have listened to a number of analysts that are invited by different platforms, including the Source. And sometimes I just come across that they don't apply themselves fully to the story about the presidency, the constitutional court, and what is expected. When they just have put judgment that is wrong, you must resign. So my point is that if it's possible that when you invite people to comment, they must also not be subjective and bring their own personal issues, but give a broad, because we regard them as authority on analysis of situations. But when they bring themselves, and then half the time they leave the issue and take it to the ANC as though the issue is the ANC. They must deal with the issue that is before them. And the issue that analyze, look at all options, so that you don't eat fish and the bones at the same time. We should always take out the bones from the fish, so we all can appreciate your insight. If you come and be generalist, because it does appear like the only way to be a good analyst in this country of late is when you attack the ANC, and that is how it is done. I'm sure we can do better.
So, Paul, thank you for your call. I've listened to some of the analysts who have spoken on this, and not all of them, obviously. I mean, at the moment, I'm watching a number of platforms because I want to get as wide a view of things as possible. But the thing about analysts is that you're never going to find an analyst who's not subjective. By the nature of their work, they have to be subjective. They based on their studied opinion, take a stance on something. So they study, they gather a set of skills, and they use those skills to analyze, and their analysis leads them to a conclusion. And so they're always going to be subjective. And sometimes their subjectivity, well, you won't agree with the outcome of that. And then you'll have other analysts who look at the same set of facts and analyze them and have a very, very different point of view. But that's why we get a spread of analysts, so that you can listen to them all and you can decide, what works for you and what doesn't. And you can maybe revisit your opinions or criticize theirs, whatever the case may be, based on what it is that you know. But you're not going to find analysts who are not subjective. They all have opinions on things. They're trained to be that way. So yeah, just expect more of that from any of the analysts that we interview. Alba in Sky City, good morning to you. You want to talk about March and March?
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it, Alba.
Yes, when I look at March and March Operation Dodula, I think I might be wrong, but I think the activism, most of the time, the people who are anti-Africans, I wouldn't say it's xenophobic, it's Afrophobia or anti-Africans. They are so very busy towards elections, almost all the time. Towards elections, they start to be very active. And there are people who are funding them anonymously. And I believe that those who are funding them anonymously, they've got ulterior motives, because I believe that they are promoting a black-on-black violence, because I don't think they're xenophobic, they're Afrophobic. So in Africa, it's only blacks. So they promote black-on-black violence. That is why I believe that if there was somebody who gonna show us who is funding those organizations, you'll find that those people, they've got ulterior motives. Yes, they might be, these organizations, they've got a genuine concern. It's a huge concern. Yeah. I do agree with them. But the way they go about it, I don't think it's about being xenophobic. But for me, it's Afrophobic. And it promotes black-on-black violence. Well, and people who are funding them, the reason they go anonymously is because they've got ulterior motives.
Interesting call there, Alba. Thank you very much for that. I mean, I have no evidence of that, and I don't know who's funding them. So it's difficult for me to respond to that. But I think it's something that we've all become aware of, right? When we see an organization at work now in the public domain, we often do look at funders, because the positionality of the funders actually matters in cases like this. And Alba, I do agree with you that if one wants to act, one must act within the law, right? You can't simply just pitch up somewhere and yourself as an ordinary citizen prevent other people from moving around, whether they are migrants or whomever it is. The authorities need to intervene. The authorities are the ones who need to apply the law in this situation. Alba, thank you for that. Mbambi in Cape Town, you want to talk about the president, Mbambi. What's your take on this issue?
Hey, it's me, Fix. I just decided to come by my surname because of fear that you might not take my call. Actually, the reason I'm calling...
No, listen, you never have to worry about that. I just want to tell you, we take calls from everybody on this show. There is no censorship on this show. Now, everybody's welcome.
I hear you and I trust you. Let me just firstly respond to this previous caller. Mm-hmm. This guy is not being affected by drugs sold by black Nigerians to our black children. There are mostly victims of drugs almost every day. We have new recruits to drugs almost every day. Let me start by saying I lost my son.
I'm so sorry.
During the course of 2021 in a shooting incident in Nyanga, and I hear that it was a drug-related issue. And then just 2-3 months after, I lost a brother in the Eastern Cape who was shot because he was selling drugs, in which was in support of it. Yes. And I was very angry to learn that no one was selling drugs. Mm-hmm. And it's been used by Nigerians. And then just last year, we lost a boy in the Port St. John's who was also selling drugs. He was killed by police. He was selling drugs. He's young fellow who is what's called a son to my other brother, who is actually based in Port St. John's. So the guy is talking nonsense. We are being fed by drugs, or our children being fed by drugs by people that are actually claiming to be our brothers. We have children that actually died because of poison, killed by the very same black Africans. So this guy is talking nonsense, man. I'm sorry about that language. Now, let me just come to the issue of the president, man. The president is undermining us as South Africans. The president is not saving us as South Africans. The president is actually saving the illegals. This president has done nothing for us as South Africans in this country ever since he took over the presidency. I guess 9-10 years back, nothing, absolutely nothing. The parliament, man, is failing, not just only the parliament, the national parliament, but the parliament in talking about the issue of portfolio committees. Portfolio committees on justice, portfolio committees on police, mostly all the portfolio committees are actually failing because with the issue that was actually mentioned by Nkatla Mkhwanazi on the national radio, I guess 6 July last year, those issues were raised by a couple of people like myself, like Patricia and other people, that the police were actually in cahoots working with courts, protecting the criminals and unlawfully prosecuting people like myself that are actually exposing the wrong that is actually done mostly by the SAPS. Man. So the parliament, the whole parliament, I'm talking about the chairpersons of the portfolio committees, now the current ones, they are a failure. The parliament itself, it's a mess, man. Thank you guys for taking the call.
Thank you for talking to us, Mbambi. I don't know, I'm very careful about wanting to say everybody is exactly the same. Parliament has failed completely. The president has failed completely. Even with the leaders we're not particularly fond of, and who don't have a great reputation, you still see sort of patches in their history and their record of things that they have done correctly. But I do believe that we've got to look at this issue of Parliament and how it acts on behalf of us as citizens, because Parliament is elected. Right, we essentially, we're not directly electing them, but we are, by way of vote, by way of the electoral system we have, they're our public representatives, and if they are not working for us, we've got to do something. We've got to do something very deliberate about placing people in those positions who are going to represent us well. And it's a question that I'm going to raise when we speak to Cameron Dugmore. He's actually an ANC MP. I want to ask him about that because I think South Africans feel very let down by Parliament. You see these flashes of brilliance where they do great work, like the ad hoc committee and certain other examples of that. But by and large, you don't hear people saying, I feel that Parliament is really working for me. Let's take a last call. Siyabulele from Gugulethu. Good morning to you. What's your take on the Cyril Ramaphosa saga?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Siyabulele. Go for it.
Okay, my name is Siyabulele Trenglan in Gugulethu. I think the president last night he did a great thing to not to resign to be a president of South Africa. Because those parties who go to court and say he must resign, or they write a letter to the spokesperson of Parliament, Mama Togo Didiza, is the parties, the leaders that they are against him since the day one is the president of the ANC. Is the parties that they say they are not going to be the part of the GNU because of the president of if the Mr. Ramaphosa is still the president of the ANC. So to me, this thing is just about the political issues, personal issues, about the revenge, about them. They are not happy about to leave the ANC. Some of them, the other opposition leaders. To me, do the great job not to resign because they are not doing for the poor, for us. They are just doing for themselves because there is personal issues between them and President Ramaphosa. It's good that every time we have the president here, some people who are from the ANC, okay, from the former President Mbeki, inside fighting in the ANC. We are here today of the ANC, of the people who from the ANC. So it's like here in South Africa, just like a hula hoop. Just don't forget you owe me big times. So some of the parties in South Africa, they live in pay time.
Okay.
Don't forget you owe me big times. So
Siyabulele,
it's good.
we're going to leave it there, but thank you very much for expressing your opinion on that. And Siyabulele saying to us he's very happy that the president has not resigned. One of you says on the WhatsApp line, "Good morning, SAFM. I just hear you say citizens can't take law unto themselves. What if the authorities are failing, like is happening in this country? Are you talking from a position of privilege, suggesting that as citizens we must just sit and watch whatever happened to active citizenry?" So there's a difference between active citizenry and vigilantism. And whether I'm in a position of privilege or whether I'm not, because a lot of you have been sending those types of messages saying, "Oh, Kathy, sit this one out. SAFM presenters, don't talk about this. You talk from a position of privilege." The law is the law for everyone, right? And while one can be really sympathetic to what is happening on the ground, I really feel for the people who are struggling to get jobs, struggling to access healthcare, struggling to access education and the like. I know that life is tough down there, right? Having said that, you cannot take the law into your own hands as a vigilante. Active citizenry means using the systems that have been put in place to maintain law and order in the country and to maintain justice, social justice in particular in the country. And absolutely, if the government fails you, march to the union buildings, use the ballot box, use every legal means at your disposal to be an active citizen, because that's what we want. We want a thriving democracy, and we want citizens who are part of this democracy. We don't want an apathetic citizenry at all. But having said that, to break the law, under the guise of upholding the law, think of how contradictory that is. It just doesn't make any sense at all. One of you says you are disappointed in Ramaphosa.
Good morning. I am DK Apan from Mpumalanga. You see, I have a problem with the decision of the president to review the report after more than 2 years or 3 years. Remember, the fact that the parliament did not adopt the report doesn't mean the report ceased to exist. The report was always there. The president missed the opportunity to take the report on review. The fact that the parliament did not adopt the report did not preclude the president from reviewing the report. The report was always there. But the president failed to take that opportunity to take the report on review. Now that the Concord has instructed the parliament to consider the report, now the president wants to take the report on review, which he failed to do so for more than 3 years. I don't see him succeeding on this one legally. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to get clarity on that for you, because we know the president did actually try to take the report on review before and wasn't given permission to go to the Constitutional Court with it. So when we speak to Richard Calland, I will ask for clarity on that so we know exactly what the president has done and hasn't done and why he didn't do it, and whether he had good reason to do it, or he just decided, well, I'm off the hook now and this is why I can let this report rest. I'm not going to take it on judicial review. But I will get clarity for you on that, because it is going to be a point of contention. Many opposition parties have raised it already and asked, why hasn't he already taken this on review? He had the opportunity to do it, and now he's just doing it to buy time. So it's a very, very valid question indeed, and we will raise that with the experts as we speak to them during the course of the show. 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Anne is standing by with your latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers says all roads leading to Rawsonville and Worcester in the Boerland have been closed due to a mudslide near the Detroit's Kloof Lodge. President Cyril Ramaphosa says he remains committed to serving the people of South Africa. Ramaphosa.
Chair, today we have Warrant Officer Mahane. Mahane, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Warrant Officer Mahane. Thank you.
Chair, if you can swear the witness in, he has...
I'm told your mic was off. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, Chair, the witness will take an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Warrant Officer.
Yes, Chair, today we are continuing on the stream.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Musigiri. Please switch on both mics and pull them as close to you as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, today we are continuing on a stream of drug busts in Ayrton. Yesterday we had a witness, Colonel Stein, giving an overview of what transpired at that drug bust. Evidently, Chair, you would have heard that Colonel Stein arrived at 1 o'clock, which was towards the tail end of that drug bust. So who we have today, Chair, is Warrant Officer Mahane, who was right at the beginning when the tip-off was given to attend to the drug bust. Is that correct, Warrant?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then a bit of housekeeping, Warrant. You should have with you 3 white files. Can you confirm that?
No, I only have 2.
Okay, then the third one will be provided to you. For now, focus on the smaller of the 2 files you have. It should say...
I think you're talking about this one.
That's the one with your name, yes.
Thank you.
If you open the first page, you will see that it says Statement of Warrant Officer Marumo Joseph Mahane. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And it says that your statement is 13 pages, and if you go to the last page of that document, you'll see that there's a signature. Can you confirm that that is your signature?
On page 12, I can confirm that this is my signature.
Okay, use the number on top. So it will say 12 at the bottom, but use the number on top that will say 13.
Okay, I see,
do you
Commissioner.
See that?
I can see it, Commissioners.
Yes. Thank you so much. And you have at least considered and read the contents of your statements.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you stand by it.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you then. Warrant, I want you to go through your statement. Take your time. Firstly, I would want you to assist the Commission in a number of documents and probably in some of the presentation. Your name has come across with different spelling and pronunciations, from Mohana to Mohano to Mahana, and here it's written Mahane. Can you just clarify so that we know we're speaking of one and the same a person in these proceedings?
Thank you, Commissioners. When I first applied for my identity document, it was back then in 1991. My surname was wrong spelled as Mohana. So I recently rectified my surname to Mahane as it appears here. So when the incident took place in 2021, my surname was still written as Mohana. So that's why you'll see now it appears as Mahane, which is the correct one.
But for all intents and purposes, at least we're talking about one and the same person.
Mahane.
Yes, thank you.
Marumo Joseph Mahane.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes. Warrant, can we then go through your statement? You will be provided with a third file when it's an opportune time to do so. But for now, let's focus on the file in front of you. Can you start with, probably for the record again, put your name on the record, and then you can take it from paragraph 1 on your statement.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I am Marumo Joseph Mahane, state under oath in English.
I'm an adult male, age 56 years, born on the 2nd February 1970. I'm employed as a police officer stationed at Zonkizizwe Subs, and currently attached to SAIMEC office since the 1st January 2005. I then joined the South African Police Services on the 5th October 1988 as a student constable. I attended my basic training in Pretoria West Police Academy and completed my basic training on the 12th November 1999. I then worked at Alberton Visible Policing, which is also known as VISPOL, until the 30th June 2003. I then took a transfer to Alberton Detectives from the 1st August 2003 until the 30th December 2004. I got promoted to the rank of a senior constable at Zonkizizwe Crime Prevention. I was then transferred to CIO, which stands for Crime Information Office, currently known as SAIMEC, which also means Crime Information Management Analysis Center, from the 1st of September 2005 until current. I got...
Please explain, what exactly does that entity within SAPS do?
Commissioners, this is an entity that is responsible for our crime stats. The stats that are released quarterly, they are our custodians.
Oh, okay.
We are responsible for that. So we compile them, then escalate them to the cluster level. Then from the cluster, they will be consolidated and sent to province.
Oh, okay.
That until it reaches the national office. Okay. And we...
So you do not do any investigative work?
No, I don't do any investigative work.
Searches and seizures?
I do.
Okay.
I'm also operational.
All right, please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, before you continue, you say CIO stands for what?
Yeah, it was then, back then it was named CIO.
Which is what? What is the full name?
Crime Information Office. But it's the same entity. I got promoted to a rank of a sergeant on the 1st April 2007. I was again promoted to the rank of warrant officer on the 1st March 2019, which is the rank that I'm currently holding. I'm currently a commander of SAIMEC office, and my duties are as follows. To supervise members and monitor data integrity at the station. To disseminate analysis product information to the...
Sorry. Under 3.1, is this all members or members attached to SAIMEC?
The members that falls under my component.
All right.
Yes, but let me just I'm only alone, but we are actually supposed to be 3. So I'm supervising myself. To disseminate analysis product information to the relevant role players, to conduct environmental scannings at hotspots, take photographs of relevant features identified as factors contributing to our crime.
What does it mean, or what do you do to conduct environmental scanning at hotspots?
Commissioners, this talks to visiting spots that are highly hit by crime, where prevalent crimes are happening. So I must visit those spots, ascertain what are the causative factors, and so that when and advise the operational manager as to where to focus and maybe give more information as to what are the causative factors. Interview complainant, witnesses, victims of a crime that has been reported.
Can you please explain how that fits in within what I understand SAIMEC to be?
I beg yours, Commissioner?
As I understand it, mainly this is about statistics. Fine, there's the bit that you've explained to Commissioner Baloyi just now. But you say interview complainants, witnesses, victims of a crime reported. I don't quite understand how that fits in within the broader scheme of your functions. Especially, for example, you said you do not investigate. So I'm just trying to understand what the context would be for you to interview complainants, witnesses, victims.
Isn't it, Commissioners, when a complainant reports a case, there are some of the information that maybe they might lose when the statement is taken. So that also boils back to me so that I can get a full information. Because in any event, I'll need to go maybe visit the crime scene and stuff like that.
I'm still not sure that I understand. There will be an investigator, will there not be? And how do you fit in?
Commissioners,
and I would imagine some statements will have been taken by officers at the CSC when a complainant comes to report a crime. And then an investigator is appointed, the investigator will take more statements. So I'm trying to understand where you fit in.
That's correct.
How do you also get to take statements?
Commissioners, like, I'll give an example in a case of a hijacking. A complainant will come to the CSC. Then, after reporting the case, the same complainant will be referred to my office so that I can get more information. Because some complainants, they tend to lie. So our office is to ascertain whether the crime that has been committed is the one that is going to be captured, or the crime it must be captured on the system to make sure that the statement, the A1 statement, which is made by the complainant, and my interview are the same. Because sometimes you get a complainant saying that he was hijacked at a certain spot. But when you drill deep into that information, find that that person was never hijacked. Instead, maybe he handed over the car to someone else. So that is the duties that I do.
Oh, please continue. Thank you.
Can I just ask, Warrant, in performing any of these tasks, do you get to be involved in attending an active crime scene to perform any of these tasks that you're referring to, or some of them?
Yes, I do. I'm operational. I'm also getting danger allowance, which is only paid to operational members. If you are office bound, you don't get such an allowance.
You are using this term of being operational for the second time now. What exactly do you mean by that? And thus far, the idea that one has is that you are responsible for statistics. How do you get to be out there? How do you get to be exposed to danger to even get this danger allowance? And how do you come to call yourself operational?
Because
what operations outside of looking after the states?
suppose when I'm doing observation are done outside. Maybe I'm there and I see something that maybe a crime is being committed, so I must act. In that sense, I'm operational, and besides, I'm not confined. These duties that I'm doing, they don't limit me for being being involved in other operations at the station.
So it would be incidental. It's not something that you do every day.
No.
It would be incidental. You happen to be out there. For example, you told us that you will visit hotspots to establish what the causes of crime are and so on. And then something comes up and you say,
that's correct.
Yeah, criminal activity manifests. Then you say you will attend to that.
That's
so
correct.
It's in that context that I say, so for you, this is purely incidental. It's not that it's something that you do on a day-to-day basis.
But the environmental scanning, I'm required to do that
Yes,
on a daily basis.
I get that. But then something happens. Some crime is committed, you become aware of it, and then you get involved. That's what I'm saying is incidental.
That's correct.
It's not your day-to-day work.
No, I'm not every day be outside and doing crime prevention duties and no.
And being at crime scenes generally, that too would be incidental. It's not your day-to-day work.
It's part of my daily duties.
How so?
Because this is required that I give feedback. I give feedback to the station commander, even if there's no crime that is prevalent at a certain spot. But I must drive around and see if there are no new features that might end up maybe giving opportunity to criminals.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps lastly on that score, Warrant Officer, specifically when coming to this case, do you have any experience where you have encountered or you had to work with what we call drug busts prior to the incident that we want to talk about today?
No, prior to that, the only thing that I did, information was about Taha, not specifically drugs.
All right.
The only thing that you did was what? To gather information. You said something about information?
I'm saying I was involved in a Taha bust.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you were part of the team that carried out the bust?
Yes, the
Taha
bust. Not drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Warrant, let's pick it up at paragraph 4. If you've gone through, no wait, just go back. You haven't listed all your responsibilities. I'm ahead of myself.
Interview suspect arrested for serious crimes for more information. Compile profiles of suspect arrested for serious crimes. Compile monthly, quarterly, semester, and annual crime statistics reports in comparison with the same period for the previous year. To conduct briefing and debriefing of shifts members. To compile reasons for the crime and the shift displayment of crime document. To compile linkages, association analysis based on the metrics, profiles, and other information.
Just for the transcript, the word there was displacement. All right, please continue.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Then you can go to paragraph 4 on page 3.
Please, Warrant Officer, you don't have to read the cell number in paragraph 4, so you can just mention who contacted you.
Thank you,
don't have to
Commissioner.
read the cell number.
It was on Friday, the 9th of July, 2021, at approximately 06:25 a.m. when I received a call from Chief Samuel Mashaba. Chief Samuel Mashaba works at Gauteng Traffic Police and holds the rank of a Deputy Chief Director. Chief Mashaba called me regarding information about a truck which was allegedly carrying or transporting drugs. He was asking me for assistance or manpower, so to say, in order to follow that information. According to his information, the alleged truck was somewhere around Rodikop, next to Leondale area, which falls under Alberton SAPS. I told Chief Mashaba that I was still busy at my station, at Zonkizizwe, so I was not able to assist him immediately. But I promised him to try some members that I know from. I promised him that I'll try some members that I know from Dock Unit. In this regard, I called Sergeant Maja from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department Dock Unit, which is EMPD K9. But he unfortunately told me that he was sleeping as he worked a night shift the previous night. I then called Chief Mashaba back to give feedback from Sergeant Maja. Commissioners, please, can I take one step back?
Yes.
I just want to rectify this. Sergeant Maja is not from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan K9. He's from SAPS. SAPS Ekurhuleni K9.
K9, okay.
Yeah.
Still okay, okay.
Yeah, not Ekurhuleni Metropolis.
Can you then, just before you proceed, can you maybe explain to the Commission your relationship with Chief Mashaba? Did you know him prior to this incident?
Yes, I met Chief Mashaba through a colleague of mine. I would simply say Mashaba, it's an acquaintance person. We were not friends, but we used to meet maybe when there's a party, but I met him through a former colleague. That's how I knew him.
Have you worked together with him?
Prior
to the incident of the 9th?
No, we didn't. I then...
just before you proceed, just going back to understand the context of the call that you received on paragraph 4. You say that he called you informing you about a truck transporting or carrying drugs and asking you for assistance or / manpower in order to follow up that information. What did you understand by manpower, warrant officer?
Manpower, he actually wanted other members to come and assist him. He requested other police officers to come and assist him, and because he was alone.
Given that it's drug-related and we have explored your experience, did it not occur to you perhaps to say to him, you can not assist, but you will seek someone who might assist?
Like I said, I called Sergeant Maja, who is working with drugs. He's actually on drug unit.
Yes, apart from Maja, did you call? Sorry. Apart from Maja, who was not available, maybe let's go back. Did you understand him to be asking you to come, or for you to seek or to source manpower, or was it both?
No, he was also asking me to come and assist. if I'm available.
Warrant Officer, let me first understand. You said Maja is subs Ekurhuleni. I thought subs was per station, as in subs boys and subs Zonke Zizwe for Slurus. What do you mean?
Ekurhuleni cluster.
It doesn't belong to a station.
No, it belongs to K9 at Ekurhuleni.
Okay. And then you say he was also drug unit.
Yes.
He was K9. Can you just explain how he is dog unit and K9?
No, the dog that is handling specialized on drugs. Isn't it these drugs, these dogs differs. You get dogs for DNA.
Yes.
And then you get dogs for tracing. Then you get dogs for drugs.
So within K9, there's a drug unit, there's a DNA unit, or they're just K9 and with different dogs of different specialties? Which one is it?
My understanding will be that this is K9, but you get someone who's specializing with, who's handling a dog that's specializing in DNAs, then with tracking of suspect, tracking of firearms, and
yes. So that person is dog unit.
He falls
in dog unit.
unit.
They're not in the drug unit. They're in the dog unit.
No.
K9.
It's a K9.
Yes, thank you. And then, and maybe lastly, when Chief Mashaba calls you, I just want to clarify at this point. It's really clarification questions. When he calls you for assistance with manpower, you say, that's what
That's
he
correct,
said.
Commissioner.
That kind of request to you, where does it fall in the list of your functions in paragraph 3? Where do we locate it?
Like I'm saying, if commissioners, there's a need for me to work outside, I do that.
You have listed from 3.1 to 3.10 what your job entails.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you've also explained that if you happen to be, say, for example, you are doing environmental scanning,
That's
and
correct.
a crime happens, then you can deal with it.
That's correct.
And I understood you to also be saying to the chairperson that when you are at a scene, you may talk to a witness or to a victim. So I understand those functions in 3.1. All I'm asking is the kind of request that came to you from Chief Mashaba that he needs assistance from you with a drug bust. Where in paragraph 3 would it fall? If it doesn't, you can say it's not one of those.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't fall under
right.
paragraph 3.
Okay, thank you.
Warren, just lastly on that one, that is on your call with Chief Mashaba. When you received the call, where were you?
When I received the call, I was at the station visiting the station as a duty officer. I was visiting the on and off parade. Like when the night shift changes, where as a duty officer, you are sometimes expected to inspect whether everything is in line with the operations.
Okay, thank you. I suppose the question then, if you're already at the station and you have this request, was there no one else at your station that you could ask to attend to this query by Mashaba?
No. It was early in the morning, and the CSC members are only allowed to work within the jurisdiction or the precinct of Zonke Zizwe. So when Mashaba was asking this assistant, he was at Londale, which falls under Alberton.
Okay, let's proceed to paragraph 6.
I told Chief Mashaba that I would call him in 30 minutes just to check if he still needs assistance. And indeed, I called him again and he told me he was already at Lundale with his informant observing that place and requested me to come through and he sent me his location via WhatsApp. Upon my arrival at the said location, I met Chief Mashaba driving a gray VW Golf 7 and another gentleman unknown to me driving a charcoal BMW 7 Series. Both cars were parked next to each other. Chief Mashaba introduced me to that gentleman and he also introduced that gentleman to me. This man came to be known to me as Mr. Tumelo Nku. Chief Mashaba further requested Mr. Nku to further explain the information in details. After a detailed explanation of the information, Mr. Nku, Chief Mashaba, and I decided to go inside. Commissioners, I think here the statement. It's only me and Chief Mashaba who went to that truck stop, not Mr. Nku. Mr. Nku was left behind.
That's
It
what
says
said.
it says exactly
It does
that.
accord, yeah.
After a detailed explanation of the Mr. Nku, Chief Mashaba,
By Mr. Nku. Then Chief Mashaba and you decided to go inside.
Okay.
Just the two of you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Chief Mashaba and I decided to go inside the place where the truck was parked, which was not far from where our cars were parked. The name of that place, the name of that place where the truck was parked was Yellow Jersey Company.
Warrant officer, just stop there. The gray VW that Chief Mashaba was driving, was it a police vehicle or was it his private vehicle?
No, it was a police vehicle.
It was a police vehicle.
Yes.
And then let's just get the place right. You say it's in Rodikop.
Rodikop.
And Rodikop is this industrial area near Spruitview.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So it falls under Alberton.
It falls under Alberton area.
All right, thank you.
Before you continue, Warrant, can you just provide us with details as to what exactly you mean? You will see there when you say after a detailed explanation of the information. What information? What exact information did Nku and Mashaba give you?
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Nku explained to me that he have received information about a truck which arrived a night before, which was on Thursday the 8th. And according to the information,
Arrived where?
Arrived at Rodikop at Yellow Jersey. This truck was allegedly carrying trucks or transporting trucks. He also showed me the registration number and the number of that alleged container on his cell phone. Show me the picture of that container and the truck.
And was he the informant? You said when Mr. Mashaba called you, he was with his informant.
Yes, correct.
So was this informant Mr. Nku?
Mr. Nku, that's correct, Commissioners.
And did you ask where he received that information that you saw on the SMS?
No, I didn't ask that because it was going to be awkward. He's the informant of Mashaba. So the only relevant person which I can ask that it was Mr. Mashaba.
Did you then ask Mashaba?
Yes, I did.
Where did he say the source of that information?
Mr. Mashaba explained that Mr. Nku used to work at Transnet, so he still have information information about Transnet matters. That's what Mr. Mashaba told me.
What did you understand by that? Because he didn't mention Transnet. My understanding is that the Yellow Jersey company, that's the logistics company, transporting the cargo. What's the relevance of, did you follow up, what is the relevance of mentioning that he used to work for Transnet?
Transnet, I mean the containers that comes, Yellow Jersey was contracted to transport containers from the harbor to various places. So that is a Transnet harbor.
Did Mr. Nku or Mr. Mashaba say, and I'm asking Mr. Nku because in your statement, you do say that Mr. Nku, you say Mr. Mashaba further requested Mr. Nku to further explain the information to me in detail. So Mr. Nku did explain to you.
He did explain.
Did he say to you he got this information from Transnet?
No.
I'm trying to understand what his experience or his past employment with Transnet and still knowing things about Transnet, what that has to do with the kind of information that he's giving you.
Commissioners, I didn't go deep into getting more information from Mr. Nku as to how is he getting this information because he was no longer working at Transnet.
Did he say to you how he got the registration number, whether him or Chief Mashaba, how Mr. Nku got how and where he got the registration number of the truck that you say he showed you?
Commissioners, I'll be honest, I didn't go deep. I didn't interrogate that information further. But all what, according to the information that he was given to me, I then assumed that he got it maybe through his source or in whatever way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's proceed to paragraph 8, Warrant Officer.
We proceeded to the Yellow Jersey company using Mashaba's vehicle and stopped at the security gate. I introduced ourselves and the reason for our visit at the premises. The security guards then referred us...
Just before that, please explain the introduction. How did you introduce yourselves? By name, by work position, or what?
We introduced ourselves by showing them our appointment cards, and we also told them that we are from the police.
So both of you showed your cards?
No, it's only me who produced.
You did?
Yes.
And then about Mr. Mashaba?
Mashaba, he didn't...
No, you said you did the introductions. What did you say about Mr. Mashaba?
No, I said, I introduced myself as a member of SAPS.
Yes.
Yes. Then Mashaba also is from traffic.
He introduced himself?
Yes.
Oh, all right, okay.
And at this point, when you get there and you do these introductions, who's in charge? Who's the owner of this thing that you and Mashaba are doing now? Who's the in charge?
Mr. Mashaba. He was the senior.
So he's in charge?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Before you proceed, just to understand your answer to the chair, you say you both introduced yourselves, but only you showed your appointment card. Is that correct?
I can't remember very well, but Mashaba also, I think Mashaba also, I'm not too sure, But that is protocol.
But what you are sure is that you did.
Yes, I did.
But with Mashaba, you cannot confirm.
I can't confirm.
Certainty.
I can't confirm.
Okay, now proceed.
The security guards?
Commissioners?
Continue. The security guards then
The security guards then referred us to their manager inside the offices. We found a male person by the name of Ardach, who confirmed that he was the manager of that place. We then introduced ourselves to him as protocol and explained the reason for our presence at the premises.
What did you mean by protocol? When you said you were protocol, what did you mean by that?
As required when you enter when you enter a premises, you must introduce yourself if you as a police and the reason for your visit.
I understand you saying that we are police. I'm from SAPS, and he's from
traffic.
From the traffic police. I understand that, but here that's not what you said. You said you were protocol. What did you mean when you said you were protocol?
I mean, as protocol, that is a requirement, maybe if I may put it that way.
Or do you mean we introduced ourselves as is required by protocol?
That's correct. That's what I was trying.
Yeah, that's not what it says. It says you introduced yourselves as protocol. So I read it to mean that you were saying you are protocol.
We introduced ourselves to him as protocol. Maybe.
No, I understand. Let's.
And explain the reason for our presence at the premises. We explained to him that we were following information about one of their trucks which was carrying a container from Durban, and that according to the information at our disposal, the container was carrying drugs, but we are not sure about the quantity of those drugs. Mr. Hardach explained that he does not know the contents of the container, and we requested him to open the container. But he pleaded with us to at least follow or escort the truck to the custom so that we can open it in front of the owner of the merchandise inside the container.
So when you made the request that the truck should be opened or the container should be opened, was your intention to then search the container?
Yes, if he gave consent, we were going.
And if you indeed found drugs, would you then have seized the drugs? Was that your intention?
No. We were going to phone all the relevant role players to come and process the scene.
Who are the relevant role players that you would have called?
We were going to source assistance from DPCI, national office, because there are people, anyone who was relevant and available.
No, I would like you to be more specific. You say all the relevant role players, so you must have had either units or people in mind. So you've started by saying DPCI. When you say national office, you mean head office of the SAPS or of the traffic? Because this is Mr. Mashaba.
Of SAPS.
This is Chief Mashaba's operation. Remember, I asked you earlier, you said he was in charge.
He was, yes.
Okay, so you would have called national SAPS.
National SAPS, that's correct, and DPCI.
Those two, that's what you mean when you say all the role players?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just explain to me more fully, if the container had been opened there and then, what exactly would you have done? Would you have...
We were going to cordon the scene.
Sorry?
We were going to cordon the scene. To cordon off.
Now the container is open. What do you do with the open container?
if that exhibit or if those drugs were found. We were going to call.
And how exactly would you establish that there were drugs inside?
Commissioners, because
assuming that everything was wrapped up and you don't open and you immediately see drugs, everything is nicely wrapped up. In wrapping, that's not even transparent. What would you have done?
We would have called a K9 or other people who have experience in this field.
So I was saying you would have opened for no reason at all then?
Commissioner?
I was saying you would have opened for no reason at all if you would have just opened and then called for K9 without doing anything further.
No, we were going to wait for them to come in.
But why open then?
To verify the information.
Verify how? You say, I've just said to you, now you have an open container and you have a lot of material in there, but all nicely wrapped up, and you cannot see what is inside. Then what do? You say what you are going to do is to call K9.
To come and...
Yes, my question then is why open in the first place? If all you are going to do is to then call K9 and do nothing whatsoever, why open in the first place?
Commissioner, after opening the container, we were going to source relevant Canaan people to come in.
So you yourselves would do nothing. The container would be opened, you would just stand there, look, and then call K9.
Commissioners, if those people who were, they will say this one belong to us, this one we don't know. Or the Canaan people will come and verify.
All right, I'll continue.
We explained to him that we were following information about one of their trucks, which was carrying a container from Devon, and that, according to the information at our disposal, the container was carrying drugs, but we are not sure about the quantity of those drugs. Mr. Hardak explained that he does not know the contents of the container, and we requested him to open the container, but he pleaded with us to at least follow or escort the truck to the customer so that we can open it in front of the owner of the merchandise. This seemed like a reasonable request, and we agreed to the suggestion. I also suggest that Mr. Hardak can also send their security personnel to accompany us to make sure the truck reaches its destination safely, and he agreed.
Your informant, you obviously believed him. That's why you go to all these lengths about there being drugs.
That's correct.
In that container. Why do you allow this truck to get on the road when you're possessed with information that says there's illicit drugs in that truck? Well, why do you remove the truck from where it is parked and it has drugs in it? How did you think about it?
Because you see, the owner of that premises actually was not giving us a concern to open the container, as he was not the owner. So we fell into that trap that no, at least let's follow this container to its destination, so that maybe upon its destination, then the owner maybe can give us a permission to search, because we were not having a search warrant.
All right.
Can I ask you, Warrant? as Commissioner Malloy indicated, you had at least reasonable belief that there is suspicious material contained in that cargo. What I'm trying to understand, first of all, when you say we agreed to the suggestion that this truck be escorted, when you say we, did you agree personally to the idea?
That's correct. I did agree with.
And then my question is, what was stopping you from saying, call the intended customer, we are cordoning off this area, let him or her or them come here because this is a crime scene, because of your reasonable suspicion? Was it not something that you could have at least reasonably done?
Information only become positive when we have verified. Sometimes information can be false. So we were trying to minimize a situation whereby we will find ourselves have opened the container and find nothing.
But if you found nothing, that would have been the end of the matter, is it not?
I beg your Commissioner?
If you opened and you found nothing, that would have been the end of the matter.
But
and there was nothing inside.
Some people will take you on. You get civil claims, and because we were not having a search warrant. So Section 22 gives a provision that if you've got a reasonable suspicion and you want to search the premises, if the owner of the premises is not giving consent, then you are going to see with the problem.
What do you do normally if the owner of the premises doesn't give you permission to search?
We then apply for a search warrant, if that's an option.
And why was that not done here? Because the truck is parked, you have your eyes on it, it's not going anywhere. Why didn't you consider applying for a warrant then, now that the Mr. Haddock is not giving you permission to open?
No, Commissioners, I think it was an oversight from us because his suggestion for us to follow the truck up until to its end destination, we felt that at least we're getting a cooperation from him. That's why we decided to follow the truck up until to the destination.
Okay, thank you.
My difficulty, Warrant Officer, is that you have a reasonable suspicion to enter the premises, and the information you have about the truck number, the registration, it checks out because you find the container, you find the truck. But what seems to be happening is that you're moving from one potential crime scene and you're letting it move to another. And in this case, it has to be another jurisdiction even. Do you understand that difficulty?
I understand and I follow.
Yes. For example, I mean, were there any other trucks at Yellow Jersey parked in that yard?
That's correct. There were other trucks that were parked there.
So you see, my difficulty is that if you moved that truck as you did and you followed it to its destination, but you don't even know what other trucks could have contained, because had you brought in the entire team, including the sniffer dogs and whatever, they could have searched the entire premises. Do you follow that?
I follow, and I take that as an oversight from us.
And then when Mr. Haddock said to you, let's go to the customer, did he mention who the customer is to you guys?
Yes, he said this truck was destined for Ireton at Scania in Ireton.
And you knew where Ireton was?
Yes, I knew where Ireton was, but I didn't know the place where this, the place where Scania is located is.
So did you know at least the distance that you'll be traveling escorting this truck?
Yes, I know the distance was between 20 and 25 cases.
Yes. But do you also appreciate that, in fact, you might have put yourself and your colleague in danger by allowing a truck to go to another destination where they could call and say, we have company. And when you get in there, you are met with other things. Did you accept that there was?
I accept that, and I take this as, I don't take this, I take this as serious, and it definitely, if something might have happened, but God forbid it never happened. But there were possibilities.
And that possibility arises because you've already now told Mr. Haddock that there are drugs in this truck. That possibility that, in fact, you could potentially have ended up with these illicit drugs being taken by somebody else, because now you've shared the information that this truck is carrying drugs.
I agree with you, Commissioners.
You didn't consider that risk, that by moving this truck onto the road when you have now revealed to someone outside your circle that there are drugs in this truck, that you actually have created a risk that someone else might just take those drugs from you on the road.
Commissioners, I'll be honest with you, that we didn't think of, but possibilities, I don't rule out the possibilities of that happening.
Yeah, no, it's a possibility it didn't happen. I really we're more concerned about your own conduct and thought processes, how you thought and why you would have thought this is appropriate. Having disclosed already to the security at the gate that there's a truck that has drugs on it, you've now disclosed to Mr. Haddock in there, and then you deem it appropriate, and at this stage I'm not concerned about Chief Mashaba, we're talking about you SAPS, that you think it's appropriate. You didn't consider at all the risk of driving with those drugs in that truck.
At that time, Commissioner, I would say we didn't consider that as a risk.
All right, thank you.
I suppose on that score, Warrant Officer, is it something that you would consider to be an oversight, or it's something that you just did not have appreciation of the magnitude or situation that you were
Commissioner,
dealing with?
I'll consider it as an oversight, and for the fact that at least Mr. Harder gave us his option, another option of maybe searching the truck. But I don't know if I'm answering you.
I accept that. We can move on to paragraph 10.
We left the premises and followed the truck as agreed. I used my unmarked NP300 black buggy. Chief Mashaba and Mr. Nku followed in their respective cars. I also noticed that the yellow buggy from Yellow Jersey also followed us from a distance. Can I just make a correction? Before we left the premises, the Yellow Jersey premises, I left my numbers with Mr. Harder, and he actually gave me his numbers, then I gave him a missed call so that he can have my numbers.
Did Chief Mashaba do the same?
No, only me did that.
Why you? It's not your operation. Why are you the one that's giving Mr. Haddock your number and not Chief Mashaba? It's not a SAPS operation, you've told us. It's
Yes.
a traffic department operation.
But for a mere fact that I was also part of that, I felt that I can just leave my numbers because we are a team, we are together.
All right.
Just on that score, before you proceed with paragraph 11, is there any reason why you allowed the informant, Mr. Nku, to follow you?
Before we left, we went to our different cars. So we drove together. In my understanding, I thought maybe Mr. Nku, along the way, will take another, because we were now following the track to another destination.
And
that was not discussed whether Mr. Nku will be part of us or will follow us.
And you will accept, at least for a moment, that it's not ideal for an informant, especially having given you the necessary information to be part of your contingent to a potential second crime scene.
I would explain this in this way. Sometimes informers give information to the police, and some policemen, even if the information was positive, they will say it was not positive. And in this instance also, when we arrived at Scania, I questioned this. I asked Mr. Mashaba, because Mr. Nku was now parked in the premises. He alluded to me that Nku had a previous experience whereby he gave information to the police, and they even if the information was positive, but they said it was negative.
But in your understanding that he had no business of being there?
Because he was not taking part. He was always seated in his car. And sometimes when we follow information, we'll drive with the informant, as long as the identity of the informant will be concealed.
But there's no concealment here. You go into a potential dangerous situation, which could be actually dangerous for him, who is a civilian. And you have obtained all the necessary information, or was there any other information you required from him?
No, according to his explanation, that was only that.
So when I say he had no business in being there, what's your comment?
I won't fully agree with you, commissioners, because, like I'm saying, it was because of his previous experience. Even though I would say it was at least dangerous for him, but as long as he is not partaking, that for me, it was not going to be a problem.
No, but you didn't know that. You didn't know his past experience. And I'm not sure how is that relevant, though.
But this is the explanation that I got from his handler, Chief Mashaba. And I wouldn't dictate for Mashaba to how he must handle his informant.
So you're deferring to Mr. Mashaba then?
Commissioners?
Are you relying on Mashaba then to say, because he said, because of his previous experience, that Mr. Nku wants to be there to make sure that this operation is a success? You will say it's because of Mr. Mashaba?
That's correct. I wouldn't have powers to say, Mr. Mashaba, tell your informant, because I suggested, we spoke about it. If he had problems, or if he shared the same sentiment with me, he would have said, maybe advise Mr. Nku not to be part of the operation, or not to be nearer to the place.
I suppose the question is, if you were in charge and of making the final decision, would you have had Mr. Ngude?
It's a very dicey question, but I think if the informant, if I was a handler and the informant was having such a concern, as long as he's safe and his identity is concealed, I was not gonna have any difficulty.
No, I'm not saying put propositions. I'm saying in the situation that you were in, you are not his handler, you're not aware of his previous discomforts. You know, it's a simple question to say, if you were in charge, would you have had him there in your position, no other propositions or possibilities?
I would have done the same.
Have him there?
As long as his concealment, his identity is concealed.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 11 then.
While in transit, I then started calling other members from different units for assistance, backup, including the following. I called Warrant Officer Chidi from Crime Intelligence Unit in Jamestown, but he told me that he is unable to make it as he was attending a funeral in Limpopo. I then called Brigadier Liwele from DPCI in Jamestown. Unfortunately, his phone was off. I then called Warrant Officer Pukungwane from Alberton CIS. Maybe I must explain this. CIS stands for Crime Investigation Services, which is the detectives. He also could not assist because he said he was not feeling well after taking a COVID-19 vaccine and therefore indisposed. He also indicated he is the one who gave Mr. Mashaba my contacts, as Chief Mashaba called him before calling me for assistance. So maybe to explain this, before Chief Mashaba called me, this is the person that he called first, Warrant Officer Pukungwane of Alberton. That is how, because I didn't even have Mashaba's number, Mashaba didn't even have my numbers. So he got my numbers from Warrant Officer Pukungwane. I then called Warrant Officer Pakula from National Investigation Unit, which is called NINO. Fortunately, he said he was available to assist, but he was still at home preparing himself for work. He requested me to call him again when this information is positive, and we agree on that. I then called my station commander, Lieutenant Colonel Risenga Albert Chauke, to report that I'm following an information with a member from Gauteng Traffic Police about a truck which is alleged to be carrying or transporting drugs to Ireton. He did not express any difficulty with what I was reporting, and he requested me to be update or provide him with a feedback on an opportunity time.
Warrant Officer, none of these people that you have listed, and starting with Maja when you got the call the first time, and here in paragraph 11, none of them is from your Zonke Zizwe police station. You've called people outside.
That's correct.
I assume you're not the only member of Zonke Zizwe. There are other capable SAPS members there.
To be honest with you, commissioners, at Zonke Zizwe at that time, because I left Zonke Zizwe at, I think, before 7.
Yes.
Other office members were not available. It's only a sector vehicle. And we're operating with only one vehicle for the complaints and CSC duties. Sorry about that.
So, well, my question was going to be, why did you not call anyone from Zonke Zizwe when you were making these calls? How come there's no one from your police station that you called, and then have them tell you I'm unavailable, I don't have a car, or they're not answering their phones. You've gone to everybody except anyone from your police station.
Yes, that because since I'm explaining that we only have one vehicle from Zonke which is doing sectors.
Yes.
So that I knew that even if I can call them, they wouldn't go with me because they will focus on doing CSC duties and attending to complaints around.
So at Zonke Zizwe, no one goes outside. Are you saying to us all the police at Zonke Zizwe police station, they work only inside?
No, detectives can.
Yes, so why did you not call one of them, or 3, 4, 5, whatever number you have, instead of calling people who say, I'm in a funeral in Limpopo, you called that person. How you choose them, you call DPCI, and then you call Pogungwane, who says, I'm not well, and when all of them are unavailable to you, you don't say, let me try one of, or 2 or 3 of my people in Zonke Zizwe. You are in a police car, so you could have given them a lift. You could have gone back to fetch them.
Yes,
because Chief Mashaba has the situation under control. Why did you not call your people?
That didn't cross my mind.
Okay. Thank you.
Were you focusing on any specialities, or were you just calling people at random?
I was calling people that I know that they will have a mandate, or they can work outside.
Were you calling people who have or were specializing in certain fields, or were you calling people at random?
I was calling people who, some of them are doing specializing, like Warrant Officer Chidi is from crime intelligence, so he can follow information. Then Brigadier Lewele, DPCI, he's the head of DPCI in Jamestown. So Warrant Officer Pukungwane is from Albertine. And I was calling people that I know they are always available, or that I've worked with them before.
So it was more a question of availability, according to your understanding, and not so much what they specialized in.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Warrant Officer, Mahani, just on that score, because you seem to be struggling to get hold of, from Chidi to even Pakula himself, he was not immediately available. Surely you could have just called 10-111 to get manpower. Did you try that?
No, I didn't. To be honest with you, I never thought of calling 10-111.
All right, let's proceed.
You knew or you know about, we've heard there's a SANEB in DPCI. You know anything about it?
I know, that's why I called Brigadier Lewel.
Is he in SANEB?
No, he's at serious anti-corruption.
Yes.
But because I didn't have numbers of a SANEB member at DPCI, so I was going to ask him to organize a SANEB. That was the whole idea of calling Brigadier Lewel.
Is he the only DPCI person that you
that
know?
I've had his number. That I had his number. Okay. I called Warrant Officer Pakula from National. Fortunately, he said he was available to assist, but he was still at home preparing himself for work. He requested me to call him again when this information is positive, and we agreed. Okay. We then followed the truck until we reached Ireton, Omnia Industrial Park, where the container was supposed to be delivered at Scania warehouse.
Warrant officer, just stop there. You are now in Johannesburg.
Right inside Johannesburg.
Yes, because Ireton is that industrial area next to the FNB Stadium.
That's
It's
correct,
about 2
Commissioner.
kilometers from the FNB Stadium. Now you are in Johannesburg jurisdiction. You've got Boyson's police station nearby. You've got Diepkloof, you've got Omonde, you've got Mondio, you've got central Johannesburg possibly. Even Lenesia. Lenesia is a bit off. Did you call any of those stations to say, we are people from Ekurhuleni, we are now going to be conducting a search operation in your area of jurisdiction. Please give us permission and support. I'll tell you why I'm asking this. We've heard from other witnesses in a different stream who said, because they were from Ekurhuleni, specifically EMPD, when they needed to come and conduct an operation within the Johannesburg area, they reported at the nearest police station to the station commander that we will be conducting an operation in your area. And they signed a book in that station. And that's how they were able to continue to conduct an operation. Now, in this case, you are now in Johannesburg. You are there to search and look for drugs. And you did not contact the police stations that are actually responsible for that area. Let me try and understand whether you contacted them, and if you did not, why you did not contact them.
No, I didn't contacted them.
Why did you not contact them?
Because already Warrant Officer Pakula, who also has a mandate to handle cases of drugs related and other high profile cases, agreed to say no, he's willing to come and assist.
But you say he was only willing to come and assist if the information was positive.
That's correct.
Meaning you would have had to open the container and establish that the information is positive before you called him.
That's correct.
Now, how were you going to open that container and, as the chair asked you earlier, verify that there are indeed drugs in that container? Because that's the only way you can verify that the information is positive and then call Pakula. But my main concern is the mere fact of you opening the container. It means you are conducting a search operation in the Joburg jurisdiction, and you are doing so without notifying the police stations that are responsible for that area.
True, commissioners.
And you did not even ask for backup. What if there was a shootout or something even more serious?
No, commissioners, if you follow information that is not violence related, sometimes we take things very easy. When Tutu calls, you tend to even forget that the so-called death. You just tell yourself that whatever happened, because we were not, if this thing was like a robbery or what we'd have called for backup.
But you're following a container that comes from a foreign country and landed at a port in Durban. And according to the information you have, it is carrying drugs. You don't consider that situation to be dangerous?
No.
Don't you think the owners of those drugs, assuming there were drugs in the container, would want to get hold of their drugs, and they would do anything to stop you from getting hold of them?
That was possible.
You didn't apply your mind to that at all?
No, I'll be honest with you. That never come to. It never come to that extent.
And this Nissan van you were driving in, I'm sorry to say, doesn't seem like a fast vehicle. It looks like one of those slow tortoise type vehicles that would take you forever to get anywhere.
Commissioners, you know, like I was alluding that when duty calls, sometimes you tend to forget about the dangers that you might face.
I would expect a trained policeman to be alert to those things.
That's correct. That's why we need a refresher course. Because I was at the college in 1998. The other basic things, we tend to forget them and we don't apply them anymore. I agree. It's a very important remark that the commissioner is making.
Also, it was not your area of function. You are a statistics person. It's simply not your area of function.
Commissioners, I would like to explain this. The CIMEC, or my duties as an analyst, doesn't confine me from doing other duties out of that scope. I only get rated for those that are on my those that are my primary duties, but I can still do other things which are out of that.
But from the answers you've given in response to my colleagues, Commissioners Baloyi and Kumalo, it's quite plain that you were at sea. You were lost as to what needed to be done. It's not your area, as I say.
I would agree.
And also, you said you go out of the office when you do the environmental assessments, and that you would then attend to whatever may arise incidentally whilst you happen to be out there doing your assigned duties. Do you remember that?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, do you agree that what you were doing here was not incidental? You left your office upon being called and you went to involve yourself in this operation. It's unlike what you told us earlier, which is being involved with something, if something happens incidentally. This was totally different. Do you agree?
Sorry to interject, sorry.
Do you agree?
I agree, but to explain this further, Commissioner.
I'm happy with the agreement, but you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. My primary duties, it does not confine me from doing other duties which are operational.
You see, we gave you an opportunity, we gave you latitude to explain what more you may do outside of the office, and you explained. And that had nothing to do with something like this, and you've just agreed that this had nothing to do with what you would ordinarily do outside of the office. You have already said so. So you cannot now try to bring this within the fold of what you can do outside of the office. Do you understand me?
I understand you, Commissioner.
Do you agree with me?
I agree.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to add that, in fact, your commander, in his statement, says your duties are office-bound. That's how he describes your duties. That is Chauke that you've referred to.
No, that's incorrect.
So your station commander doesn't understand your duties when he says, and I quote, "As a commander, I was not aware of the operation since the members' duties are office-bound, doing crime information management coordination for the station." That's what he says about your duties.
Like I'm saying, my station commander, I know he wouldn't give a positive statement about me. If I called him if he was not happy about this, he was supposed to stop me and say, you're not allowed to do that. Like I've got...
Forget what he was supposed to do. We're not talking about your station commander, what he did do or did not do. I'm following up on your discussion with the chairperson to say what you've agreed with the chairperson, in fact, finds further confirmation from your station commander who says your duties are office bound. That's all I was saying.
Can I say something, Commissioner? Like I say, I fully disagree with my station commander.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Warrant Officer Mahani. Let's proceed. I think we are about to enter the premises of Ayrton. You are at paragraph 12.
Okay, just Commissioner.
Had
13.
just read 12. Next one is 13.
Paragraph 12.
Move to 13.
At Scania, we found a person who introduced himself as Miss Jolene Wenzel, and that she was working at Scania as a warehouse supervisor, and she also confirmed that the container was carrying their staff from Brazil. Equally so, we...
Sorry, can I just understand something? The truck, who did it belong to? Was it a Scania truck? Was it a yellow jersey truck?
No, the truck, the container was a load for Scania.
Yes, I know.
Then the truck belongs to Yellow Jersey.
I see. Thank you.
Perhaps to assist there. So, Commissioner, Scania would have two components. They will have the truck department and the logistics where they transport. But in this case, they are the end user in that the truck by Yellow Jersey was carrying their so-called body parts. They call them the caps. Perhaps, Warrant Officer Mahani, let's go to...
Let me just finish my point and then you can clarify. I think what I was seeking to clarify is so the driver of the truck is in fact employed by Yellow Jersey, not by Scania.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all I needed to clarify. You can continue to clarify what you wanted to clarify.
Yes, perhaps go to paragraph 14 and we'll come back to the point that I wanted to assist you with in terms of the cargo.
Equally so, we introduced ourselves to her and explained the reason for our presence at the premises. We requested Mr. Wenzel and her colleagues to open the container so that we can verify the information. The container was open.
At that point, it's still Mr. Mashaba and you only. I understand the presence of Mr. Nku, but I'm referring to police.
It was still me.
Still
and
just the two of you.
That's correct.
All right.
The container was open.
And except for Mr. Pakula, you haven't called for anybody else at this point who is on their way.
Yes. During my conversation with Mr. Pakula, he said, even though it's not on my statement, he said he'll try to source other members from his unit.
Okay. And Mr. Pakula is based in Pretoria?
Yes, head office.
Okay, thank you.
The container was opened by one of their staff members, and to our surprise, as soon as the doors were open, some black bags started falling from the container, and others were trapped at the back of the container. I also found a seal which was inside a white plastic. The said seal had the same serial numbers as the seal that Scania employees has just broken when opening the container. I then inquired from Ms. Wenzel if this is how they receive their staff, but she said this was very strange and unusual.
What did you mean?
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, 3 suspects arrested on extortion charges in Mpumalanga, and a top U.S. prosecutor sues Netflix. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Members of the Organised Crime Unit in Mpumalanga have arrested 3 suspects aged between 46 and 60 on a charge of extortion. The suspects were arrested in the early hours of this morning, 2 in Gauteng and 1 in Mpumalanga. Among the arrested suspects is a taxi boss. Provincial Police spokesperson Mavela Masondo says their charges emanate from an over 2 million rand extortion case that was reported in Kwaggafontein last year.
They allegedly extorted money from a businessman who's in the mining industry. So our members from organized crime have been investigating this case since then. It was opened in November 2025. It's then that we decided that now we've got strong evidence that we can arrest the suspects. The 3 of them are expected to appear at Kwaggafontein Magistrate tomorrow. Yes, for now they are facing extortion, but we cannot rule out other charges.
The commander of the Crime Information Management and Analysis Center at the SAPS Zonkizizwe Police Station in Gauteng has taken the witness stand at the Matlanga Commission. Warrant Officer Marumo Mahane is testifying about the theft of illicit drugs in Ereton, south of Johannesburg in 2021. The Commission's hearing continued to focus on drug seizures by law enforcement agencies, as well as the handling and theft or disappearance of narcotics in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Mahane says his previous involvement was only in Dagga busts.
I don't do any investigative work.
Searches and seizures?
I do. I'm also operational.
On that score, warrant officer, specifically when coming to this case, do you have any experience where you have encountered or you had to work with what we call drug busts prior to the incident that we want to talk about today?
No, prior to that, the only thing that I did information was about Dagga, not specifically drugs.
A mudslide near Dudonskloof Lodge has led to the closure of roads leading to Rossonville and Worcester in the Barland. Humanitarian aid organisation Gift of the Givers spokesperson Ali Sable says the mudslide has caused the closure of the N1 highway in both directions.
All alternative routes into the area are currently inaccessible. Gift of the Givers will increase its operations today as the number of people impacted continues to rise into the thousands.
DA leader Jordan Hill-Lewis says President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to take the independent panel's report into the Phala matter on review should not be used to delay the work of Parliament. Hill-Lewis says the legal position should be clarified as quickly as possible. Ramaphosa emphasized that he would not resign over the Phala matter. In an address to the nation, the president insisted he had not stolen any public money, committed any crime or violated his oath of office. Hill-Lewis says Parliament also has some work to do.
Parliament should also now take urgent legal advice on the implications of this review, including whether the impeachment committee may and can proceed while the review is underway. Given the serious constitutional consequences, Parliament must take the South African people into its confidence by sharing that legal advice as soon as it is received. This matter must be handled lawfully, transparently, and with the constitutional seriousness it deserves.
The top prosecutor in the U.S. state of Texas, Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton, is suing Netflix. He is accusing the streaming platform of spying on Texans and collecting users' data without their knowledge or consent. The BBC's Sophie Glass-Ryan reports.
The lawsuit opens with the words, "When you watch Netflix, Netflix watches you." He has accused the company of earning billions of dollars every year by tracking users' viewing habits and other sensitive behavioural data, and then secretly selling this to advertisers. Furthermore, he alleges Netflix has designed its platform to be addictive. He wants the streaming giant to disable the autoplay function on children's profiles, which he says is intended to keep them watching for extended periods of time. A Netflix spokesperson, quoted in US media, said the lawsuit lacks merit, adding that the company complies with privacy and data protection laws.
Recapping the top story, members of the Organised Crime Unit in Mpumalanga have arrested 3 suspects aged between 46 and 60 on a charge of extortion. I'm Ondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday morning from 9 to 12.
Heading for 6 minutes past 11. We are into the third and final hour of our show, The Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph. We've been having important conversations, and I think we dealt with some of the really tough ones towards the beginning of the show. I hope some of the information that has come through to you from the people we've interviewed has given you a better perspective of what it means that the President is taking this panel report on review. One of the other issues we dealt with was licenses. I mean, the fact that many people are trying to write their learners licenses are failing en masse. We spoke to the Road Traffic Management Corporation, and they say that the Department of Transport is the entity that has actually designed the test, and therefore the problem may lie there. So we'll try to have a conversation with them. Coming up in this hour, though, we're looking at Africa's Travel in Durban. It's taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. Very exciting indeed. And what better place, I think, to hold it than Durban? Completely biased, of course, because it's my hometown. But I can tell you that we are going to be having a chat in a short while with an entity called Siavaya Tours that are operating in KwaZulu-Natal, and we'll find out a little bit more about what they do. And then we're also... I don't know how many of you have family members, or perhaps you yourself are going through this. Have you been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, or do you think you may have the symptoms of Parkinson's disease? I mean, they really do recommend that this is seen to as early as possible because, to be able to deal with it better, one needs to spot the symptoms earlier, and one needs to receive treatment a little bit earlier on. This is kind of close to my heart, this issue, because I had a very close relative of mine who died. Parkinson's was something that he lived with for a number of years, well over 20 years actually, and he managed it really well. But I know it's not easy for the patients themselves. It's not easy for their families. And if you have been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, or you suspect you may have Parkinson's, I'd love to hear from you. We're going to speak to an expert about this, and we're going to find out how it ought to be managed. Yes, there's medication, but medication is not the only factor. You can use medication as your core kind of treatment, and then it can be supplemented with other things as well. So we're going to find out all about that in just a short while. So let's kick off with some of your voice notes and your calls at this hour before we get to those stories. Aisha Uppington is on the line to us. Aisha, what are your thoughts on the license story?
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne, that previous speaker raised a critical point when he said that the industry the department doesn't consult with the industry. I think that must be dealt with. And then secondly, the children today cannot read for meaning. So how can they convolute questions when they know that?
That's a very good
all
question.
That I wanted to say.
Aisha, you raise a fantastic point there, because when I looked at that question, and I thought, especially if I were a second or third language speaker of English, how would I have managed this question? So you're setting very complex questions for kids, most of whom don't speak English as a first language, and they've come through a system that hasn't really taught them how to interpret very well, so they don't read and read with understanding. And that is definitely a further factor. But surely you have to take that into account when you set the questions. So I think you've made a wonderful point there, Aisha. Thank you so much for that call. All right, we are going to move into our interview now. And it's brought to you by Africa's Travel in Durban. From KwaZulu-Natal to the rest of the continent, Africa's Travel in Durban continues to showcase Africa not just as a future destination, but as a world-class tourism force shaping global travel today. Now, what is interesting is that local businesses are helping to deliver the experience behind the scenes as the Travel in Durban positions Durban in KwaZulu-Natal and KwaZulu-Natal as a whole, in fact, at the Centre of African Tourism. One of the businesses that is doing this really well is SAfmRadio Tours. It's a KZN tourism company that's grown from really humble beginnings into one of the official transportation shuttle service providers for this year's Africa Travel Indaba. So let's find out more what they're about. Good morning to you, Peteni Mbonambi, Director of SAfmRadio Tours. Lovely to have you on the program today. So give me a sense of this. As we said, you've started from very humble beginnings and you really have grown as a company to becoming one of the official service providers on the Africa Travel Indaba bill this year. How did it start?
Good morning to you and the listeners. Yes, I'm Peteni Mbonambi from SAfmRadio Travel and Tours. We are the official transport service provider for the Africa Travel Indaba. We are so happy and so delighted to have been appointed and being awarded this contract. For us, it started as an SMME. We are an SMME under Durban Tourism and Tourism KZN TAFA. So we started under the incubation program where they actually provided us with the opportunities, trained us as a business in the tourism industry. So we have grown from the roots of being taught how to run a business, how to run an operation business. So it's been a delight that we have been given this opportunity because we have grown. We've got our own fleet. We started doing tours, and then we've grown into being a fully blown shuttle service, providing tours everywhere in KZN and airport transfers, all hotels. We have even grown into transporting some of the hotels are those that have guests that are coming through. They've appointed us directly to transport their guests.
Right.
Into all the activities in KZN.
Well, that is fascinating. What inspired you to enter the tourism and transport industry in the first place?
I love traveling myself, and the company that was started in 2006, it was because we have been exposed to a number of destinations that we have traveled, trying to market the company, and so we looked at this opportunity to say we can just grow our business in terms of this and create more activities, because when people are going on holidays, we love doing holidays as a family. So we said this business, we must just grow it into because we were into holidays and leisure, but we said, okay, let's include things like culture, adventure in our business. Let's grow other than sending people for honeymoons. Let's just send people to come and experience KZN as a destination where they can do adventure activities, they can go for safari, they can go for many other things other than coming to the beach. So I think this is what inspired us into be a fully blown to operation business.
And your company, I understand, was also part of the KZN Tourism and Film Authority incubation program. How did that support help you to strengthen the business and prepare you for the larger opportunities that lay ahead?
I think with us being involved with TAFA, it has helped us in terms of market exposure, because we exhibited at the Travel Indaba and we've exhibited at Listings Africa, and they've given us opportunity to even go beyond South Africa to go and market our business internationally. So the business has seen a growth in terms of the international booking our company to come to KZN, to come to Durban. They've actually helped us in terms of marketing and growing our marketing strategy and growing the way we pitch to our customers, the way we pitch when we go out there to market and sell the destination, and then also sell our company. We've seen the growth in terms of the way that we are marketing our company. We are selling to the Southeast Asia market. We've been to India, we've been to the US, we've been to the UK, marketing the destination KZN and marketing our company. That is how they have helped us.
So that sounds amazing. I mean, to be able to travel and market yourself internationally and to have people take up those offers and come to KZN as a result must be quite a thing. Are you getting a lot of international visitors that you're carrying around the town?
I would say yes and no, because the number has, after, COVID happened,
yes.
And then after COVID, we are still trying to recover but we are slowly recovering because we have been getting incentives coming from India, also coming from the US. We have been doing students, private students and universities coming through, but after COVID, we are slowly seeing them coming back, and we do have those honeymooners and also those families that are coming through. And of course, we started with the German market as well. We see a lot of families coming through as well. I think it's picking up. I would say doing international shows has actually helped us into ensuring that we get those international visitors coming through. We are seeing an improvement.
Marketing must be quite a challenge for you, but I understand you've previously exhibited at Africa's Travel in Durban through the KZN Tourism and Film Authority stand. How important was that exposure in helping you grow your brand and your business network?
In terms of challenges, I think any business that is growing do experience some challenges, but I think in terms of the training programs and the education programs that we put us through, and I think also in terms of them holding our hands where we feel like maybe this program isn't well positioned, I think their role that they have played in us has helped us navigate all those challenges that every tour operating business faces, and also in terms of human resources and staff, because our company, we've got a lot of students that are coming through from the Durban University of Technology. They come in as interns and they work and they go through the internship program, and some of them are employees as permanent employees. And I think from there, we grow from there, building with them as employees and exposing them to a different program. And I think we do experience challenges, but we've seen growth, and we're growing with our staff, and the business has grown because we've got a lot of young employees as coming from the Durban University of Technology. We have a very good partnership in terms of programs and training them in the business. They are in the business, but also undergoing training ourselves.
And we take it for granted, but transport plays a critical role in tourism experiences, and not just from a safety point of view. But from your experience, how important is reliable transport in shaping how visitors experience KwaZulu-Natal, but also just having drivers and people from your company interacting with them who teach them about the country they've come to, the province they've come to, and the city they're visiting?
Yes, thank you. I think with us, I think the training that I'm talking about also includes our drivers. All our drivers, what we do when they get employed, they go through training, advanced driving training, and also to be trained as ambassadors of the provinces, also in the city, so that when everybody lands at Kinshasa, they must know that they are in safe hands, because we have trained our drivers as well as safe aid. They are being trained in many other aspects other than being ambassadors of the province. They know how to sell the province. They know how to, if tourists are coming through and they're asking for restaurants, they point them and they direct them to the right restaurants that they're asking for. I think the knowledge and the training that we're training our drivers, our drivers are well equipped. When they're receiving guests, whether they're sending them to the hotel or they're sending them to activities, they are trained in being tour guides. Some are not professional tour guides, but that's the basis that we give them, tour guiding.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Peteni Mbonambi, Director of Siavaya Tours, talking to us there. And Peteni, we might even meet you in a couple of days at the Indaba, because Genewe and I will be descending on the city. Genewe is going to work. I'm going to defrost. But we're hoping to have a lovely time. And the next time we will drag you along with us, Mel, even if you just lie on the beach while the both of us work. All right. So great speaking to you there. And we'll have a lot more coming up on the station in just a short while. Stay with us on the Daily Discourse.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spar Limited Edition Soccer Ball. When you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products, like 145-gram Doritos corn chips, buy any 2 for 40, save 8 Rand. Or Cadbury 5-Star, Lunch Bar, PS, Astros or Crunchy, buy any 2 for 22, save 8 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 24 May, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
At to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your card when am I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAfm.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Listening to your voice notes, Quinton from Durban just heard that interview. This was his feedback.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. This company, SAfmRadio Tours, it actually started in 2006, but under the name Dimensions. And then from there, I remember that, I started driving for them. I was a driver. And from that time, it grew. And up till today, it's still standing. So I know the two brothers. One was Dion, and the other one, I don't know if they're brothers, but they were very close in Malus. They craft this company to where it is.
That's lovely, Quinton. Thank you for that. It's lovely to hear that people work hard and they actually do enjoy the fruits of their hard work after a time. All right, let's take you to that second story I was going to tell you about at this hour. Do you have a family member or friend who's been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease? Nearly 750,000 South Africans are living with the disorder. It's a degenerative condition linked to the nervous system. Right now, most patients are diagnosed late, and that means by the time they get to a doctor, many of them are already showing tremors in their hands, slowing movement and rigidity. But the system still seems to treat medication as the only answer. So let's find out from Medical Affairs Director at AbbVie, Dr. Nombine Habangana, exactly how this should be handled. Dr. Habangana, good morning to you and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What exactly is Parkinson's disease?
Good morning and thank you so much for having me. So as you correctly stated, Parkinson's disease is a progressive neurological condition that mainly affects movement. But it can also influence people's thinking, their mood, their sleep patterns, and many other bodily functions. So what happens is that in the brain, there is loss of nerve cells that produce a chemical called dopamine in a very specific part of the brain. So what dopamine does is that it helps control smooth, coordinated movement. So as the levels of dopamine fall, people then experience the tremor that we mostly see, the stiffness, slowness of movement, as well as balance problems. And that's basically what Parkinson's is.
Right. So I was going to ask you what are the symptoms one should look out for, but you've mentioned some of them already. But I guess they can be confused with symptoms of other illnesses or things like stress.
Yes, and I think the biggest problem we have is that a lot of the time, because Parkinson's is generally a disease of much older people, although it can occur earlier, the symptoms are so subtle in the early stages that they can be mistaken for normal aging, right? So you'll have that slight tremor in one hand, your handwriting may change as you walk. Your arm swing is reduced. Like I said, the stiffness, the slower movement. Sometimes patients feel a little bit clumsier than normal. Then you get non-movement symptoms like constipation, loss of smell is quite a common early sign. Sleep disturbances, anxiety, depression, and just feeling unusually tired. So because these changes tend to come on quite gradually, it is to an extent understandable why they may be mistaken for normal aging or, like you said, stress or simply being off, right? But if you notice that these things have been going on for a while, it's good to just seek some medical attention just to rule out Parkinson's or any other disease.
Yeah, that's good advice. I believe most people in public and private healthcare are simply being given medication to cope, which is important, but should that be the only intervention?
Not at all. So, like I say, because there's such a wide range of symptoms, right? It's really important that we not only deal with those symptoms, but also everything else that these patients experience. So, as much as it's important to, replace the dopamine that is lost, it's also important to have a multidisciplinary team to treat these patients. So this includes your speech therapist, your occupational therapist, your physiotherapist, and even a psychologist or psychiatrist to deal with the mental well-being. So treatment has to be highly personalized because each patient will have different symptoms, or the symptoms will present in a different way, or one symptom may be more excessive in one patient than in another. And that's why this multidisciplinary team approach is really important. Yes, the doctor or the neurologist will be the center of that treatment approach, but however, the rest of the multidisciplinary team is also quite essential.
You're also calling for compulsory rehabilitation for students, or for patients rather. What would that entail, Doctor?
So, like I mentioned, the speech therapist, occupational therapist, the physical therapist,
Right.
because exercise also plays a very critical component in helping these patients. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about treating these symptoms, but to help these patients, retain dignity and live full lives as much as possible, and especially maintain their independence and their quality of life.
Dr. Habangana, I believe this condition affects hundreds of thousands of people in South Africa. How much work is needed to visibilize the struggle of those living with it and that of their families, who are really witnesses to the slow decline of their relatives?
A lot of work still needs to be done, and conversations like these are really important to get the conversation going, because sometimes patients, especially in the rural areas where there isn't a lot of access to information, once these symptoms start, people, like I said, just think it's normal aging, just let the person be. But if we are aware and understand what can happen, then we can intervene much earlier, diagnose these patients earlier, and ensure that they have a better quality of life going forward.
Thank you so much. Dr. Habangana, she is a healthcare specialist dealing with Parkinson's patients. And tell me, do you have a family member or a friend who's actually gone through this process? And how do you feel about the fact that that there is very little care except for the medication that they receive? I can tell you from having gone through this, as someone who had a close family member, the medication is heavy. It makes them drowsy. In some ways, robs them of their vitality, right? And they have to work so hard, and they often have to do it on their own to maintain that sense of, what can I say, that sense of energy, that sense of who they were before this came upon them. They fight depression hard because it can be very depressing disease. Their minds are often sharp as a tack, but their bodies are not cooperating. So share with us some of the struggles that you've had, and whether this interview that tells you that there is rehabilitation available and that all of these complementary rehab options can be added to the route of medication in order to improve the lives of Parkinson's patients. How that makes you feel as someone who knows that there are other ways of managing it apart from just the medication itself. Let's have that discussion here on the Daily Discourse. Right now, it is 11:29, almost 11:30, and we are heading for your news headlines. Undela Mbana is standing by to bring you the latest updates. After that, we will bring you an update on what is going on at the Madlanga Commission that is currently underway underway in Pretoria.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, over 41,000 people have been left destitute in 26 informal settlements across Cape Town due to the inclement weather that has been battering the province. Members of the organised crime unit in Mpumalanga have arrested 3 suspects aged between 46 and 60 on a charge of extortion. And the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has questioned Warrant Officer Marumo Mahane about his role in the 2021 Eratin drug bust in Johannesburg. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
11:30 here on the Daily Discourse, and thank you, Ondela, for that update. All right, we're taking your voice notes, we're taking your calls as well on the show at this hour. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And many of you responding to the issue of learners licenses. This is, hi Joanne, my son failed his learner's test and license test the first time because I refused to bribe the officials in Florida. Then we went to Krugersdorp where it was fair and he passed. This is why there are so many young people dying on the roads because of these corrupt driving schools. Driving schools are perpetuating frustration on our roads by collecting bribes. Florida and Randburg, Langlaagte and Kagiso are the most corrupt, says one of our listeners. So, I had the same, I shouldn't say I had the same experience. I avoided the same experience. Let's put it that way. I did a little bit of my homework. My husband was actually more active in the whole thing, investigating which driving schools are more ethical, and where one can go, which testing stations one can go to actually make sure that your child passes or fails fairly. It's up to them, right, to make sure that they have adhered to what was taught to them during the lessons. And if they fail because they have not driven properly in the test, shame, but sorry for you, try again, But where bribes come in, I mean, we really did not want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And so my husband did the bulk of the homework, and he found a really good driving school that is close to our area. And the gentleman who was running the driving school, they gave my daughter quite a rigorous training. And then at the end, they said, look, we're going to book in Krugersdorp because there, people aren't taking bribes. So, your daughter will get a fair test there. And she actually passed the first time because I was quite determined. When we were starting this whole driving thing, I started ranting and I started going, no, I'm not paying anybody a bribe. Either she passes fairly or she fails, So the good thing to know is that there are testing schools and there are driving schools that are still behaving honestly. Having said that, it is such a worry that so many of the testing stations and driving schools have been called into question. All right, one of you talking about migrants and business.
Good morning, SAFM and its listeners. You see, it becomes a problem when foreigners come on our platforms, when they run illegal businesses. They are not even SARS compliant, but they are saying they are making money. They are not even banking the money that they are making. If they can produce documentation that they are complying with the business processes of South Africa, then we will know that they are legitimate business people. Not these things of theirs just erecting illegal buildings and everything and co-opting against our government and not even complying with SARS.
Thank you very much for that. And I think, in general, bringing informal businesses into the formal economy is such an important thing. They were talking about it since the time of Thabo Mbeki's governance in the country. I don't understand why that hasn't become a reality. There are so many people who are out there who are entrepreneurial, and SARS is not tapping into those businesses to be able to ensure that they're part of the tax system because they're part of the economy. And I think once we do the work of that, certainly we can ensure that the country benefits from those taxes. Some of you also commenting on the issue of International Nurses Day. We got this voice note much earlier. Sorry that I didn't have a chance to play it, but let's listen in now.
Hello, SAFM. I'm a palliative care nurse specialist in KZN. I love what I'm doing. And thank you for recognizing us today. I am home-based, so I see my patients at home. It's a private practice. I enjoy it. I love it. So I can't really complain. I'm doing what I love. Thank you.
Thank you, and all credit to you for being someone who has accepted this vocation of looking after people. I always think these are the best people in our society, those who can care for other people and who actually make a living out of it, are able to spend morning, noon and night caring for people. I think that's a very, very special gift indeed. Many of you still commenting on the issue of the Phala Phala report and the announcement, well, I shouldn't say the Phala Phala report, it's actually the Section 8-9 panel, and the announcement that the president made last night that he's not going to resign.
Very good morning, madam. Very good morning. I would like to pass my opinion with regard to what the president said yesterday. I think to retain the integrity of ANC, I know he has the constitutional right to review the report, but that could have been done long time ago. He never did that because he was protected by the rascals within ANC. Now, because the Constitutional Court took a decision to throw away that decision which was taken wrongfully by the parliament, especially the ANC members who voted against the report being scrutinized, or the impeachment committee being set up to scrutinize the report. So I think the president must just resign to keep the integrity of ANC, because we don't really trust ANC at all at the present moment.
All right, thanks for those messages. Mike in Cape Town is on the line to us. Let's take your call, Mike. Good morning.
Sure. Hi, good morning, and thanks for taking my call. I just honestly I kind of listened to your very good interview this morning with Mr. Dugmore of the ANC, and it all fell into place to me. I could just see them sitting around when this whole thing broke, and that how are we going to delay this as long as possible? And when you think about it, it's worked extremely well. It went to Parliament, they chucked it out, so they said, no, we're not going to debate it. So they went to the Concourt. They took, how many years, I think, before this was finally heard? 3 years, 4 years?
A year.
Yeah. Was it a year?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it was exceptionally long time, longer than it should have been.
Yes, it was.
And then of course now he's going to appeal it, and which he could have done right up front, because and I will ask the question, if I could ask the president this, the question I would ask is, look, why did you not appeal it? You got the report. They found out there was a possibility of criminality here taking place, so we'd like to do a parliamentary investigation. Why not just go ahead? Because our poor country is absolutely awash with corruption. I mean, I'm watching the Midlanda Commission at the moment. I mean, the goings on with the crime and corruption within the police. All our SOEs are bankrupt. All our ministries are collapsing. The CETAs are collapsing. And now we have a president who honestly can't explain to us and doesn't seem to be bothered as to why he puts money in his couch. So I would have just loved the president just to be honest and say, you know what, guys, here's the story. I apologize. I'm out or whatever. But, he's putting us through hell because we're broken. I tell you, we're just so weak and so tired that now we're going to go through this another 2 years, I guess.
Maybe
but
even
I think
longer. Yeah.
Maybe even longer. But, I always remember when he took over, he'd say, I would rather be a weak president than split the ANC. And I think we're paying a price for that because he's sticking to his guns on that one, and the country's paying the price.
Mike, thank you. Thank you so much for that comment. Phumzile in the Eastern Cape, you want to talk about the weather, Phumzile. What's it like there today?
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. I think I might be warmer and drier than you today, Phumzile.
It's cold. It's cold and wet, Joanne.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make a reflection on the weather, most particularly in Kouga. Kouga consists of Humansdorp, Jeffreys Bay, St. Francis Bay, and so on.
Right.
I'm very disappointed and flabbergasted, so to speak, with the attitude of the mayor of Kouga. The mayor is racializing attending the disaster in Kouga. This is a DA-led municipality. The mayor is all over social media at the so-called colored area, where they are claiming hegemony. And when you come to the informal settlements, the mayor is nowhere to be seen. I, as a councillor and community leaders, We're visiting people since last week, trying to make intervention, assist where we can assist. You know, this morning, Joanne, I phoned the mayor.
Yes.
And I said to him, Mayor, there's a problem in Ward 6 and all over Kocha. You are not seen. And the mayor was in Ward 6, but he only ended at a street called Nanto. Nanto Street is a paved street. Where it's muddy and squalor, the mayor doesn't go. And, you know, that rude mayor dropped the phone on me. But I left him a nice voice note, you know, and after that he calls, Councillor Oliphant, how can we help? I said, no, you were rude, you dropped the phone on me. You see, that is the type of the mayor. The poor of the poorest are not attended to by the DA-led mayor in Kocha. That is what I wanted to say. People must understand they are not cared for under the DA. They swim under the mud. Others are close to the sewage dam and so on, you know. And I'm saying to you, it's an unpalatable type of a situation. I'm telling you, Joanne, you know, it's very touching.
Thank you, Phumzile. And I'm sorry for what you've been through in the province over the last few days. It's been horrible. We've seen all the visuals, and our hearts go out to everyone in that province. What do you think about the comment that Phumzile has made? If you are from that area, it's very difficult for me to be sitting here in Johannesburg and getting a sense of what's really going on the ground there. But are you in that Kocha municipality, and what is the response like? Have disaster management efforts been up to scratch? Have you seen a presence of officials on the ground? Are they engaging those who've been affected? Has the aid that you've required in that area come to you? Has it reached you in the way it ought to? I'd like to hear from you whether Phumzile has managed to encapsulate what has actually happened there, or whether there might be other opinions on the way it's playing out on the ground. Sibusiso in KwaZulu-Natal, you want to talk about Phala Phala? How's it, Sibusiso?
Hello, Joanne and fellow SAFM listeners. I've been holding for too long. Happy that I'm in now. Yeah. Firstly, I want to call out Malema. Leaders must be leaders. They must lead. They must not mislead. Malema said that even if Ramaphosa could resign, they would still go on with impeachment, the impeachment process. That is nonsensical, because how can you impeach a person who is already out of office? That would be water under the bridge. The horse would have bolted. He mustn't mislead his people, trying to gain cheap political points out of this thing. The other thing,
yes,
this guy Snayo Tambo, who was on Kathy's show this morning, said that they are going to join the president's review application. There is absolutely no need for them to do that. They are grandstanding and politically trying to score points. Because now Ramaphosa is exercising his right, just like their leader, who has been convicted and sentenced, but he is out of jail because he is appealing, exercising his right. What is good for the goose must be good for the gander.
All right. Thank you.
And
so much.
Also, I want to talk about these people who keep on blaming Ramaphosa that why is he taking the matter on review so late? The reasons are clear. It's public knowledge that when Parliament voted the way they voted and that they threw that Section 89 report out, he thought that then there were no legal consequences out of it. So he stalled his review process. He had already decided to review.
Yes.
He is now taking it on review now just because the Constitutional Court has decided the way it has decided.
Quite right,
Sibusiso.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I can't listen to you for longer, but I think you've made your point very, very well. Thank you for your call. One of you says, "Hi, Joanne, thanks for the talk with this doctor about Parkinson's disease. My wife is currently under chronic medication for this disease. It becomes too emotional for me and those who look at her. How can we contact the doctor that you've just spoken to? I think she can help us deal better with the disease," says Tulani in KwaZulu-Natal. Tulani, yes, very, very difficult to deal with a family member who is suffering from Parkinson's disease. And I feel for you, believe me. It's not easy at all. We will try and get those details to you so that you can speak to Dr. Habangani. And that is where we wrap it up for today. We'll have a lot more for you tomorrow. Thank you for your wonderful contributions to the Daily Discourse. I will hand it over to the news team in just a short while, after which you can join the fantastic Sakina Kamwendo on Update at noon. But first, I'm going to throw you to an excerpt of Unfair Ways by Jerry Dlepu. Remember, tomorrow Brian Hirsch is back on the show with all his important financial advice. So if you've got anything you want to shoehorn in at the last minute that you want to ask him about, the number to call is 011 880 4888 011 880 4888. That is how you can reach Brian Hirsch, and he'll be on the show tomorrow talking to you about a lot of the issues that we usually discuss here on a Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow then. Take care. Have a lovely one. Bye-bye.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand, or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. Hashtag Visit Durban. Hashtag Africa Travel Indaba. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you.
That's correct.
Scania employees had put their fingerprints
They
all
also,
over this stuff.
we also requested them to help us to load the bags.
And I noticed that throughout that process, this 7 Series BMW without number plates is right there on the scene.
That 7 Series BMW
Without number plates, can you just confirm that it did not have number plates?
It did not have number plate, but it had a valid
a permit.
A permit.
Yes.
Yes, it had a valid permit.
Yes. But as we all know, the permit is in the back window of the vehicle, and if the windows are tinted, you would have to be really smart to read the handwritten registration numbers in that permit, wouldn't you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you allowed that vehicle to be near the scene of a drug bust, and as a policeman, you didn't have difficulty with that?
Because I knew who the vehicle belongs to, Commissioners, to be quite honest with you, and the occupant of that BMW was not even taking part.
You had just met the person that morning. You didn't know who it was. If I asked you what is his address, you wouldn't be able to tell me.
That's correct.
Because you had just met him that very morning. And you said it was Mashaba's informant.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now you go to a crime scene, a drug bust, a major drug bust, with somebody who's driving a BMW 7 Series, and it has no number plates, and it parks right next to the very container that is being searched, and things are being pulled out of the container. Isn't that problematic?
Commissioner, I'm not trying to be defensive, but the car that the Commissioner is referring to, it was not, it was parked, but inside the vicinity, but it was not closer to the scene of crime. It was about 300 meters from the scene.
No, but it's inside the Scania. I happen to know where the Scania premises in Eroton are. It's right inside. Can we just look at page 28 or 30 of the exhibits bundle?
Page
28. Can we just flight that photo of the exhibit? It's exhibit 5, Boysons.
Perhaps, are you there? All right.
I've got it there, Commissioners.
This is the 7 Series vehicle that accompanied you. And if you look, it's inside the premises.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And it is near the scene of this major drug bust. And for all that the Scania people know, this vehicle is there with you because it's accompanying you and Mashaba. Now, in terms of crime scene management, isn't that in itself a problem? Because in your response to Commissioner Baloy, you said one of your duties was to cordon off the scene. But if you are allowing this vehicle to be so close to the place of the drug bust, I mean, that in itself is a problem because bags can easily be taken and be put in the back of this vehicle. Do you see that?
Can I respond there, Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner, like I've alluded, this car, this BMW, was about 300 meters. I agree it was in the same vicinity. But there was no intention of, and it was not going to be possible for any bag or whatsoever to be taken from the scene and be put inside that BMW.
Warrant Officer, 300 meters is the size of 2 soccer pitches. This is not 300 meters away. If you, from where I'm sitting to the end of this auditorium, that's not even 100 meters. And this BMW does not seem, looking at these photos, to be further than this distance.
No, I can honestly, so, Commissioner, I was at the scene. It was the space or the distance that was between the scene and the BMW. I'm not trying to shy away from the truth. Whatever happened, if I must say the truth, I'll do that. It was not even closer. And to be honest, Commissioners, there was no way that one would have carried a bag, take it to that, in the presence of all the people who were there, the security guards and everyone.
Fine. Can we go to 22 quickly, then I will leave it there, just to identify the goal. Maybe page 20 gives us a better picture, but we can also get it on page 22. Can we go to 20 instead? Sorry about that, Advocate Paul.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So the golf that you say, Mashaba, Chief Mashaba was driving is the one that we see in photo 4.
That's correct.
That's the silver GTI, and then right next to it is the BMW X5.
740.
So sorry, 7 series.
7 series.
It's a 7 series. I apologize. And then if you look at photo 3, I think you said the Volvo truck that you escorted from Rodekop to Aeroton was yellow in color, so it can't be that one that we see in photo 3.
No, the one that we escorted was already parked next to Scania loading bay.
Yes.
These are two are different companies.
All right. Is it the one on page 37? Can we just identify it quickly?
Commissioner, before you go there, perhaps just scroll up to 19, to photo 19. Page 19.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I'm there, Commissioner.
No, I was trying to assist with the proximity of the yellow truck on your questioning.
Can you see the yellow truck in photo 19?
That's correct. I can see it, Commissioner.
Now, do you still insist that the distance from the BMW to the yellow truck is 300 meters?
Commissioner, I'm not sure, but it was not closer to the yellow. It was far away.
Warrant Officer, you seemed sure earlier. Why are you suddenly not sure?
No, I'm sure, Commissioner, even though I'm saying maybe I might not be right with the meters, but it was not like this hall, this auditorium. No, this one is small.
Yeah. Yes, that's because it's not even 100 meters, this one. I'm saying, looking at these photos, that cannot be 300 meters.
Can you maybe suggest 150 meters? If not 300, Commissioner.
So you give me half like Sergeant Nkosi, and you take that.
No. Commissioners, me and Nkosi, please. Please.
Warrant Officer, I'm sorry. I just want to get an idea of what you and Mashaba thought you were doing. He's a traffic officer. I don't expect him to be skilled in handling drug busts. Your functions are mainly office-bound. Yes, you do say from time to time you do go out, but doing anything regarding crime scenes is incidental. So both of you know nothing at all with handling drug busts. What on earth did you think you were doing when you started searching that truck, removing whatever it is you removed and loaded it onto your buggy? What did you think you were doing?
With all honesty, Commissioners, the sole intention was to verify the information, have a success operation. Even though both of us were not having any experience in handling the drug bust, but relevant functionaries were sourced to come and assist.
Is this verify information whether there were indeed drugs in the container? Is that what you are referring to when you say the purpose was to verify the information?
If it's positive, exactly.
Is that all that a crime scene is about?
No, like Commissioners, like I alluded earlier, that I tried my level best to preserve and make sure that the scene is not contaminated until a warrant officer and other members arrive.
That's a serious problem. That's a serious problem because Commissioner Baloyi said by opening that container, you are already tampering with the scene, and you agreed.
For that, I take a punch.
Yes. And then again, I'm not sure whether it was Commissioner Kumalo, you got everybody to handle what was inside, or at least what you were interested in. The bags that fell to the ground and others that remained stuck wherever it is they were stuck. You got a whole lot of people, including yourselves, to handle those. So that's a second stage of tampering with the crime scene. So I don't understand your statement when you say that you tried to preserve the crime scene. What are you talking about?
Commissioner, here I'm trying to, actually, I'm talking about the exhibit. That because they were not even tampered with, they were still in its original shape.
They are tampered with if a whole lot of people handle them with their bare hands. A number of people, you, the traffic officer, Mashaba, Scania employees, all of you handle all of those bags with your bare hands. That's serious tampering.
I agree to that, Commissioner.
So what are you talking about when you say you preserved, and add to that the very initial stage of opening, breaking the seal? That's the first stage of tampering. What are you talking about when you say you preserved the scene? I'll repeat the question.
Commissioners, maybe I'm talking about making sure that the exhibit are not stolen.
You were clueless, and you knew that you were clueless.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Mashaba was clueless, and you must have known that he too was clueless. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
What on earth were you doing handling any of the objects there, the container and the contents? What on earth were you doing?
Commissioner, we were innocently trying to process this.
Now, having tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did, what did you expect? You say you called the LCRC later when the bags were already in your van, I assume, your bakkie.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. What did you still expect the LCRC to do after tampered with the scene in the manner in which you did? Let's just go to, is it page 14?
It's in file 1 in the annexures.
Page 14.
The statement file.
Mine ends at page 13.
Under the tab item 4.
Or you may look at the screen. So when you called the LCRC, they were already like that?
That's correct.
Heaped like that onto the back of your bakkie, having been handled by many people with bare hands.
That's correct, Commissioner, I can confirm.
So my question is, what did you expect the LCRC to still do after all the serious tampering?
Actually, we called the LCRC to come and take photos and when we count, because that is the procedure.
So all they would have been involved in was in counting and not doing what they ought to have done right at the beginning, before your tampering.
We didn't anticipate that, Commissioner.
Because you were clueless.
I will take the punch.
Now, at paragraph 16 of your statement, page 6, you say that I took out my phone and took photos and also sent to my station commander Lieutenant Colonel Risenga Albert Chauke, informing him that the operation was a success. You've read that already. You want to see it? Have you found it?
No, I was trying to
Please find
search
it.
for page 16. I was trying to search for this.
Six, not 16. Paragraph 6, paragraph 1(6).
Yes, I'm there,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
you remember reading this, but there's that part, and that's my interest. And you say you informed your commander that the operation was a success. What did you mean by that?
I was referring to that the information that we're following about those trucks, the trucks we found inside the container. That is what
Had you seen any drugs?
No, by the bags. I assumed that these bags contained the drugs.
But you had not actually seen any drugs?
Not, isn't it when I called him?
Yes.
I informed him that we were following an information about
I'm
drugs.
asking, but you had not seen any drugs when you said the operation was a success?
Yes, I was referring to the black bags.
All right. Of course, we know that. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much, Warrant Officer.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, just to maybe wrap up the point at paragraph 16, what the chair referred you to, please go to page 13, 1-3 of the same file.
In the statement or the exhibit?
In the same statement file.
No, I'm saying
Page 13.
13, yes.
of what? Of the exhibits of the statement? There's a 13 in the statement.
Of the exhibits on the exhibits.
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, so this is, perhaps you explain in your own words what is depicted there on that page.
The picture on this page depicts the black buggy that I was driving with black bags.
Okay, let's start here. Is this the screenshot that you took from your phone demonstrating a WhatsApp message between you and your commander, Chauke?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes, and then on that WhatsApp screen, you see a buggy. And then can you continue what's there, what's written there?
It's too much. How much is it? How much is too much? How much is the estimated value? We're still waiting for the people from drug unit. They will advise us.
So what is happening there, you see you send him this message. You say, according to your statement, this is a success. And then he asked you, what is the estimated value?
That's correct.
And you say to him, you're still waiting for people from drug unit, they will advise you. What is the relevance of you discussing the value of whatever that it is there? Because we don't even know for a fact at that time.
This question was coming from the station commander. I think out of curiosity or interest, so to say, he is the one who was asking. Hence, my answer to that was, we're still waiting for the people from drug unit. They'll advise us.
Would you say that's a relevant question at that stage?
From the station commander?
Between the two, well, the sender of the message is the station commander, Chauke, yes.
I think I wouldn't answer for him, but for me, there was nothing sinister.
Okay. All right, let's go to paragraph 17 then of your statement. It's on page 6. Page 6. So this
Maybe before you do paragraphs, I mean, just to confirm a small detail, can we confirm that when still to do with your removing of the drugs onto the van, that when all of you that carried those bags did not have any gloves on?
Definitely, yes, Commissioners.
None of you had
None of
gloves
us.
on. Okay. So you would have left your DNA onto the plastic bags
Most possibly.
and fingerprints onto the bags.
DNA fingerprints.
And you accept that in the process you would have destroyed any, or in fact, what do you call it? Reduce the quality of any DNA and fingerprints that may have been on those plastic bags originally.
That's correct.
And so made it difficult for LCRC later on to conduct a proper job of lifting fingerprints and DNA from those bags, because now it's contaminated with yours. You accept that?
I accept that, but can I also say something?
Yes, you can.
Commissioners, you know, according to my information that I've got, one cannot lift fingerprints from a plastic. You can easily lift a fingerprint from a metal,
Do you know, as a matter of fact, that we've heard from evidence here that the LCRC attends these scenes and one of their functions is to try and lift fingerprints and DNA from these coverings and from the bags? Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's what the evidence has been from people who are involved with drug busts. Now you know.
I know, Commissioner.
All right.
Maybe, Commissioner, if I come across such a scene, I'll be able to do my best.
I'm hoping that when you come across such a scene or information, you will know to call the right people. You will not get involved with it.
Definitely, Commissioners, that is a learning curve.
Thank you.
Warrant Officer, let's continue on paragraph 17 of your statement. Perhaps while you're looking for it, can you fly it?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes. Can you fly it for us from the exhibit bundle? That would be the stain bundle that was used yesterday. Page 4. Page 4, stains bundle. So it was the one, Commissioner, that was used by Stain yesterday. Are you there?
I'm there, Commissioners.
Yes, just to wrap up the point of the discussion you're having with Commissioner Baloyi, I think the person there appearing there is Colonel Wood, but that's what I want to direct you to. There's a person there wearing a red jacket. Can you see the person?
Yes, I can see, Commissioners.
And you can see the person is wearing the gloves.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you can see the bags that we're discussing in front of her.
That's correct, Commissioners. I can confirm.
Yes. Then I put it to you that your proposition that there was no need for you to wear gloves is unsustainable. because the very same expert, as you can see there, is wearing gloves for a purpose. You accept that?
I accept that.
Okay. Let's then go back to...
I'm sorry, did you get the witness to identify who the person is? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
No. The person, the face is cut half.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's Colonel Wood, but the witness wouldn't know.
Okay.
But the point was to deal with the issue of the gloves.
Okay.
That was being discussed with Commissioner Baloyi. Warrant officer, let's go to, we've been stuck at paragraph 17, page 6.
Of my statement.
So go back to your statement. Yeah.
Must I take
your
this
statement file? Yeah, put that one away.
You say paragraph 17.
17.
We
had to use a forklift.
We had to use a forklift to take out the truck caps, which were also loaded inside the container. Chief Mashaba and I realized that it was going to be impossible for the forklift to unload the truck on the loading bay, while there were bags already on the ground, stuck near the wheels of the trailer. As a result, we instructed Scania staff to load the bags at the back of my service park, while we were waiting for other members and so that the truck can reverse close to the loading bay.
At this point, you're just waiting for Pakula, right? Because that's who you've spoken to.
Yes, and he confirmed. Actually,
No, I know you say he said he'll tell other people.
That's
but
correct.
You haven't called anyone else at this
No,
point.
it was...
You're waiting for Pakula.
That's correct.
Who works in Pretoria.
National Office, Nino.
Yes.
That's correct. Ms. Wenzel confirmed that they were expecting a truck caps from Brazil, but denied any knowledge of the black bags, which were suspected to be carrying drugs. We also interviewed the driver, Mr. Brighton Vusimtembu, and he also denied any knowledge about those bags. It was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine. We then placed the driver of the truck, the warehouse supervisor, Ms. Wenzel, and the warehouse receiver, Mr. Cornelius, under arrest for dealing in drugs possession.
At this stage, you did not even know that it was drugs. For all you knew, it could have been blankets in those bags. Why did you place him under arrest for dealing with drugs or being in possession of drugs? You don't even say suspected. You say, we placed the driver of the truck under arrest for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs. But you didn't know that it was drugs in those bags at that stage. Unless you were sure that it was drugs.
Commissioners, can I take you back to the same paragraph where it says it was 23 large bags of suspected cocaine?
I get that part.
Okay.
Now, you've got bags and you suspect that they are cocaine, but you take it a step further. You say you arrest him for dealing in drugs, not even possession. You arrest him for dealing in drugs / possession of drugs.
That it's an alternative charge, possession of drugs.
Yes, but I'm saying at this stage you don't even know that it's drugs in there. You still have a suspicion, but you don't even know. But you're already arresting people for being in possession of something you don't know.
At this stage, I would say, based on our suspicion, which were later confirmed.
No, forget about what was confirmed later. You're already effecting an arrest. You're saying here you place the people under arrest for being in possession of drugs and for dealing in drugs. I mean, for you to arrest somebody for being in possession of drugs, you must know that they are drugs.
I agree, Commissioner.
And here you say the bags had not even been opened. So for all you know, it could have been blankets in those bags.
some other powder. May have been any powder or even a brick in there. So you haven't opened the bags. All you have is the informer, who's not even your informer, is Mr. Mashaba's informer. But you, SAPS, not Mr. Mashaba, you are the one that effects an arrest based on suspicion of matter that you haven't even had a look at. All you have is black bags. Explain how that makes sense and how that fits in with proper police procedures.
Commissioners, I wouldn't say this was premature, but to bring more sense in this, I would say, because according to the information that was given by the informer, everything is confirmed.
Not everything is confirmed. It's black bags. They mean nothing to me. Even as you're sitting there saying to me, there are drugs in there, I will ask you, did you open and look? Which you didn't ask your informer. You haven't told us that you asked your informer, the informer to, did you see what's inside? You tell us you didn't open the bags. So we know as you sit there that all you have in front of you is bags.
That's
and
correct,
your
Commissioner.
informer has said there will be drugs in that truck. So the question that Commissioner Kumalo is asking you is, are you a seasoned policeman? How do you arrest people on the basis of what you haven't seen and confirmed for yourself, that this is indeed drugs? That's what you're being asked. How do you do that?
My answer to that, Commissioner, would say it was premature.
Unless you already knew that there were drugs in this container, and that was your reason for going there. Yeah.
Commissioner, I don't want to come defensive. I take that other punch.
The premature one.
I take this one that maybe the arrest was premature.
Not that you knew that in the container and in the bags it was cocaine, and you knew that in advance.
Because yes, it was just drugs.
Okay, let me test this. Why did you not open one bag and satisfy yourself that yes, the information from the whistleblower or the source is correct? I've opened this. I've opened one of the bags. I can actually see that it is white powder. I have not tested it, but based on what I know, it might be drugs. Why didn't you at least open to check? And I'm not suggesting that you should have opened it. I'm just testing.
At that stage, Commissioner, I think it was still too early. And our personnel will think that we will be tampering with the evidence. And moreover, we don't have any experience.
And just remind us last time, you may have said it already, so I apologize for asking again. What was your reason for loading these bags in your van, which does not have a canopy? And the reason I'm asking you this is you saw later on when the LCRC people arrived, the bags were put on the ground in the pavement and photos were taken of the bags. I'm trying to understand why you did not pack these bags on the pavement so that you wait for LCRC or other people to arrive and attend to them. Why did you see the need to load them in the back of your van?
Commissioner, I think at this stage, when the bags were loaded at the back of the park, it was only me and Mashaba at the scene. And
yes, what was the reason for that? Why did you not pack them on the ground?
I'm trying to get the Commissioner. Being that the case, the scene, it was now getting more chaotic. So for us to safeguard, because if the scene, if the bags were loaded at the back of, we could easily see if someone will go in, maybe try and grab one. No? That was the main idea. That's correct, Commissioner.
Did you keep a record as you were loading them in the back of your buggy?
Yes, Commissioner. On that day in question, I had my diary with me because I just visited the station. So what happened is that I was even taking notes of everything that was happening there, like the registration of the cars and everything. This was also even the serial number of the seal. So when we were arrested, what happened is my diary was inside the car, and it was inside the car. So after our arrest, the bike was taken to Poison's station for safekeeping. So late after 2 weeks when we were released, when we got bail, the diary was nowhere to be found.
So the diary is missing?
It was missing. I thought maybe it will be in the 13th, but it was not there.
Okay.
That is a fair answer, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We established earlier that the truck belongs to Scania and the driver is employed by Scania. You have removed the truck, by Yellow Jersey, the truck and the driver. You have removed the truck from Yellow Jersey. Why are you arresting the driver now? Remember, he came with a container which has a seal to it. It's not an open container. It has a seal. Why are you arresting him?
Commissioner, the trucks were transported from Durban to Aeroton or Yellow Jersey by the driver.
Do you know anything about the sealing of the container from its original source, where it came from Brazil, how that works up to it gets to the harbor, and from the harbor to the depot, from the depot it's now on its way to Gauteng. That seal there, do you know whether it was broken by the driver along the way or that it was actually as it came from Brazil? Did you know anything about it? Did you ask any questions?
No, I will be lying.
So you arrest the driver even though the container has an original seal, presumably from the original point of departure in Brazil. You arrest the driver even though he didn't put in these drugs in the truck.
By the virtue of him being the driver from Devon, we arrested him based on that.
You arrested him for driving the drugs?
For transporting the drugs.
Yes, driving the drugs.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Warrant Officer Mahane, you came here to testify and assist the Commission to the best of your, at least, recollection of what transpired. What I really need is for you to be very pointed on some of the issues. More often you refer to the royal we, and you are here to testify for yourself. There come a point whether you did it or Mr. Mashaba or Chief Mashaba did it. So it can't be both. You can't be singing in unison at all times.
I hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, let's start at paragraph 18. When you say, so on page 7, paragraph 18, where you say, we also interviewed the driver. Is it you or is it Chief Mashaba?
Both of us.
That can be, how's that possible?
I mean, if you asking a question, I'm also here, and so it will be you asking a question. When I answer, then I also pose my question.
Then the very same sentence, or the very next sentence, you say, we placed the driver of the truck.
No, this one, it was, the arrest part was done by Chief Mashaba.
Mashaba.
Yes.
Okay. Please, the next time we see the word we, and where it's possible, let's try to identify whether it's you or Mashaba as we move on, please. No, that's fine. For now, I'll take that. Let's move on to paragraph 19. I'm just saying, keep in mind when you see the word we, try to identify who said what, who did what.
Point taken, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Let's go then to paragraph 18, while busy at the scene.
While busy at the scene and waiting for other SAPS members to arrive, 2 members from Poisons Vispol, Sergeant Doe and Constable Mkwambiri, arrived in a marked police buggy and told us that they have received a call from 10-111 about people who were impersonating to be police officers.
Just to be clear, while waiting for other SAPS members, you're still referring to Pakula.
That's correct.
And whoever you're hoping he has called.
Yes.
Because you haven't called anyone else.
No, it was still Pakula.
Thank you.
We then identify ourselves and explain the reason for our presence at that premises, and even showed them the bags that were recovered. We also showed them the arrested suspect, and they understood and even gave feedback to 10-111 via radio control. Though immediately after, we had a bit of an argument with them, because without even asking how they can assist, they asked us where we are going to book the suspect and the exhibit. I told them that we were likely to go book the suspect and exhibit in Alberton area because the scene started in that area. But we were still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide.
What do you mean the scene started in that area?
I was referring to the fact that where we first went in Rodikop before we came to Ayrton.
So you're being in Rodikop, you're saying that's what determines, that's where the scene started, your physical presence. Is that what it means, that the scene started there?
I would say that, but technically so, Commissioners. It brought some discomfort to us that members will come from Norway. We understand they got a complaint from 10-111. Upon arrival, they are now asking about the place where the exhibit will be booked and the suspect. I didn't meant that those things, I was just pulling their legs.
So you were lying to them?
Not lying necessarily.
No, it is.
Testing their...
You were being untruthful to them. If now you say you were just pulling their leg, you were not telling them the truth when you said to them, we are going to book this in Alberton. You've just said it wasn't the truth as you said it.
No, not in the context of telling lies.
It wasn't the truth.
I would say so, but Commissioner,
So what was the plan with these drugs? Where were you going to take them? Now we've established that it wasn't true that you were planning to take it to Alberton. Where were you planning to take these drugs?
These drugs were going to be booked at Poisons, and the suspect were going to be booked at Poisons.
Okay. So when you say that we are still waiting for relevant role players to come and decide, what were you conveying? Because this is your statement.
This is my statement, I agree.
So what were you conveying when you said we're still waiting for the role players to come and decide? If you've already decided they will go to Boysen.
No. This was just additional to do. But the fact of the matter was that, and even even procedurally dictates that because the drugs were found in Ireton, that is where the suspect and the exhibit must be put.
So these police officers would have known that. So you were not pulling their legs in any meaningful way because you say procedurally. That's how it's supposed to happen. So these police officers, you would not have any reason to argue with them because you say we started arguing about after they asked that. And I'm saying, well, they knew, you say. They knew because procedurally that's what happens. So they wouldn't have asked the question if they knew that these would have to be booked in Boysens. In fact, they would have told you, these must go to Boysens.
That is why I'm saying...
Which makes me ask the question, when you answered the way you did, when you took these drugs and put them on the van, because they are on your van, and there's just you and Mashaba there, what was the plan? Boysens is not yet there, these police officers. They arrive, they ask questions, you say, well, the crime scene started there. And I asked you, why Alberton? You said, because that's the original crime scene. That's where it started. That's why Alberton. So I accept that explanation on face value. That's where the scene started. So yeah, on your reasoning, you would have gone to Alberton.
But rightfully, it was the drugs were not going to, the drugs, including the suspect, we were not going to book them in Alberton. And because another thing, commissioners, it was very strange. Sergeant Ndo is a sergeant. Why was he asking?
No, forget Ndo and why he's asking. Let's talk about you.
That's correct.
You did not report yourselves to Boysen Police Station. Commissioner Kumalo asked you the question earlier that we've had other evidence where people who are operating outside of their jurisdiction, they go and report. We were told that's what you do. You did not do that. Boysens doesn't know you're around. Boysen doesn't know that you've got this amount of drugs. You haven't called Boysen to ask them, do you have space for this? But you say to us, well, they are on your truck. You had already decided they will go to Boysen. Make that make sense.
Commissioner, the answer that I'm giving to the commissioners is exactly what was going to happen. The drugs and the exhibit were going to be booked at Boysen. And Commissioner, just to take one step back, I'm trying to answer to the question, the previous question that was raised, that why I didn't phone 10111. You know, as chaotic as the scene unfolded, it was because of this thing was sent to the radio control. That's why more police started flocking in.
The question asked about 10111 was long before the chaos happened. You were asked the question, you have an informer, according to Mashaba, who says there are drugs there. You go there. You go to Yellow Jersey. It's just the two of you and your informer. And then you proceed from there. You go to Scania. and it's you, Mashaba, and your informer, and the security from Scania, and the employee, from Yellow Jersey, the security man, and then you've got Scania people, Wenzel and somebody. So there's no chaos at that point. The question was asked in that context, that when you arrived there, why did you, as you are calling all of these other people on your way, and when you arrive there, you're calling all of these people to come and help you, and many of them are not available, why did you not call 10-111? The answer can be because of chaos, because at that point there is no chaos. Nothing has happened yet.
I agree.
You haven't even opened the container. The drugs haven't yet fallen out. There's nobody else. So it's a different conversation altogether. So it has nothing to do with this.
I agree.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I just understand this? Was it your intention to transport these bags either to Boyson's police station or Alberton in this bakkie of yours without a canopy uncovered? How did you plan to move those bags from Erroton to wherever you were going to book them?
Commissioner, I would definitely wouldn't have risked to to transport these trucks without proper escort and without like in an open park like this.
But you hadn't called any escort.
No.
You had only called Pakula, and if he hadn't arrived, what would you have done?
No, Commissioner, the scene was still far from over. We were not going to leave until the scene was properly handled and everything processed at the scene. It was still very early.
But you had taken no steps to call the people who were supposed to process the scene. You had only called Pakula, who said he was busy. And once you verified that there are drugs there, then he might make a turn. But at this point, as we had already agreed, all you knew was that you found bags in the container and you loaded them on your bakkie and you had arrested people. That's where you were.
Commissioners, yeah, maybe because there's no timelines. It was not even an hour that we were at the scene. It was because if I must be approximate, we arrived at the scene between 8 and 10 past. The Poisons guys arrived maybe 20 minutes later, while the scene was still, while the scene was not even processed as yet. So it was still very early to say, no, this is how we're going to transport. The intention of loading these bags at the back of the parking was solely to secure them. Nothing else. There was no other ulterior motive.
There's one thing I need to test with you before you deal with your interaction with other officers and even your arrest. I think it's in the stain exhibits. If you go to page 116, I'm not sure if the witness has 115 of the stain exhibits. Maybe to be fair to you, warrant officer, for the purposes of the record, it's CJC 217. And then it starts on page 109. Just go back to 109.
I'm there, Commissioners.
I think we've already established that that is your bakkie.
I agree, Commissioners.
Advocate, are we able? Thank you so much. That is your bakkie after the bags were loaded onto it.
That's
right?
correct.
And the police vehicle that arrived is that one that is parked right in front of the bakkie.
That's correct.
In that photo that is on page 109. And then you'll see that this is a News 24 or Media 24 newspaper article from the 22nd of February, 2025. Do you see that? On top of page 109, top left, where there's a headline, Update Crime Intelligence Battle.
I see that.
Just on top of that, there's a date, 22 February 2025. Do you see that?
It's last year on the 22nd of February.
And what they do here, they deal with the disciplinary proceedings relating to General Khan. But if you go to 115, and this is what caused the confusion. Remember, I was confused about the 5 series, 7 series. If you go to the top of the page, you will see that the newspaper article 115.
115.
Yes.
Yes, I see it, Commissioner.
115, the newspaper article had identified the vehicle as a 5 series and not a 7 series.
It's a 7 series.
And I'm embarrassed to have fallen for it. I should know better. It is a 7 series.
It's a human error, Commissioner.
Yes, but I am embarrassed. And then halfway down that page, you will see that there is something that appears to be a WhatsApp chat between two people. Still on page 115.
I see that, Commissioner.
Yes. And we don't know who the source is because this is in a newspaper article. But I think it's only fair that I ask you because you are here. I don't want there to be insinuations that it is you if it's not you. So to be fair to you, I want you to respond to this and tell us whether it is you who's participating in those WhatsApp chats. Because what is clearly happening here is that these people know that there was cocaine and it belonged to somebody and they had located where it was and they were reporting back to the owner of this cocaine that it is at this place and this is what is happening with it. So I just want you to tell us if it is you who is participating in these chats. If it's not you, whether you know who is this person who is participating in these chats.
I'll be honest with you, Commissioners. Yesterday, as I was following this, I was also, I don't have a knowledge as to where is this thing coming from and who are the people who were involved who were chatting on this. I saw it for the first time yesterday while Colonel Stein was testifying.
And I hope you did not fashion your evidence based on what you were watching yesterday.
No, somewhere you align yourself and see, I mean, if...
No, you must tell the truth. There's no need
No,
to
no,
align.
no, I'm telling the truth. That's why I'm so comfortable.
But you can clearly see, looking at that chat, that it refers to the containers and that the containers are still there. And whoever the other person is, if you look at the blue bars, they say, then send the pics with the seal so I can show the people. I'm getting heavy threats. Give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Do you see that?
Commissioner, maybe because I don't follow, I see this 2021, but this article was for last year, February. Am I correct?
No, but remember the point is, this chat was taking place while the scene was still live on the 9th of July, 2021. That's the point of it.
What time was this chat made?
Warrant officer, let's not concern ourselves with the time. Remember my simple question was, are you participating in these chats?
Not
if
at
the
all.
answer is no, do you know who was participating
Not
in the chats?
at all.
And if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
So don't try to analyze them.
No, I'm sorry about
Because as
that.
I said, we don't know what the source is. And I was only being fair to you by referring you to them so that we don't leave it unattended and people assume that it was you who was reporting back to the owners of this drug.
Like I'm saying, on this day in question, on the 9th, I was the first one to be arrested, and so my phone was taken away at around 12 o'clock, and if this chat, I will like to distance myself from this chat. I don't know the origin.
If we manage to access your phone, we will not find the chats that put you in trouble.
Not at all. I can even, this is the phone that I was using during my arrest. Even today, I'm still using the same.
You know we can retrieve.
The one-time view.
Yes.
Yeah, so it happened.
Let's leave it there.
Warrant Officer Mahani, just on the issue of Alberton, you had testified earlier on that you requested Warrant Officer Pakula to come and assist you. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And you further stated that he said he will bring some people to assist him.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes. Now, when Commissioner Baloyi asked you earlier on about Alberton, you said no, you were in fact misleading the two police officials from Boisens. It was not your intention to go to Alberton. Did you say that?
In all fairness.
Yes. But I put it to you that, in fact, when you spoke to Warrant Officer Pakula, you in fact told him to meet you at Alberton. What's your comment to that?
No, that was not the arrangement.
He is lying. When if he was to be found saying that, he'll be lying.
No, that was not the arrangement. That was never. The only thing that I said to him, it's also in my statement, was that upon confirmation of the information, then I'll revert to him.
Then let's go to it's page 235. I want you to refer you to a warning statement. So we are on the exhibit bundle. No. Yeah. Two, 3, 5. Now, that's a handwritten statement by Sergeant Pakula. And I want you to look at paragraph 2 of that statement. Perhaps can you try and read that into the record? What's said at paragraph 2? It's right at the bottom.
Paragraph 2.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's, contacted my immediate commander, Captain Mudupi, informing him that I was contacted by Warrant Officer Mohani to assist him in a possible drugs, and that he should join me at Alberton. I proceeded to Alberton SAPS. I waited for him. I called Mohana to ask if he will come, and I should wait for him.
I think it says, let me assist you there, Warrant Officer. It says, I called Mohana to ask for how long I should wait
for him. For him,
Yes.
he requested that I should come to Ireton, Umnia Park.
Yes.
I arrived at Ireton.
No, that's fine. What I wanted to put to you, and perhaps if you go further to page, in the same bundle, 385. There, are you there?
Some of the commissioners.
Now, that is a written statement by, and this is under Boyson's 25210 of 2021. It's a statement by Ramila William Midupi, and we have established that William Midupi is a captain and that he was called by Warrant Officer Pakula. Now, at paragraph 3, I will read that into the record for you. It says, on Friday, 2021, 0709, in the morning, I was at home as we were working rotation when I received a call from Warrant Officer Pakula informing me that they are following up on a certain information and I must join them in Alberton. I then proceeded to Alberton to join them and only to find that they have left. I called them and they informed me that they are now in Ayrton. So the proposition I'm putting to you that the option of going to Alberton was a reality, and only it was disturbed by the presence or arrival of the Boyson's Vispol police. What's your
No,
what's your take?
that is incorrect.
Why would Warrant Officer Pakula say exactly the same thing that you said to the Boyson's police officers? They are in completely different environments. And Warrant Officer Pakula refers to your conversation with him, including that he started from his original place. He was on his way to Alberton Subs because you had said to him, and I read at page 376, his type statement, that I then proceeded to Alberton Subs as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Alberton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. It's exactly what you say in your statement you told the Boyson's policemen.
But the arrangement that that we will meet with Warrant Officer Pakula at Alberton, it was not gonna come because from Yellow Jersey, the arrangement was that we follow the truck up until it reaches Ireton. And upon verification of the information, then I will call Warrant Pakula to come through.
That was the arrangement. You say that was the arrangement. With whom did you make that arrangement?
With Warrant Officer Pakula.
So Warrant Officer Pakula is being untruthful in his statement when he says that after he contacted his superior, Commander Sipunga, and informed him, received and gave permission to proceed and assist Warrant Officer Mukhana. That's what he says. I then proceeded to Alberton Subs as I was informed that they might be bringing the truck and the driver to Alberton for detention as a place where the crime scene started initially. That's exactly what you say in your statement that you said to the Boyson's police officers. And you've you're not denying you said that to the Boysons.
Exactly.
What is the probability that Warrant Officer Pakula would say you told him exactly the same thing? Someone is being untruthful. Are you saying Warrant Officer Pakula is untruthful to say you repeated, to quote you as saying to him exactly what you tell us you said to the Boysons people?
I would say so, because this was not part of our discussion.
I want to put to you that it's improbable. You have not given a reason why he would either be mistaken to repeat exactly what you said to the Boysons people, that you said it to him, why he would be mistaken. You're not giving us a reason why he would be untruthful in his statement that is made in I'll tell you when that statement was made. It was made in October 2021, when this happened in July. You haven't provided an explanation why he's mistaken and why he would be untruthful about it. And I want to suggest to you that it indicates, or the probabilities, that you are the one that's being untruthful about what you said to Pakula, 1, 2, and the real intention about what was going to happen with those trucks. And in fact, the real intention was they were not going to Boysons. You were taking them elsewhere, you and Mashaba. And that's why it was your operation, just the two of you. That's why it is not your everyday job to do this. You go out of the office to go and assist with a drug bust about which you are completely inexperienced, know nothing about. You don't tell anyone of your colleagues at the station to say, come, let's go help. You leave alone, you call everybody else that has nothing to do with it, and then you go and you mess up the scene as badly as you did. You put these bags in an open bakkie that's going to transport them, and it's just the two of you. You haven't called LCRC. You haven't called TRT to come and escort you. You've done nothing that is about ensuring that these drugs are properly processed. What it indicates, I want to suggest to you, what it indicates is there was no good intentions on your part to get these drugs to be properly dealt with as prescribed by the law. In fact, you had ulterior motives about putting them in that van, and you were going to take them where they would not be accounted for. What do you say to that?
Commissioners, with all fairness, I don't agree.
147,000 to 16.8 million, while the number of unemployed persons increased by 301,000 to 8.1 million. Decreases in employment were recorded in the transport, social service and construction sector. Rainfall warnings have been issued for the Guardian Route areas of George, Mossel Bay and Hessequa, while Plettenberg Bay and Knysna also expected to experience more severe conditions. This follows yesterday's gale force winds, which caused widespread damage and disruptions. Mopping up operations from the latest storm is underway. Rescue efforts for communities still cut off from last week's floods is dependent on the weather. Gerard Otto is the head of disaster management at the Guardian Route District Municipality.
HV lines was restored at Knysna, Woodville, Karatra and Renendal, so the electricity supply to the majority of those areas is now fully functioning again. That Department of Housing is busy with assessing the damages on informal structure houses and also to assist in terms of providing of emergency shelter kits that is required at these areas. As at this point in time, we still have 650 people that is housed in halls.
eThekwini Mayor Cyril Xaba says tourism in Durban is experiencing strong growth driven by an increase in both domestic and international visitors. Xaba made the remarks during the official opening of Africa's Travel Indaba. The event, attended by President Cyril Ramaphosa, has attracted more than 1,000 buyers from over 20 African countries and elsewhere in the world. More than 900 exhibitors are showcasing their tourism products and services to the global market. Xaba highlighted cruise tourism as one of the major contributors to Durban's growing tourism sector.
This progress is clearly visible in the growth of cruise tourism in Durban. The Nelson Mandela Cruise Terminal has elevated Durban's status as a leading cruise destination in Africa, attracting international cruise liners and contributing significantly to our tourism economy. Since the development of the terminal in 2021, the city has experienced a steady increase in international cruise traffic, contributing to the recovery and expansion of tourism.
Recapping the top story, the Department of Home Affairs has welcomed the Constitutional Court's ruling aimed at curbing the abuse of South Africa's asylum system. I'm on Lambada for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
Step into the future with Quantum, the radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Smile and my mind would fly. Every day of my life watching you. This is Namnagal, Nibubona Mubele Bak, Injena Jengwe, Viva, you are a legend. Ndiyakuthembisa soze sijike, masifundise uthando, masifundise umhlaba, masifundise uhleka, masifundise uvana, thina wasifundise inyani, wathi nyamezelani, wasifundise uthando, uthando lomculo, viva, la 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 la, viva the legend. Viva
you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Djibouti, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's strategic gateway, positioned along one of the world's busiest shipping routes, connecting the Red Sea to the Indian Ocean. Bordered by Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia. A land of desert landscapes, salt lakes, and volcanic terrain. Home to Lake Assal, one of the lowest points in Africa. French and Arabic are official languages. Afar and Somali cultures shape the nation's identity and daily life.
Djibouti gained independence in 1977, a young nation with global strategic importance. Its economy is driven by ports, trade, and international logistics, a key connection point between Africa and the Middle East and beyond. But challenges remain: water scarcity, unemployment, and heavy dependence on imports. Still, Djibouti continues to grow as a regional hub.
Djibouti stands where continents connect. In every port, in every desert, in every horizon, there is movement. Djibouti, strategic, resilient, connected.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right. Good afternoon to you, and hope you are having a fantastic day. Happy to report that the weather in Johannesburg is a little bit better than it was yesterday. Needless to say, though, that the weather inside the SABC is not as great as the weather outside of the building. But yes, it is beautiful weather outside in Johannesburg. Still a bit chilly, of course, given that we are in full-blown autumn. But it's a lot better than it's been over the last couple of days. But as I say that, also looking at SABC 404, and they're bringing a report from the Western Cape and that bad weather there that has displaced a lot of families and communities living them destitute, with family structures being broken down, trees haven't fallen, roads haven't been water washed out, is still persistent in that area. So if you are in the Western Cape, hopefully you are managing to stay dry, and more than that, to stay safe. We've got a jam-packed show today. We are going to be catching up with Usbahle Mota, finding out what's been happening at the Madlanga Commission for Day 106 that is coming live from the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Tshwane. And then we're going to be getting an update from the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, around the hantavirus and the latest update there, and whether or not there is a need for more concern. How amazing South Africans can be, because I always say this, whenever we are faced with adversity and a crisis, somehow we dig deep into our coping arsenal and we bring out the humor. Even I found myself defending South African rats on X. I really did. Even I found myself defending South African rats and, of course, their good behavior. So we're going to have that very serious conversation with Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi in this first hour of the show. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, it is Tuesday, Health and Wellness. Is it Salt Awareness Week, and does it make a shift, or does it make you shift, I guess, your relationship with salt and sodium and all these good stuff? So we'll have that conversation with the CEO of the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa. It's 1:15 o'clock, 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. Alternatively, you can find us on social media on X at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga. Let's take a quick pause. We'll be right back.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. #Visit Durban. #Africa Travel Indaba.
Africa is more than a destination, it's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba, proudly brought to you by South African Tourism.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up with Usbahle Mota, SABC news reporter, and get the latest of what's transpiring out at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. How are you doing this afternoon, Usbahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
It's only but a pleasure, and thank you for the time. I mean, let's talk about these 20 bags containing illicit drugs that allegedly fell from a container when law enforcement officers opened it.
Oh, yes, Bridget, if you remember, that was testimony that even came out from yesterday's witness who said he was told that these bags just, came out of the truck and, were on the floor, thus compelling the police officers who were first on the crime scene to just collect them and put them essentially in a bakkie. And we are hearing witness testimony from Warrant Officer Marumo Magane, who was one of the police officers on that scene who had spoken about these 20 bags. And what we are finding with his testimony is the fact that he lacked the necessary experience or the crime management skills to handle such a case involving a drug bust. And what we are hearing from his testimony as well is that his job is mainly office bound because in most instances he's tasked with interviewing suspects as well as witnesses for serious crimes. So what we are hearing from the commissioners as well as the evidence leader is the fact that what really compelled him to leave his office job in a sense and go and help out with this drug bust alongside Mr. Mashaba. And we are also finding that Mr. Mashaba was actually a traffic official as well who was involved with this drug bust. They didn't even, call other police who are expertise in the field for backup, and nor did they follow the right protocol. So this is further raising, questions about the involvement in this Ericsson drug bust which occurred in 2021.
It's the Madlanga Commission really is just a spider web of incidents and characters all interwoven together, because as we're hearing these testimonies and trying to track all these events and connect the various dots, at the same time we're also waking up to the breaking news of taxi boss Sibanyoni, who was arrested, and one is now trying to figure out, is he arrested in connection with things that have to do with the Madlanga Commission, or arrested, because perhaps of other business dealings?
I mean, what I've seen from social media, I was really shocked, by those news when I saw on X this morning. But I think, only time will tell. But what I saw one tweet is just in regards to the DJ Somebody speculation, rather, with the DJ Somebody case as well as DJ Vetti's. So, but I do believe that it has to do with some extortion cases. And I think as soon as he appears before before court rather, then we'll have a more clearer picture as to why he was arrested. But it would be very, very interesting to find out. But his name has been mentioned time and again, and I think one of the evidence that has come out, which has really stood out for me, is the fact that Vusmuzi Matlala had actually had a hit against his life. So we don't know at this point what the charges are, but we'll just have to wait and see when he makes his first appearance in court.
All right. Spahle, thank you for the time. Much, much appreciated indeed. And we'll catch up with you sometime tomorrow. That was Spahle Mota, SABC News reporter. It's gone 20 past 1 o'clock. A quick pause. And then we come back on the other side and we talk to, of course, the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Catching up with Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi now, Minister of Health, as we get to grips with the hantavirus and where South Africa is at, according to the Department of Health. It's been on the global news cycle for the last couple of days, a week or so now, and it's garnering significant attention following, of course, that MV Honduras cruise ship that was hit by the virus, and with some of those patients seeking urgent medical attention here in Johannesburg. Dr. Aaron, how are you doing this afternoon?
Listen, I can hear you speaking, but you're speaking at a little bit of a distance.
Am I speaking at a distance? Is this better?
Yeah.
Minister, they must issue you a new phone.
Sorry?
They must issue you a new phone. The department needs to issue you a new phone. How are you?
Well, they have done. It is true. It's due for change, yes.
Yes. Maybe let's try and also swap your line quickly. See if we can get another line, because on my end, there's also a little bit of static. So maybe let's see if we can get a little bit of a better line to have the conversation with Mr. Aaron Motsoaledi. I was joking to my team saying since I've been at SAFM, Minister Aaron is the one minister that is very, very proactive. Doesn't matter whether he's been the Minister of Home Affairs or the Minister of Health. Whenever we have issues that is mtintai or that pertain to his department, he will proactively call in to our producers, whether it's my show, whether it's Kathy's show, and say, wait, let me respond. Let me give the real facts, the right facts on that issue, or let me outline what that process actually entails and how it goes. So he's always availing himself for such conversations. Let's try again. Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, Minister of Health, how are you doing?
I'm okay. And you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. Much better line indeed, sir. Let's talk about this situation, this hantavirus, because it's preoccupied the minds and attention of South Africans, obviously, since the news broke out. Maybe before we even get to the latest updates, just to allay us as to our fears and concerns, give us a bit of context around hantavirus. Where is it carried? How is it transmitted? And that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, a hantavirus is a virus that is basically it gets transmitted from wild animals, human beings. The wild animals in this regard are rodents, mice, and rats. And it's usually transmitted through their excreta. Either through when a human being gets in contact with their urine, their droppings, even their saliva. Or if in very rare cases, the rats can scratch and bite you. That's the way it gets transmitted to human beings. But then, there are 38 strains of the virus. One of the strains, which is called Andes, is known as
Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, Minister, if I can interject here, I'm sorry to have to do this to you, and you and I have spoken before numerous times. and we always have such a clear, crisp conversation. But today, that line is really, really teka-teka-ring. I think it's just the logistics of where you are. They tell me that you're somewhere in the Eastern Cape, and so it's dropping out every few words, and we're losing a lot of that information. I don't think the conversation with the minister will be able to be carried today because of that location. So maybe let's... I don't think it's going to be carried. That location, that connection seems very, very bad because we've changed the lines. I think it's more of a connection where he's at versus a phone, for instance. So I rather maybe we come back to him either tomorrow or the day after. Let's see if we can't get our next guest, who is also going to talk on the same vein, Dr. Velile Ngidi, who's the public health medicine specialist in independent practice, and see if Dr. Ngidi can't carry this conversation with us, because I think Minister's line, it's really just a circumstance of where he is logistically and not the phone. A quick pause and then we come back on the other side.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's maybe try and have the conversation with Dr. Velile Ngidi, who's a public health medicine specialist in independent practice. And we're just getting to grips with hantavirus. Good afternoon to you, Dr. Velile. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you. And how are you?
I'm great. Admittedly, I was expecting the other gender, but thank you for the time. Just breaking the ice as we have this very serious engagement around hantavirus. I was asking the minister, but unfortunately his line, the connection couldn't hold for us. Just to give us some brief context around hantavirus. What do we need to know about, how it comes to be, how it's transmitted from rodent to human, and maybe why rodents carry it?
Okay. So hantaviruses are definitely not new. If you look in the last 20 years, in some continents like the Americas and Asia, they've had cases almost on a yearly basis with people dying from these viruses. And yes, rodents are the host, which means they are the transmitters of the virus, whether wild or within domestic areas. So it's exposure of humans to environments infested with these infected rodents, where you'd find that humans are then infected. So viruses are carried through the saliva, the droppings, and urine of rodents. So anything contaminated with these excretions from these rodents will then carry the risk of infecting humans. So you hear things like dry sweeping. So maybe in an enclosed environment where someone is using a broom to sweep, you then disturb the dust, you inhale that, and then people get infected. It's very rare that there's in cases of transmission through bites, not that wouldn't happen, but generally it's their exposure to contaminated particles in the environment where humans will then get infected.
Let's pause here just for a moment, a brief moment, Dr. Velile, as we take the headline news, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Department of Home Affairs has welcomed the Constitutional Court's ruling aimed at curbing the abuse of South Africa's asylum system. And the Cederberg municipality on the West Coast says several people have already been evacuated as a river in the region threatens to overflow due to heavy rainfall. And President Cyril Ramaphosa has described tourism as the major economic contributor in the continent. Ramaphosa has officially opened the 2026 Africa Travel Indaba in Durban today. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Continuing our conversation with Dr. Velile Ngidi, who's the public health medicine specialist in independent practice, and we're unpacking hantavirus. Of course, also getting an understanding around how this particular virus works, how we get ourselves infected or exposed to it, and whether or not there should be a cause for grave concern from South Africans. And now that we are clear on the exposure to the virus, hantavirus, that it's really hosted in rodents, whether wild or domesticated, usually pass through the urine or the droppings, but of course cannot exclude biting. And really just as you say, just a simple act of normal household cleaning when those dust particles come up in the air, inhaling, and then you might get exposed to it. Here's the other question that obviously when the news broke and South Africans were asking themselves, well, how safe are we? Centered to that conversation was the ask of how safe are our rodents? And we didn't get a chance to ask the minister this because we didn't get a chance to really engage in the conversation. But how safe are South African rodents? Here we are once again wanting to defend our rodents' reputation.
Okay, so I think as far as hantavirus specifically is concerned, there hasn't really been cases known of rodent to human transmission of hantaviruses within the African continent. I must stress that documented cases. So that doesn't mean that there's definitely hasn't been, but it's not something that is known to happen. But this has been the case in the other continents like the Americas and the Asias. So I don't want to say South African rodents are safe because I'm a public health specialist. In actuality, we need to go through all extremes to make sure that environments where people live are clean. And I think it's not so long ago also that we've had our own little crisis around rodent infestations and the desperate measures that households have gone to try and eradicate those infestations, especially in Gauteng province. So I don't want to make that general statement to say that South African rodents are safe, but in the context of hantavirus, we don't have community transmission of this virus. At the moment, as such, we're not expecting that to be an issue here in South Africa.
And I know you are not a viral scientist and an expert in that, and perhaps it's an unfair question to level onto you, but you might have some insight given the proximity of profession. Do we know why it is rodents, perhaps in the Americas and in certain Mediterranean European territories, that tend to carry this virus and not particularly African rodents known to carry this virus? Is it an environmental thing and maybe perhaps where they choose to habitate?
No, you are right. I'm not a virologist, and I think probably the virologist would be best placed to respond. But generally speaking, what makes a good host for any virus is, in actuality, is exposure, which means that virus needs to be present in that environment. And then two is the ability of that organism or animal to carry that virus and not necessarily get seriously sick but can transmit it. So possibly a combination of, one, the presence of that virus within the space, and then also the availability of a successful host which is able to carry that virus successfully for onward transmission. But yes, I think you are correct. A virologist would be best placed to respond.
In terms of misconceptions, what are the biggest misconceptions that we probably are spreading or, believing as South Africans? Because for all intents and purposes, I think a lot of us don't really know anything about hantavirus.
Yes. I think what I've noticed, because I think COVID-19, the pandemic, is still very fresh in all our minds. I think the biggest misconception, because of the way that the news has carried, everyone is panicking as if it's another virus with a pandemic proportions and capability to transmit. So what we need to understand is that these viruses have not perfected the ability to transmit from person to person. Yes, from the host rodent to people, that has been documented and generally is how this virus is transmitted. But it still needs to develop more capability to be able to successfully transmit at volumes like we saw with the COVID-19 virus. So this is why we shouldn't really be in the panic state that we have seen in various social media platforms and in other places within communities. So yes, the misconception is that it's another pandemic, and yet we are not making it better at the moment.
Okay. I must admit, maybe it's just my algorithms play different tricks. For once, I've thought South Africans have been very calm, at this situation. A bit miffed they were maybe at the fact that we opened our doors to the potential threat. But they seemed relatively less mild. Yeah, they were mild in their response to this situation. What practical steps maybe can we take as South Africans, maybe in the home, and also, is this something that we can get vaccinated proactively against, or there's even just no need for such?
Okay, so the easier question to respond to first is that there are no proven or authorized vaccines or treatments. So the treatment is mainly just supporting the symptoms and making sure that patients who are seriously sick get through the serious phases of the illness. So that's the one part. And then what practical steps can we take within South Africa in our communities? I think it would be too early for us to even go there, because we know that this hantavirus is not being transmitted in our communities at the moment. And like you said, the only reason we are involved in this outbreak is because we received patients who came through. Actually, not really received patients, but we know that's case number 2. Unfortunately, whose husband died on their way home. Had gone through our airports and had gotten sick while here and ended up being admitted and died within our shores. So what we're looking at here is mostly the people who were in contact with individuals who might have been in that flight. And as such, our concerns are mostly focused on contact identification and supporting them, making sure that symptoms are monitored, and when they need help and their conditions deteriorate, they receive the help that they need, but also to contain the possibility of transmission should any of those contacts develop full-on symptoms and become infectious. Outside that cohort of individuals, there is really no reason for us to be saying to all South Africans, stop dry sipping. Do whatever. I think it would be an overreaction. But it's still very important that people are aware where we are at with the outbreak. As we've seen, the WHO and locally the National Department of Health is continuously giving updates so that people know where we are.
Yeah.
So if things change, then people can be informed accordingly. Sorry.
Yeah. Just on that matter of symptoms, Dr. Velile, maybe if you can just give us an outline quickly, because not too sure if hantavirus behaves like a very severe flu, or perhaps it has some other distinct, nuanced sort of ways that it exhibits.
So hantavirus symptoms, unfortunately, are very similar to flu symptoms. And as we're heading towards winter, there's going to be quite a lot of people with very hantavirus-like symptoms, but it's actually got nothing to do with hantavirus. It's just your common cold or flu-like symptoms. So fever, body aches. It can also present with gastric symptoms, sometimes mild abdominal discomfort, diarrhea, mild diarrhea. But the range of symptoms is quite broad, but within that scope of a flu-like illness. So as such, like I said earlier, we're only looking at as a concern of a possible hantavirus infection amongst the contacts identified and not necessarily beyond that group.
Absolutely. So there's no need for us to be rushing in the hundreds and the thousands going to solicit hantavirus tests if you weren't in contact with individuals that were in contact with case number 2 or those folks that flew on, I forget the airline.
That was KLM, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Dr. Velile, appreciate the time and, of course, the information that you shared with us. We will call on you again sometime in the future on this or other matters. That was Dr. Velile Ngiti, public health medicine specialist. It's gone 20 to 2 o'clock.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Rwanda, East Africa. The land of 1,000 hills, a small nation with a powerful story of recovery and transformation. Bordered by Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kinyarwanda, English, and French shape the nation's voice, a culture rooted in unity, discipline, and renewal.
Rwanda gained independence in 1962, but the nation was forever changed by the 1994 genocide against Tutsi, a tragedy that shocked the world. Since then, Rwanda has rebuilt with remarkable speed. Technology, tourism, and services drive a fast-growing economy.
Kigali stands as one of Africa's cleanest and most organized capitals. Yet challenges remain: political freedoms, regional tension, and economic pressures. Still, Rwanda continues to move forward with vision and determination. Rwanda turned pain into purpose. In every hill, in every innovation, in every generation, there is renewal. Rwanda, resilient, visionary, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's have a conversation now that is looking at, looking at nursing really, because today is International Nurses Day. So what does empowering a nurse look like in today's context? I need to cough for just 2 seconds. Apologies, I had to make that disclaimer because I was going to go off for 2 seconds. So we're looking at what empowering a nurse looks like today. And of course, it's just the state of the profession. We are in conversation with Sister Sindiswa Ntlabati, who's a practicing nurse, and Linda Dunkley, a managing director of Riza Ventures, taking a moment to appreciate those people that meet us at our most vulnerable of needs by marking International Nurses Day. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for taking the time. Maybe let me start with you, Sister Sindiswa. How are you doing today?
I'm okay, and you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you very much. So do we say Happy International Nurses Day to you and all the nurses that are listening to the show?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So the theme for this year is Our Nurses, Our Future, Empowered Nurses Save Lives. I guess it would be pertinent to start off with perhaps what does empowering a nurse that is in the field, in practice every day, what does that look like in the context of South Africa?
Empowering a nurse. What does that look like now? Okay. Like before, you know that in terms of nursing has evolved so much from the past years because of before nursing couldn't operate independently. They were dependent to the doctors. Their roles were mostly dependent to doctors' orders and all that. But now we find nurses being able to practice on their own independently. So that has become one of the greatest things that to happen for us as nurses.
Linda Dunkley, how are you today? And thank you for joining the conversation. I guess maybe a bit of background as to Riza Ventures and how you tie in to the nursing profession.
Perfect. Thank you, Bridget, and thank you for having us this afternoon.
I think that RATA as an organization is involved with truly empowering nurses through our empathy clinics, which is our nurse premier model, which really seeks to put us front and center in having nurse-led and nurse-owned clinics within our township community. So really providing access to services and as Sister Cindy was saying, empowering the nurses to not only be the nurse, but to be the community leader and to be business owners.
And I think that's such a good elements to be focused on when we're looking at, I guess, what I would call the modern nursing profession, right? How does it continue to be sustainable, continue to be relevant outside of the halls of hospitals and clinics, and the kinds of roles that nurses can take up within community, and maybe unfairly so, over and above what is the expectation just within the professional corridor?
Agreed. And I think, we seek to partner, with the health system. We seek to partner with Department of Health in creating a viable and a sustainable solution. So our clinics, definitely are serving the role within our communities, and offering services at a price that our communities can afford. So private healthcare is out of reach. Public facilities are overstretched. And the space in between that has largely been empty. And that is where we position our clinics. And that is what we are hoping our clinics achieve. They are affordable, nurse-led primary healthcare facilities embedded directly in township communities. So, we are, having a nurse-led and a qualified nurse clinic who provides our range of services allows it to happen at a price point that is genuinely accessible to our low-income households, which is vital to serve our greater community.
Sister Cindy, so I hear you being in agreement there. Does that speak to perhaps how the role and the functioning of nursing can be reimagined and repositioned within community, particularly our, black and brown communities that often are left without resource and are lacking access to the medical sector?
Yeah, it does speak to, especially with me, like it's personal, if I can put it that way, to me, because of I grew up even around the area where I have my clinic at, so I know the struggles of public sector, and coming from there, having worked there as a professional nurse, as a primary healthcare nurse, and as from the public sector, to know how sometimes overcrowded our public clinics can get. So, and with limited resources, especially human resources, which is the nursing staff, because some of our colleagues, they opt to go overseas for greener pastures, if I can put it like that, because of, as Linda said, with the empathy clinics, they come in as a bridge to our community, whereby private doctors are very expensive, and private healthcare as large, they are very expensive. So while the public ones are overcrowded, they spend most of their days of the day sometimes they go back home without being seen because of the number of patients that are there. So this one comes in and bridges that gap to say, okay, fine, we cannot afford the private, so we come at a very not just affordable, but very cheap. It gives access. People that cannot afford private care, but have the same quality care of a private facility, but at a very affordable price. So it gives you that satisfaction knowing that our grannies that raised us, they are able to access private care. It sort of gives me that fulfillment, knowing that we are able to reach even the lowest family income. Yeah. Even those that who depend even on grants, they are able to access our facilities, because our services, because of the pricing.
Absolutely. It's 10 to 2 o'clock. Just a quick commercial, and then we'll come back and continue our conversation.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, as we continue our conversation focused on International Nurses Day, which is observed today under the theme, Our Nurses, Our Future, Empowered Nurses Save Lives. We're in conversation with Sister Sindiswa Ntlabati, who is a practicing nurse, and Linda Dunkley, who is the Managing Director of Razor Ventures, just exploring the nursing profession and where it stands in 2026. And perhaps, Sister Sindiswa, I mean, I didn't get into just your personal story. You grew up in Naledi in Soweto, and you became the first nurse in your family. For you, why did this particular vocation call to your heart?
Actually, just to be honest with you, I became a nurse by default.
By default?
Yes. You know, my friend was applying for nursing. And then one time she's been applying before, and she was being declined for after every application. So, and then this one time she insisted that I applied, and then I get accepted. After that, after being accepted, we went to college. We go to for our first experimental clinical experience. You know, after stepping from that ward, I fell in love with nursing. You know, seeing people, the patients, changing conditions from being ill and getting better. And I knew from that day that this is what I was called for or born to do. So in there, I can say that I fell in love with nursing once I got the exposure.
And is it a profession that continues to fulfill you today, despite of perhaps the challenges that come with it?
It does. It does. It does because of, remember, the most important in this profession is my patient. You know, because one thing that you aim for is to build that relationship where you become part of the family of many families that you come across through our patients. So that is what is most important, that we are able to build that trust, that relationship with the community, to know that even if they see you outside of your work, but you still continue with the relationship.
Linda, maybe let's also talk about, you hear Sister Cindy was saying for her it was a default, but once that emotional connection hit through the experience of her friend and that patient, it really landed for her. And oftentimes, I think when you talk to people who are in the nursing profession, particularly nurses, I guess by extension doctors, but it's not about them today, particularly nurses, they get into it either because it really was a passion calling for them. There was no other choice but to spend a life in professional service, or they get into it by default. You know, I was looking at something else, or I thought of something else, but for one or other reason that didn't pan out, and then I got into nursing. Let's talk about perhaps the opportunities that are still available. Whether it be entry-level opportunities that are available for communities who want to work in the area of nursing, or perhaps even fill in some of the gaps that might help a Sister Sindiswa be able to focus on being a primary health giver, and someone else take care of the other systems and operations that make nursing a little bit easier?
Definitely, and I think that there is a lot that we can do to support, empower, and create opportunities for nurses. Also, anyone who would like to be engaged with the healthcare profession, who has a passion at heart to, really facilitate this within our community. And I think there are, we can approach this on several levels, and because there's no single fix that helps to ensure that someone who wants to, help the healthcare profession, we can move forward. So I think the first piece we need to look at is around investment. So, there's investment in remuneration, working conditions, and the basic infrastructure of our facilities that our nurses work in. We can't continue to ask people to deliver a high standard of care in environments that make that genuinely difficult. I think the second piece we need to focus on is career development and leadership pathways. Nursing in South Africa is too often seen as a terminal profession rather than a launching pad. And we need to change that view. We need to create routes into clinical leadership, into health policy, into management, and yes, also into entrepreneurship. I think one of the third thing, and this is what sits close to my heart, is economic empowerment. The nursing home model we've built for our participants is one expression of what is possible when nurses are given the opportunity to own rather than just learn. When she runs her own clinic in her own community, she's building something that has lasting value for herself, for her family, and for the community she serves. And really that kind of economic stake changes everything. And I think lastly, as a greater whole, we really need to be honest about policy reform. We need to, focus particularly around the scope of practice, licensing, and the regulatory environment for nurse-led facilities. The rules that govern what nurses can do independently were written for a different era. We need to revisit these with fresh eyes and a genuine commitment to expanding access and really helping these nurses scale.
I mean, to Linda's last point about perhaps relooking at the rules that govern the nursing profession and the roles of nurses, Sister Sindiswa, if you had to have the ear of Dr. Aaron Mutsualedi, who in fact was supposed to be in conversation with us half an hour ago, often very much attentively listens to this particular show, what would you like him to know about, your experiences as a nurse, or perhaps where the department could really plug in to assist nurses do what they do better and more efficiently?
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot to it.
Well, you have a minute.
Okay. Number one, I feel that sometimes nurses are not appreciated, especially in the public sector, of which I would like that to change a lot, and to have more resources, because sometimes they don't have things that they are crucially needed to do their job. So it is important that they attend to such things like just having basic things that one needs to carry out their duties. So if they can do that, another thing, nurses are underpaid, hence most are leaving South Africa who didn't get the opportunities that was presented to, like myself, by Reza Empathy. So some they leave, they go overseas, leaving their families behind just to make ends meet or get better salaries. So if they can look into that as well, I think that would even motivate the very nurse that is still working in a public healthcare center.
I hear you, Sister Sindiswa Ntlabati. Thank you so much for the time. And Lydia Dunkley, appreciate your contribution on this International Nurses Day. And if you are listening to the show and you happen to be in the nursing profession, we thank you so much for pouring your heart and soul into taking care of each and every one of us, as well as our loved ones. And a personal shout out to Sister Nobuhle and her maternity team out at Mediclinic Santon, who took care of me so incredibly well during my journey of pregnancy. I was always the loudest patient at that maternity, and they were always so patient and so warm and so kind. That entire nursing team at that maternity wing is just the best you can ever find in Johannesburg. So Sister Nobuhle and your team, thank you once again. It's 2:00 on Delambana standing by with the news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, a 4-year-old dies in a fire at an informal settlement in Joburg, and Court's ruling on abuse of South Africa's asylum system welcomed. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. A fire at the Zamimpilo informal settlement west of Johannesburg has claimed the lives of 4-year-old twins and destroyed almost 8 shacks. The fire broke out this morning during a targeted raid by soldiers and police officers in the area. Community members allege that some foreign nationals fled when law enforcement arrived, leaving a stove unattended. The fire is believed to have spread rapidly through the informal settlement. The twins were allegedly left alone inside the shack when the blaze broke out. A 42-year-old man who attempted to rescue the children was injured and has been admitted to hospital. Residents Amanda Nduli says community members have repeatedly raised concerns about conditions in the area.
We no longer have hope because we have been complaining so many years. This is not the first time, not a second time, not a third time. It's been many times. So if there's no changes, we have to take actions to ourselves because there's no more we can do. If government cannot hear us, so who's going to hear us?
The Department of Home Affairs has welcomed the Constitutional Court's ruling aimed at curbing the abuse of South Africa's asylum system. The Court has ruled that rejected asylum seekers cannot submit repeated applications once their original application has been finalized. The decision dismisses a Supreme Court of Appeal ruling that asylum seekers who had been denied asylum can reapply while remaining in South Africa. Zine Buthelezi reports.
The Department of Home Affairs has described the Constitutional Court's judgment as a major victory in its efforts to restore the rule of law in South Africa's immigration system. The court confirmed that repeat asylum applications will not be allowed once an original application has been finally rejected. Home Affairs says the ruling will help prevent abuse of the asylum system and supports broader immigration reforms. Minister of Home Affairs Leon Schreiber says the judgment affirms government's commitments to strengthen and rebuild the country's migration management system. This is Zinebu Telezi for SABC News in Johannesburg.
The Cedarburg municipality on the west coast says several people have already been evacuated as a river in the region threatens to overflow due to heavy rainfall. Public Safety Manager Richard Meyer says water levels are rapidly rising, leaving some people trapped. He says some roads are inaccessible and Citrusdal is also cut off from the N7 towards the town.
121 people evacuated from Riverview, informal settlements within the Citrusdal area to a town hall. The river is still rising. It's wider than previously, but more people will be evacuated down the river if need be. 25 to 30 people were trapped on the farm Sivulini. EMS and SAPS currently busy dealing with that. 17 of them were already taken to land and assisted. We urge citizens to take necessary precautions and follow evacuation orders if given.
Data released by Statistics South Africa points to a reduction in both formal and informal sector employment, which dropped by 189,000 and 127,000 respectively. The quarterly labour force survey revealed that the official unemployment rate rose by 1.3% from 31.4% in the last quarter of 2025 to 32.7% in the first quarter of this year. Unemployment increased in all the country's provinces. provinces except KwaZulu-Natal, while the highest unemployment numbers were recorded in the Northwest and Eastern Cape. Gwena Marebula is the Deputy Director of Labour Statistics at Stats SA.
The number of persons employed in the formal sector decreased by 189,000, and those employed in the informal sector decreased by 127,000. The decrease in employment was mainly driven by community and social services with 206,000, construction 110,000, and transport 30,000.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has described tourism as the major economic contributor in the continent. Ramaphosa has officially opened the 2026 Africa Travel Indaba in Durban today. The Indaba is one of the largest tourism marketing events on the African calendar, showcasing the widest variety of the continent's best tourism products. Ramaphosa explains.
For many African countries, tourism is not merely a leisure industry. It is a developmental instrument. It becomes an instrument through which we can grow our economies. Tourism must be seen for what it is, a major economic driver, as it contributes billions of dollars annually to many African economies.
Recapping the top story, a fire at the Zamimpilo informal settlement west of Johannesburg has claimed the lives of 4-year-old twins and destroyed almost 8 shacks. I'm Lambada for SAfm News headlines at 2:30.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right. Who are we playing just now? Because I'm busy talking about all kinds of other things on the show at the moment. But yeah, that is how we are opening up our 2 o'clock hour. My tech also. Oh yes, I thought it was Mamleta Mbulu rather. I thought it was Mamleta Mbulu who we opened up with. It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock. We were busy in the foreground. There's a lot of moving parts that happen during the live show while the music plays. 10 past 2 o'clock, getting into a different kinds of conversation for health and wellness. Is it Salt Awareness Week? Make the salt shift. Well, it is rather Salt Awareness Week. Make the salt shift. You know what it is? It's too many S's in the sentence. Swap the salt for potassium salt substitutes. Now, I wonder what is the difference when it comes to that. We are chatting to Prof. Pamela Naidu, CEO of the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa. How are you doing this afternoon, Prof?
Yes, very well, thank you. Thanks so much for having me on your show.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. I mean, how many times can you say, is it Salt Awareness Week? Make the salt shift. Swap the salt for potassium salt substitutes before you get your tongue tied. But yeah, thank you for the time. It's Salt Awareness Week, of course. Let's have this conversation. Data from the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa shows that over 1 in 3 South Africans have high blood pressure. With around 1,500 out of 4,500 participants in a recent research finding to have had elevated blood pressure. Let's talk about maybe a start by getting a better picture of how much South Africans are consuming when it comes to salt. Are we a very salt heavy nation?
We are. Look, I wouldn't say it's all gloom and doom, to be honest. I do think we've made some strides, and not as much as we'd like to see it, though, because, the recommended daily allowance for an adult is 5 grams a day. That's all inclusive, so that's including your natural salts in your food, as well as the little salt that you add when you're cooking. And that should, it's hard to measure 5 grams, but I think that's kind of like a proxy measure that you're not adding extra. The problem happens when people start to add that extra salt into their meal.
Yeah. And interesting, when you talk about 5 grams, a few years ago, maybe 2 years ago, we had a dietitian on the show, and I was like, well, if I had to measure what 5 grams looks like in spooning or teaspooning, and the tip was, in fact, teaspoon it. That's the best gauge for those of us who are not sitting around with a measuring apparatus. 5 grams, 1 teaspoon. That is your allocation.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good way to put it, actually.
It was the easiest way for me to remember, honestly, when it comes to salt, as well as the sugar conversation. But as you say, it's not just about the salt that we are putting in our food that we see, whether it's pink salt or iodinated salt, whatever salt variant you use. It's about all the other hidden salts that we're using when we're prepping our meals or when we're buying meals that we're unaware of.
100%. So you see, there is a food regulatory system in South Africa, and so to be fair to some industry, they do follow what the government recommends. In terms of your nutrition labeling and indicating what's exactly in your food, and not using excessive amounts of salt, sugar, and fat, like utilizing, for example, the Heartmark logo, which is endorsed by the foundation, the Heart and Stroke Foundation South Africa. The problem happens in kind of 2 main ways. One is the unregulated food industry, and this is also perhaps street foods, your local foods, in certain communities, but also in restaurants and other types of organizations that serve food, and they don't feel that it's necessary to follow that kind of regulatory system. The problem is it's the policy that's not the problem, it's the monitoring. So, government, like all other good policies, if you don't have a monitoring system in place, it won't work. So what we found is that as a foundation, we've been very, very front and center on the salt reduction work. And so we've run huge campaigns also with the National Department of Health over the years. And some of our studies show that those who've been exposed to the education, the campaign material, our community-based interventions, there is definitely a reduction in the salt intake.
I mean, as we have this conversation with Dr. Pamela Naidu, I'd love to gauge what kind of salt person are you. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line if you want to send through a WhatsApp voice note. I'm sensing worry from the eyes of my producers because I think they are heavy on the salt. One in particular who's suddenly sat up quite straight. 061-410-4107. How heavy-handed are you on the salt? Are you the type of person that consumes the salt without or adds the salt without even tasting the food at all? And you're already reaching for the seasoning to add more salt. Would love to hear from you. We remind you about this conversation every single year because, we want to piki mak meer where we do change behavior. So maybe last year, the intention was you're going to be conscious about the kinds of salts that you consume and how much salt you consume, but you lost track. So this year, we're reminding you again because it is Salt Awareness Week. 061-410-4107. How much salt do you consume? Are you the kind of person who really, really just loves salt? Speaking of those unregulated industries as well, Prof. Pamela, one of the things that I wonder what becomes the responsibility here, especially if we're talking brands, right? It's hard to hold an individual restaurateur maybe responsible for how they are preparing their meals. As I'm about to talk about that brand, I got someone just sent me a message. Big national brands, would they have a responsibility to respond to the concerns of their consumers? There's a fried chicken brand that we all love very much. The monkey gets on our shoulders, but the salt that is contained in that chicken is, I don't know at what levels of salt. What is the responsibility there for food manufacturers, for, a big chain, fast food restaurants, to be conscious as well about the role that they play in a health conversation, particularly around salt?
Yes. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's all good. So I'm completely with you. So unfortunately, we in public health, we say there are many drivers of ill health, right? And so you get the social drivers. Obviously, that includes poverty. It includes like structural inequality. You get social, and then you get the commercial drivers, right? And the commercial drivers are those very companies who are not very pedantic or particular about their food formulation. Because at the end of the day, if the product sells, they're interested in the bottom line. And so it becomes a bit of a difficult advocacy for us because, yes, the government's done well and some companies comply, yet you will find those type of food companies that, including the fast food chains, who are just interested in the bottom line. And what often happens, and it's also a misconception, to be honest, I think, is that people perceive that those fast foods are cheaper. I beg to differ. Because if you really think about it a little bit more deeply, you can have a tasty food that does not have to be deep fried.
Yeah.
And it's not going to cost you that much more. And I think it's also some people have very, perhaps poor self-control, in terms of, so a lot of it is behavioral too. Because the company is selling it, you're not forced to buy it.
Absolutely.
But if you're serious about your health, then you should really be thinking twice.
Yeah.
Because, to just put it simply, like if you take salt, excessive salt consumption is one of the key drivers for hypertension. Hypertension is a key risk factor for heart disease and strokes and renal failure and many other conditions. But these are the key medical conditions. And if you look at the statistics in South Africa, in what we call a cluster of non-communicable diseases, so anything that's not infectious and, you can pass from one to the other,
Yeah.
not like HIV or COVID and so on, anything that you are not really passing on to the others, but you're vulnerable for,
Yeah.
it's one of the highest burdens of disease. So people die from it, people get disabled from it. It's the highest medical condition, heart conditions and strokes.
Let's pause here for a second, Prof. Pamela. We'll come back on the other side. It is Salt Awareness Week, and we're catching up with the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa. How heavy-handed are you with the salt? 061-410-4107. See you all already outing yourselves on WhatsApp. We'll share together in just a moment.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Cameroon, Central Africa. A nation of diversity and complexity. With a coastline on the Atlantic Ocean, often called Africa in miniature because everything is here. Rainforests, mountains, savanna, and coastline. Over 250 languages, English and French official, a legacy of colonial history. Bordered by Nigeria, Chad, Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and Congo.
Their independence came in 1960 and 1961. A union of histories, a blending of identities. Oil, agriculture, and trade drive the economy, but internal tensions remain, especially between Anglophone and Francophone regions. Still, culture thrives. Music, football, and community connect the nation.
Cameroon carries many worlds in one. In every language, in every rhythm, in every region, there is identity. Cameroon, diverse, complex, alive.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we're talking to Prof. Pamela Naidu, CEO of the Heart and Stroke Foundation of South Africa, on the back of it being Salt Awareness Week. How heavy-handed are you with the salt? I'm seeing you on WhatsApp, just sharing with us. It's interesting to note, Anonymous, that you go to Chicken Licken and you still ask them for more salt. I don't know how much salt your salt has, because Prof. Pamela, do you think a lot of people are aware that they have a salt problem? And do they know the numbers also? When we talk about hypertension, have they gone to do those annual screenings to know how their body deals with salt? Because you could be taking in, asking for extra salt, but your body is actually not handling the salt well, and you're unaware until something really big gets triggered.
Oh, yes, 100%, And one way of actually seeing that in real time is, say, for example, strokes. As I said earlier, excessive salt consumption leads to raised blood pressure, hypertension, and it raises it to the abnormal levels. It's younger people are suffering strokes in this country. Now, that in itself is quite telling. It tells you there's some unhealthy behaviors happening, because it can't all be due to genetics.
Yeah.
Only 20% is due to your genes. The 80% is due to how you adopt healthy behaviors.
Makes perfect sense.
Then you combine that with day-to-day stress and maybe too much fat in your diet and lack of exercise and so it's obviously it's not salt in itself.
Yeah.
The problem happens is if salt is one of the contributors along with other risk factors.
Absolutely. So you create perfect storm
Yeah.
of something bigger to erupt medically. Let's
Correct.
talk about you having a campaign, Make the Salt Shift. Talk to me what the campaign is aimed towards.
Yes, that's a really good one. We're very excited this year because, every year we talk about salt and hypertension and so on, and that hypertension is a silent killer, and so people don't, because salt is such a daily thing, it's a daily consumption. But to shift that mindset is basically what it implies. And so that means that we need to understand a little bit more about the science. Don't disregard the science. Because it's the sodium in the salt, or sodium salt, if I may put it that way. That is the culprit. So what we're saying is, if you like that little bit of taste in your food, there are other ways to make your food tasty. So one of the ways is to use salt substitutes, right? For example, potassium salt. Now, here's the problem also, because at the moment in South Africa, it would be an expensive item. So we need to lobby, as everybody, not just in the health sector, to get government to regulate those prices, to make it more affordable, because ultimately it will make people healthier. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. So that's the mind shift change that we need to have. Because you see, a lot, like you said earlier, it's only when it's acute that we realize, whoa, we have a blood pressure of 160 over 120 or whatever. Because hypertension, for example, is silent, you won't know it.
You absolutely won't. Potassium salt substitutes, what makes them different? What are they exactly?
Well, it's obviously a chemical. It's a chemical formula, but it's a natural product, right? Like for those of you who've done science, you've got that table of products. So it's sodium, chloride, and potassium, magnesium, like that. So there's a science of nutrition. That's how you need to look at it. Okay. And potassium is a much healthier version of salt, because sodium actually damages the kidneys. It really gets the body to absorb more water, like water retention, that makes the heart work harder. It then raises you see now, if you're good at visualizing, you can already see the body struggling now. You've got this extra volume that the heart has to pump. And the brain is a part and parcel of that circulatory system.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always a very important conversation to have annually. We use it as a reset ourselves with the team, just to check where we're at with our salt-conscious consumption throughout the year. Appreciate your time. That was Prof. Pamela Naidu, CEO of the Heart and Stroke Foundation. So if you haven't run those numbers yet this year, maybe this will be an opportune time to put that in the calendar, just to go and get your BP levels checked out, make sure that everything's okay. And if they are seeming a little bit high, heed some of the advice from Prof. Pamela. Have a look at your habits, have a look at your diet patterns, as well as getting in some exercise there. And a lot of dietitians always recommend reducing a little bit of the salt, getting a little bit active, even if it's just a walk for 30, 45 minutes, just to get your body moving and shaking. And look at other alternatives, particularly if you do cook, if you enjoy being in the kitchen. A lot of the spices and the things that we use already do come with some kind of sodium. So you might not need to actually put that much salt. It might just be because of habit that you're putting that much salt, and maybe just reduce a little bit at a time, slowly until you get to the right dosage. Oh my goodness, if you could see through the screens the way my producers are rolling their eyes at me so far back, they will remember this conversation in a few months when we go for our BP test here at the Wellness Center. It's 2:30. It's time for Ondela and the news headlines, and then we'll get into our kids programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, a fire at the Zamimpilo informal settlement west of Johannesburg has claimed the lives of 4-year-old twins and destroyed almost 8 shacks. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has put to Warrant Officer Marumo Makhane that he was ignorant of national instructions relating to the handling of crime scenes due to his inexperience with drug busts. And the head of the World Health Organization says work around the hantavirus outbreak is not yet over, despite the successful evacuation of the disease-stricken cruise ship. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Tuesday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner. Today we're talking about something very important. What to do if you get lost in a busy place like a mall. Have you ever been in a busy place where you couldn't find your parents for a moment? What did you do? What is the first thing you should do if you realize you are lost at the mall? Why is it important to stay in one place instead of walking around looking for your parents? Who are the safe people you can ask for help? And what can you and your parents agree on before going out to help you find each other easily? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Greetings everyone. My name is Nesisa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I am in Brixton Primary School. Yes, I have once been in a busy place and couldn't find my parents for a moment. I went to the security and asked for help or to check the CC camera footage. The first thing you can do if you realize that you lost in a mall, you should go and watch the CC footage and you might see your parents there. It's mostly important to stay in one place once you realize you're missing in a mall, because if you keep going around, your parents might think you're around them. Then when they get out, you will still move around until you cannot find your parents. The safe people that I can ask for help once I get missing in a mall are the security guards. Me and my parents can agree on that. When we go into the mall, we hold each other's hand.
Greetings everyone. My name is Matlakhanala Bushala. I'm in grade 6A. I'm 11 years old. I go to Brixton Primary School. No, I have never been in a busy place and couldn't find my parents for a moment.
Hi everyone, my name is Alanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I've ever been in a busy place and could not find my parents for a moment. I went to one of the security guards, told him the situation I was facing, and he helped me by asking me my parents' phone numbers, and I told him. Then he called my mom, but my mom's phone was on voicemail. Then he went to speak through the microphone so that everybody could hear, and then directed my mom where she could find me. And at the end, my mom found me, and I was so happy. She was also so glad. What is the first thing you should do if you realize you're lost at a mall? You should ask a security guard or enter a shop. The safe people you can ask for help are security guards or someone who works there that can be trustworthy. What can you and your parents agree on before going out to help you find each other easily is to know. Both of you should know each other's phone numbers. Thank you, everyone.
I've been lost in shops and malls many times. It is not even funny. And to prevent getting lost, my tips are that you should stay with someone, like whether you're going with a friend or with a guardian or whoever you're going with. You should just stick with them, because once you wander around, then you don't know where they are and they don't know where you are, and it's just such a big mess. Sticking with someone is just very important, whether you're in a mall or just any kind of public area, if you do not want to get lost. I used to always get lost, as I said, and one of the worst times when I got lost was when I was at Melrose Arch. I just stood next to Starbucks, and then she found us, and it was just a very scary experience. And getting lost is just not a fun thing, so I say you should not get lost. And I never walk around in the shop or mall alone, and I think it's really unsafe that kids walk alone in the mall, because people are very dangerous and anything could happen, and they could just also get lost, which is also quite scary. I think that when kids realize that they're lost in a mall or a shop, the quickest thing to do is also to go to reception at the mall, so that they can call your parents to come fetch you, or call your friends to come see where you are.
Hi everyone, my name is Karabo. There are plenty of times where I've been lost in a busy place and I couldn't find my parents, especially when I was younger and I didn't have a mobile device, where I just walk around until I find my mom, because the shops we'd go to wouldn't be that big. But nowadays what I do is just call her, because I'm old enough to have my own phone. The first thing one should do when you realize you're lost at a mall is try to contact someone, and if you don't have any service, or if you don't have a phone, or if you just don't have data, go to the front desk of the shop that you're in and ask them to use the intercom to tell them that their parent has lost a child. Why I think it's important to stay in one place instead of walking around looking for our parents is because it could cause a very big confusion to children at a young age, which it did for me as well, because I had to even go up to an adult at some point because they saw me wandering around on my own, and I thought I was going to get stolen. So just for safety purposes, try not to walk around and stay in one place until your mom finds you. People that you're safe around, who you can ask help with, or maybe the front desk managers at the shops, or some security guards who have phones so that you can call your mom, or people who work in the aisles that you're lost in. What one can do, and your parents agree on before going out to help you find each other, is maybe have a bow. Maybe, I don't know if that's a good idea, but for my preference, if I were to have children, I'd give my child a bell, so that I know that if they feel like they can't find me or they don't know where they are, they just ring the bell. And if I can hear it, I'll go try find them. And if that doesn't work out, maybe have an extra phone on standby just in case. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Being separated from your parents or guardians in a busy place like a mall can feel scary, confusing, and stressful. Many children may panic at first, especially when you cannot see the adult you came with. That is why it is important to know what to do and stay as calm as possible. The first thing you should do if you realize you're lost at the mall is to stop, stay calm, and look around carefully. Instead of running around searching everywhere, it is safer to stay where you are and move to a nearby safe place. Panicking can make the situation more difficult and may cause you and your parents to miss each other. It is important to stay in one place because your parents or guardians will most likely come back looking for you where they last saw you. If you keep moving around the mall, it becomes much harder for them or security staff to find you quickly. Staying still helps adults locate you faster and keeps you safer. If you need help, you should only speak to safe and trusted adults such as security guards, police officers, shop workers wearing uniforms or name tags, or a mother with children. These adults are there to help keep people safe. You should never leave the mall or go anywhere with a stranger, even if they seem friendly. Before going to busy places, parents and children should agree on a safety plan. This can include choosing a meeting point, learning your parents' or guardian's phone number, knowing your full name and surname, or deciding what to do if separated. Some parents may also remind children to stay close and hold hands in crowded places. Knowing what to do when lost helps us as children feel more prepared and confident. Staying calm, asking the right people for help, and following safety rules are important ways to stay safe in public places. Safety is not about being afraid. It is about being smart, aware, and prepared. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Outsurance can't improve your parallel parking skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online. Africa is more than a destination, it's unlimited. Welcome to Africa's Travel Indaba 2026, where the continent's boldest tourism experiences come alive under one powerful theme: Unlimited Africa, growing Africa's tourism economy. From the 11th to the 14th of May, the Durban ICC becomes the ultimate meeting place where connections spark, deals are made, and partnerships shape the future of tourism. Don't just witness Africa evolve, be part of it. See you at Africa's Travel Indaba, proudly brought to you by South African Tourism.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludek. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
I swear, I feel like we need a cleansing today on the show. It's the final moments of the show as we prepare to wind down. And we're looking at how South Africa works. And today we're going to get a breakdown of Section 89 with, of course, a lawyer and legal analyst, Mpumelelo Bond Nyoka. Before we get to all that stuff, let me just say a belated happy birthday. Where Baba Galut love.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bridget. That was a surprise. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you.
It's wonderful to turn a year older. Even more wonderful to be blessed with such an incredible daughter. Love Uluti, love Wako. She's just amazing.
Oh, told you. Thank you very much for that. She's
Yes.
my firstborn.
Oh.
She's my firstborn of 3 daughters. So she's my firstborn.
You raised
Yes.
a stellar young lady. You raised a
Thank you
stellar
very
young
much.
lady. And I'm sure
Thank
her
you very
sisters are
much.
the same. So
Yes.
let us get into this conversation around Section 89. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Umam Togo Didiza, outlined the steps that Parliament is set to take following a landmark constitutional court judgment that declared parts of the National Assembly's impeachment rules unconstitutional and ordered the revival of the Section 89 process that's linked to the independent panel report chaired by former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo. And I think we wanted to unpack Section 89, but maybe before we even get there, just in terms of that judgment that came in 3 parts, in layman's term, if you could give us an overview of what the judgment was and then how whichever portion of it speaks to Section 89.
All right. First of all, as we know, there are 3 organs of state. There's the legislature, commonly known as the parliament, consisting of the National Assembly and the NCOP. Then there's the executive cabinet and the rest of the administration. And then there's the judiciary, that is from the constitutional court right down to the lower court, there's a principle of separation of powers that is centuries old, that is no sphere of government can encroach upon the competence or powers of another organ of state. However, they can be interdependent. That is also in our South African Constitution. So what this Friday's decision meant was that although this principle of separation of powers is respected, Parliament failed after being presented with a panel's report that there's prima facie evidence on this. They voted it down by a majority. Hence, the president, who had applied for judicial review, which was rejected in the Constitutional Court because of procedural matters, he was supposed to have taken it to the High Court, but because it was voted down, he decided not to apply for review. He should have done that in the lower court after it was rejected at the Constitutional Court. By lower court, I mean the High Court, not down there in the High Court, throughout the 2 years, so that there can be certainty and his conscience is clear that it was ventilated. He's coming now at the last moment after the Constitutional Court has ruled that the National Assembly acted irrationally by refusing to entertain the report, at least by forming a mechanism called the impeachment process. So it's not encroaching upon the sphere of the legislature, but none of the organs of state must act irrational. That will be against their constitutional obligations. You understand? So that is why they enter. They are not dictating to Parliament to this ABC, but at least act rationally, because Section 237 is clear about one thing. All constitutional obligations must satisfy two things. They must be attended to diligently and without delay. That was not diligent for the National Assembly to just vote it down because of the majority. That is where we were. And as I said earlier on in the morning, the outrage of South Africans should not be directed at the president calling upon him to resign. It should be directed at the National Assembly, which failed to act in terms of its mandate. Yes, it's a subject matter, but the real thing is the failure of the National Assembly to act, as they failed to act with the Inkandla report by shooting it down, the Public Protector's report. So the real constitutional delinquent is the National Assembly. Now it's given a chance to say, this report, refer it to the committee, which will ventilate further, expand on the prima facie finding by saying, yes, there's merit in this, because they must call witnesses. Arthur Fraser must testify with his source. The president must also testify. Everyone's going to be cross-examined, as it was the case with Busisiwe Mkhwebane. Or the reports of the SRB, of the South African Reserve Bank, and also Public Protector must all be put in the same pot of consideration. Then the committee, after that, will come out with an answer to say one of the two grounds, which those are relevant in Section 89. There was a serious violation of the law or constitution, or there was serious misconduct. Once that is done, that report will go to the National Assembly. The National Assembly will then have to vote and see if they can reach two-thirds majority. Mind you also, the Constitutional Court stated that it's not peremptory that a person must be removed, despite the presence of any of those three factors, because the wording is, once it is found that any of the three factors exist, the National Assembly may, by a vote of two-thirds majority, remove the president. So no constitutional court can instruct the parliament to say, remove him, because your findings from the committee say he has committed it. So that's going to be another area where people are going to say the judiciary is captured or what, while or the legislature is acting for the president. Okay, it's discretionary. That's what the Constitutional Court ruling said on its 150 pages. It's up to Parliament now to say, let's vote, not as cows in one direction. If two-thirds majority is surmounted, well and good, the president will be removed. If not, that will be the end of the matter.
Yeah.
I hope I've explained it.
Yeah.
So that is where we are. So in short, because they acted irrationally by refusing that panel report, they must rectify that. That's what it is in short and summary.
Okay. So the court ordered that interim amendment. It's they refer to it as a reading in. to govern the handling of Section 89's impeachment matters until Parliament formally amends its rules. Talk to us about what is that?
No, because it has to act in a certain way, it devises rules to act according to that, to form a committee. In this case, it can be called an ad hoc committee or an impeachment committee, even though the word impeachment is not found anywhere in the Constitution. What the Constitution talks about is about the removal of a president in the presence of any of the three factors, but it is commonly known as impeachment. So in order to act, to form a committee, you must devise rules, but that are rational and effective and in the spirit of the Constitution. That is why now they say, make your rules so that that committee can function in terms of the rules. The Parliament is empowered in terms of the of Section 237, as I said, to devise rules in terms of which a committee that it forms can act. So different rules are always formed if there's a committee, like in the Mkhwebana hearing. That's what it means. After that has been satisfied, end of those rules.
All right. Now, when it comes to the reaffirming of the National Assembly's constitutional obligations, as it regards accountability and oversight under Section 89 of the Constitution, let's unpack that in over the next couple of moments.
Okay. By accountability, as it was stressed by the Constitutional Court, it does not mean that the National Assembly must act against or in favor of whatever subject person is. All it said is that here is a report that says there's prima facie evidence. Your accountability comes in when you say, fine, you've got this, we're confronted with this, let's form a committee to ventilate this further. That is accountability. That's what it means by account. So it is accountable in that way. If there's a report that says there's a prima facie case, but you still don't act, then you are failing to exercise accountability. That is what it means. It does not mean that must vilify the president. And the debate current is not about the president, although indirectly it is. It is about the failure of the National Assembly to act on their report, to make sure that that report, to the fullest, it is so that the president committed any of the three factors stated in Section 18R or not. National Assembly vote. In other words, that committee is going to do the work of the National Assembly. Yes, the National Assembly, after the report is referred to it, may likely debate it, but so cumbersome to be debated. Hence, a committee, a few, like an executive of a soccer club, or executive of whatever. Yeah, so that's why it's delegated its powers temporarily to a committee that has not yet been formed. It's not a permanent feature. That committee is not there, but it's going to be formed now. And note this one, Bridget, watch the terms of reference.
Yes, yeah.
That will fall or stand on the terms of reference. There's going to be a wrestling match on the terms of reference. It's not enough to say, let's have a committee. It's key what the terms of reference are. The terms of reference must also reflect accountability. Don't make something that is contrary to the spirit of the prima facie finding of the panel.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess, as you say, the terms of reference will be key. Just as a parting shot, a lot of the observation on social media on the back of that judgment was also the fact that the Court left open-ended by way of dictating the time frames that this processes must be concluded.
I think it was being respectful and kind to its fellow organ of state, sensitive about the principle of not infringing on the powers of the legislature. You must remember also, Southern must remember that the constitutional power, the Constitutional Court itself is not coming with clean ends, if I can say so, because it took 500 days, more than a year, to come to this decision. Hence, the opening line of the Chief Justice was to apologize for this. So it violated its own Section 237 that says constitutional obligations, including the judiciary, must be acted upon diligently and without delay. Surely, it cannot be said it's not a delay to come to a decision more than a year.
Mm.
I'm not saying in a negative way, but I'm just saying maybe there is the respect by the judiciary on Parliament not to dictate time frames when it did not also dictate to the fundamental principle of justice that says justice delayed is justice denied.
Absolutely.
Whoever brought that action. Okay.
We have to leave it there for this afternoon. That was Mpumelelo Bond Nyoga, lawyer and legal analyst. In our final moments, we're going to rewind back to the Madlanga Commission. And of course, today, taking the witness stand was Warrant Officer Marumo Mangene, who is an Ekurhuleni-based Crime Information Management and Analysis Center commander. And this is a division within the South African Police that's primarily responsible for compiling and analyzing crime statistics, and he was appearing to give evidence and answer questions that were related to the 2021 drug bust that happened at the south of Johannesburg, where a truck carrying in excess of 740 plus kilograms of cocaine was seized by police. Let's go back to some of those highlights.
Warrant Officer, I just want to get an idea of what you and Mashaba thought you were doing. He's a traffic officer. I don't expect him to be skilled in handling drug busts. Your functions are mainly office bound. Yes, you do say from time to time you do go out, but doing anything regarding crime scenes is incidental. So both of you know nothing at all with handling drug busts. What on earth did you think you were doing when you started searching that truck, removing whatever it is you removed and loaded it onto your buggy? What did you think you were doing?
With all honesty, Commissioners, the sole intention was to verify the information, have a success operation. Even though both of us were not having any experience in handling the drug bust, but relevant functionaries were sourced to come and assist.
Is this verify information whether there were indeed drugs in the container? Is that what you are referring to when you say the purpose was to verify the information?
If it's positive, exactly.
Is that all that a crime scene is about?
No, like Commissioners, like I alluded earlier, that I tried my level best to preserve and make sure that the scene is not contaminated.
And that is where we leave it for this afternoon. We'll be coming to you from Durban tomorrow. We're going to be out at Travel Africa. So we'll bring you all that good stuff with everything that's happening there. And hopefully the weather behaves as well. I'm anticipating good weather. Might even risk it and fly without any kind of coat or anything. If I get to Durban and it's cold, I'm going to take issue with everyone from the week who told me that they were walking around with flip-flops and shorts. Have yourselves an incredible afternoon further. Ashraf is standing by with the National Pulse, and the next Madlanga Commission update is set for around 5:45 p.m. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. 4-year-old twins dying in a fire at an informal settlement in Joburg, and work around the hantavirus outbreak is not yet over. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. A fire at the Zambimpilo informal settlement west of Johannesburg has claimed the lives of 4-year-old twins and destroyed almost 8 shacks. The fire broke out this morning during a targeted raid by soldiers and police officers in the area. Community members allege that some foreign nationals fled when law enforcement arrived, leaving a stove unattended. The fire is believed to have spread rapidly through the informal settlement. The twins are allegedly left alone inside the shack when the blaze broke out. A 42-year-old man who attempted to rescue the children was injured and has been admitted to hospital. Resident Amanda Nduli says community members have repeatedly raised concerns about conditions in the area.
We no longer have hope because we have been complaining so many years. This is not the first time, not the second time, not the third time. It's been many times. So if there's no changes, we have to take actions to ourselves because there's no more we can do. If government cannot hear us, so who's going to hear us?
Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has put it to Warrant Officer Marumo Machane that he was ignorant of national instructions relating to the handling of crime scenes due to his inexperience with drug busts. Machane, an SAPS commander attached to the Crime Information Management and Analysis Center at Zonkizizwe Police Station, is testifying about the 2021 drug bust in Eraton, Johannesburg. Evidence before the Madlanga Commission suggests that Machane lacked the necessary training and expertise in crime scene management. Commissioner Baloyi further put it to Machane that his actions had deliberately compromised the crime scene during the operation.
So I'm giving you propositions that, one, you were either deliberately compromising the crime scene by contaminating it from the get-go, or you were ignorant about handling a crime scene such as this, because you have absolutely no experience in drug busts. It's not part of your job, and you are ignorant of the national instruction on how to handle a crime scene.
Legal analyst Mpumelelo Nyoga says President Cyril Ramaphosa's intended court review of the Section 89 independent panel report cannot halt Parliament's constitutional obligation to begin impeachment processes. Nyoga argues that while the President has the right to seek judicial review, the Constitutional Court ruling remains binding. Nyoga says Parliament can therefore proceed with steps towards establishing an impeachment committee and related processes. He warns that any attempt to stop Parliament from carrying out its constitutional duties would likely fail under the principle of separation of powers.
Court orders and decisions are binding and must be abided by diligently without delay, as Section 237 states, unless the President can adventurously attempt to interdict the commencement of that process. I'm saying adventurously because that too cannot succeed. The principle of separation of powers is that the Constitution has acted, instructing the National Assembly to act in terms of the Constitution. It cannot be stopped by the executive, represented by the President, from doing its duties.
The Cederberg municipality on the west coast says several people have already been evacuated as a river in the region threatens to overflow due to heavy rainfall. Public Safety Manager Richard Meyer says water levels are rapidly rising, leaving some people trapped. He says some roads are inaccessible and Citrusdal is also cut off from the N7 towards the town.
121 people evacuated from Riverview, informal settlements within the Citrusdal area to a town hall. The river is still rising. It's wider than previously, but more people will be evacuated down the river if need be. 25 to 30 people were trapped on the farm Sivulini. EMS and SAPS is currently busy dealing with that. 17 of them were already taken to land and assisted. We urge citizens to take necessary precautions and follow evacuation orders if given.
The head of the World Health Organization says work around the hantavirus outbreak is not yet over, despite the successful evacuation of the disease-stricken cruise ship. The last passengers and crew members of the cruise ship landed in the Netherlands earlier today. 3 people have died since the start of the outbreak. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says there is no sign of the start of a larger outbreak, but he has cautioned that the situation could change.
Each of the countries to which the passengers have been repatriated is responsible for monitoring the health of those passengers. Our work is not over. WHO will continue to work closely with experts in all affected countries We have also requested countries to report regularly to WHO on the health and well-being of passengers and crew through the international health regulations.
Recapping the top story, a fire at the Zamimpilo informal settlement west of Johannesburg has claimed the lives of 4-year-old twins and destroyed almost 8 shacks. I'm on Delambana for SAfm News headlines at 3:30.
In sports, the Sawa Shapneem named in 2026 T20 World Cup. Khumalo remains optimistic despite limited AFCON preparations, and Hollywood Bets Super League unveils bold new era for women's football in South Africa. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
A warm welcome to you. I'm hoping to say, I hope you're having a magic or wonderful day. Then I look at those Stats SA figures around unemployment, and it is a huge concern. And we'll talk about that later on. But the numbers are frightening, particularly when you look at the issues of the unemployed in that age group of in that young age group. It's the youth. It is a massive cause for concern. We'll talk about that later, but here's a question to you up front, okay? Seriously, let's look at not the gripe, but let's look at the reality. How do we move from a position of joblessness to jobs, from joblessness to jobs, from unemployment to work? How do we get to that situation? Like, what do we need to actually be doing? Because we can't leave it like this. We're 30, 35, 40% youth, 60% unemployed. It's just crazy. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Welcome to the show. So, you engage by calling in live when we open the lines, 086 000 2032. And then WhatsApp, you can text or you can voice note. 30 seconds, please, when you do send a voice note. 0614 104 107. You have the option to tweet as well, so tag us. SAfmRadio. Once again, those in the Western Cape, Citizen reporting, looking at the atrocious weather conditions. Has that changed? Send some pictures, videos. If you can, just tag us. Use that hashtag as well, the National Pulse. And you can also post on the SAfm Facebook page too. So naturally, we will talk about Ramaphosa. Cannot be ignored. We'll get an updated reaction from Lawson Naidoo, the Executive Secretary of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. We'll also chat to Dr. Kone Mulder from Freedom Front Plus. And we'll look at other issues, including that as part of this big issues feature that we now do every day, where we look at immigration. Yesterday we touched on it in terms of the immigration sentiments. Today it's Dr. Somadoda Fikeni. He'll give us his thoughts on what do we do regarding foreign nationals. All of that to come up here on the National Pulse.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Ooh, savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The city of Durban is once again ready to roll out the red carpet for thousands of delegates and influential buyers from across the globe. From the 11th to the 14th of May at the Durban Exhibition Centre, Africa Travel Indaba is the continent's flagship event, showcasing the best that Africa has to offer in leisure travel. Don't miss Durban Tourism Stand at DEC 1G20 to explore and experience the city's unique offerings firsthand. Discover Durban's vibrant culture, stunning natural landscapes, and world-class attractions. Engage with tourism experts, learn about exciting packages, and see why Durban is the ideal destination for your next holiday. For more details, visit www.visitdurban.travel or follow at DBN Tourism on social media platforms. Hashtag Visit Durban. Hashtag Africa Travel Indaba. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
All right, so let's get with it. So yesterday, drama. I know some people said, I'm sure the president's going to resign. Never gave that much thought. And of course, that now famous line, I will not resign from the president. We know that he's to take the Section 89 panel report on judicial review. Now, just to recap, in 2023, Vincent Magwenya, the spokesperson for the president, announced that the president would be dropping his bid to take the Section 89 panel report on judicial review. This is what he said.
The president has been advised, which advice he has accepted, that the panel report and all issues associated with it have become moot, and they are of no practical and legal consequence because on the 13th of December 2022, the National Assembly decided to reject the motion to refer the panel report to an impeachment committee. While that decision remains valid, the Section 89 panel report carries no weight in law. The President has thus been advised not to institute proceedings before the High Court for the review and setting aside of the panel report at this stage. President Ramaphosa reserves his right to bring such proceedings in due course should the circumstances change. The President maintains his position set out in his founding affidavit before the Constitutional Court that the panel report is reviewable in law on several grounds, including the misconception of its mandate, the grave errors of law, and the unfounded conclusions of fact. I'll end there for now.
So the point made, that could be revisited or reviewed should circumstances change. Then, as we now know, that then last night, President Ramaphosa, he said this about resigning and regarding Section 89 panel report.
My fellow South Africans, while there have been calls in some circles that I should resign, nothing in the Constitutional Court judgment compels me to resign my office. The Constitutional Court made no finding of any kind regarding my alleged conduct. The court made no finding on whether there was prima facie evidence of misconduct, nor if the alleged conduct, if established, justifies impeachment and the removal of the president. Instead, the Constitutional Court judgment reinforces the principles, the rights and processes underpinning our constitutional order. This explicitly includes the right to take the report of the independent panel on review. I therefore respectfully want to make it clear that I will not resign. To do so would be to preempt a process defined by the Constitution. To do so would be to give credence to a panel report that unfortunately has grave flaws. To do so would be to abdicate the responsibility that I assumed when I became President of the Republic. To resign now would be to give in to those who seek to reverse the renewal of our society, the rebuilding of our institutions, and the prosecution of the end to prosecution. I fully intend to continue serving the people of South Africa and to advance their interests. There is still so much to be done. 8 years ago, we set out on a new path for our country. Even as we set out on this new path, we knew that progress would not be achieved overnight. We declared our firm intention to put behind us the era of diminished trust in public institutions and the diminished confidence in its leaders.
Right, so there we are. Now, you may react, and I know it's been discussed this morning and, the early parts, but the reality is we can't stop talking about this. But perhaps, maybe to take this conversation forward, let me ask you this. Where do you think this is all going to end up? So yes, we're speculating, but that's the merits of what we need to do now. Where do you think this will all end up? So to confirm, Ramaphosa then decided to take the independent panel report on review. Let's get reaction from the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution, CASAC, a civil society organization established to promote constitutional democracy, the rule of law and judicial independence. With me, Lawson Naidoo, who is the Executive Secretary of CASAC. Lawson, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you.
Thank you. I would suppose, you obviously heard last night's, let's call it family hearing of sorts, right? Family meeting. At that time, you must have tried to make sense of what's just been said by the president and where ultimately it will all end up. Share your thoughts with us.
Well, I wasn't surprised at all by the president's statement last night. He has maintained his position from the beginning that he has done nothing wrong. The allegations that are made in the complaint that was laid in Parliament by Mr. Zungula from the ATM that led to the establishment of the independent panel was about conflicts of interest and the president's conduct in relation to aspects of what happened following the burglary at Palapala, but also the fact that the president was engaged in paid work whilst being the president. Now, the president has said, as in the clip you played earlier from Vincent Magwenya, that the president maintains his innocence. He is of the firm belief that the independent panel made errors of fact and law and misinterpreted its mandate. And he's now seeking to review that report in the High Court because, again, as I think Mr. Magwenya said, the matter was moot at that point in 2023, but it became alive again immediately on Friday when the Constitutional Court handed down its judgment.
So, your thoughts then, and it's part activism, but also part analysis in having a chat with you, in terms of what's likely to happen now, and just play us through the various steps along the way, because, and I say that because, as you know, last night, many people said, well, maybe the president will resign and they're almost expecting an impeachment to happen next week. It clearly doesn't work that way. So take us through the likely scenarios that will play out over the next, weeks, months, years.
Yeah. Well, look, the first point I'd make, Ashraf, is this. If the president had resigned last night, that would have put an end to the impeachment process because you cannot then remove someone from office who's already no longer in office. So the effect of a resignation would have been to put a halt to this, but that would have left all sorts of question marks hanging over the president, which is why he's taken this route to say that he doesn't believe that it's necessary for Parliament to move to the next stage of the more detailed inquiry by the impeachment committee, because the work of that committee will be premised on a report that he believes is fundamentally flawed. So what the president is going to do is he's going to take that report on review, presumably to the High Court, which is where he will have to go, and he will simultaneously, and I imagine this, I don't know, that he will seek an interdict against Parliament from proceeding with the impeachment committee whilst his review of the panel's report is considered by the court.
Yeah.
And whether the president, he said that he would do this on an expeditious basis, but didn't use the word on an urgent basis. So, but one would assume that certainly the courts, we would hope, would treat the application with a level of urgency to dispose of the matter as quickly as possible.
And he was at pains to point out, but he's not the only person, that in fact the Court ruling of Friday was about procedures and not about him, right? Having said that, there are many others, particularly in the opposition camps, who are very clear to say it the way you want. It is about President Ramaphosa.
No, of course, the whole Section 89 process is about the removal of the president. What the Constitutional Court judgment on Friday was about, though, was purely about the process that the National Assembly has put in place in order to give effect to Section 89. And the court said that the National Assembly rules that gave the National Assembly the authority to terminate the impeachment process, even if there was a finding by the independent panel that there's a case to answer, can be terminated. And the Constitutional Court said, well, no, you can't do that. So, this is why we find ourselves in the situation we do now, where the president is now saying, well, I'm going to take that report on review and to demonstrate that report is flawed and have that report set aside, following which, if the president is successful, the impeachment process will end in Parliament. If, on the other hand, the president is unsuccessful and the court says, well, we can find no significant flaws in this report, it remains valid, then the impeachment process in Parliament will then continue.
And just to be clear, when we say take the report on review, what does that mean legally? What does it mean in practice?
Well, it's similar to, the Constitutional Court's judgment in the Nkandla case, I think in 2016, Ashraf, you'll recall, where the court said that the reports of, or the remedial action of the public protector is binding unless it's challenged in court and set aside by a court. So on the same basis, the president is going to challenge this report and say, these are the findings of the independent panel, but these findings are premised on factual aspects that are not correct, and also on a incorrect legal interpretation of the role and mandate of that committee. And he's going to have to convince the court that his understanding of both the facts and the law is correct, in order to get the court to set that aside. But that's a process of persuasion that the president and his legal team will have to undertake.
Okay, we'll see how that unfolds. Lawson Naidu, thank you for your time from KSEC. Much appreciate you connecting with us here on the National Pulse.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Tanzania, East Africa. A nation of vast landscapes, home to Mount Kilimanjaro, Africa's highest peak, and the islands of Zanzibar, where Africa meets Arabia and beyond. Over 120 ethnic groups, Swahili unites them all. A shared language, a shared identity. Bordered by Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, and the Indian Ocean.
Their independence came in 1961, a country built on unity, guided by the philosophy of Ujamaa. Gold, tourism, and agriculture power the economy. A steady presence in a fast-changing region, challenges remain: infrastructure, poverty, and a rapid population growth. But Tanzania moves forward calmly, steadily, together.
Tanzania stands united and moves as one. In every mountain, in every island, in every voice, there is unity. Tanzania, vast, united, enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
Now, fixing a washing machine yourself saves money. By the way, I just don't do that sort of thing, just so you know. But it does save you money if you get that right. But you could really save by switching to OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance. Made for older cars, 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 Rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets third-party cover for up to 1 million rands. Get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rands. SMS CAR to 43185, CAR 43185. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information available online.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, of course, so since yesterday there's been different reactions from different political parties. What's the position then of the Freedom Front Plus, right? Let's find out with Dr. Corné Mulder, the leader of the FF Plus. Dr. Mulder, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right, what's your reaction to what's unfolded, certainly Friday and then last night?
Well, first of all, in terms of the Constitution, we have the different spheres of government, and the legislative branch played its role, but last week it was the term of the judiciary, and that call by the Constitutional Court changed things dramatically by coming out and saying, well, what Parliament did in December 2022 was unconstitutional and kicking the ball back to us. And we will have to deal with that. So that is one part of the process. And then obviously the Speaker started the process by indicating how this will be done. And then the President came along last night and basically said what he said. And I think that changes the game again.
Okay, for you, how does it change? Keeping in mind, we all have a vision of what the end goal ultimately may or may not be.
Well, I think it changes the game in the sense that whether one likes the president or not, or whether one agrees with the president or not, I think one must take note of what the president said last night when he was emphatic and he said, I have not committed any crime, I haven't done anything unethical, and in terms of his interpretation, he thinks he's innocent, or he says he's innocent. If that being the case, then obviously he's within his right to take the panel report, the Section 89 panel report on review. And that is where we are at the moment. Now, the moment when that happens, clearly from my perspective, Parliament cannot proceed with impeachment procedures because the impeachment procedures will be built on the findings of the Section 89 panel. If that is then under review, we will have to wait and see what comes out of that process.
What then, so one is the legal process. There's also a huge political battle going on underway right now, with political parties posturing, taking advantage of positions. What impact do you see this happening or having on South Africa right now?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think it's got a huge impact on South Africa for various reasons. First of all, we are in an election cycle already. Parties are positioning themselves, and we're all busy with the election campaigns already for the very important local government elections on the 4th of November. And those elections, as far as I'm concerned, will only be the runner-up to the real big election in 2029. So within that context, suddenly now these things happen. That is a bit of a distraction. But it's also very important in terms of internal party dynamics. The ANC is going through their own internal party dynamics. We all know that they've got an elective conference next year. And then, of course, there are certain parties and certain forces outside of the ANC who originated from within the ANC, like MK and the EFF. And both of them are playing their role in terms of what their objectives would be. So it's a fascinating time at the moment.
It certainly is. What about, yesterday? Do I take it that you were not surprised at all that the president did not resign? Meaning, although some had expected it, some had even hoped so, right? But would you take it that it was never really a serious thought?
No, I didn't think it was a serious thought that he would resign. I don't think so. One must understand that the president is also, to a certain extent, at the end of his tenure in terms of his career. And I don't think he would like to leave politics and be in a position where there's some question marks around his credibility. So he believes that he can clear his name. It's his right to do so. And I never thought it was going to be serious that he would resign last night, no.
Well, what about, up to now, there's been a few parties, the Inkatha Freedom Party comes to mind, who've been very public to say if there's an actual move for an impeachment process in Parliament, at the National Assembly, they will certainly oppose it. Does Freedom Front have a position on that right now?
Well, no. We will have to look and see what comes out of the process. We don't know, because there are some serious questions that the president will have to answer. And let's see what comes out of that process. First of all, the review process will take its course. If there's some problems and mistakes with the panel report, we will see what that brings. If that is not the case, the impeachment committee will proceed, and the president will have the opportunity to respond to the questions being asked. He will be taken under cross-examination, and let's see what comes out of that process. And then only then one can really take a final position. But the interesting thing is this: to proceed with the impeachment, to actually be successful with the impeachment in Parliament, you need a 2/3 majority. So if you look from the other side, you only need 1/3 majority or more than 1/3 majority to prevent that impeachment to be successful. Mm-hmm. And with the ANC having 40% on their own, they can prevent impeachment all by themselves, regardless of what any other party may do.
Unless they shed huge numbers before that actual vote takes place.
Yes, that could happen. And then obviously the next thing that comes into play then is the method of voting. And that is for the Speaker to decide whether it's a secret ballot or an open ballot. I will be very surprised if it goes all the way to that point, that if the Speaker allows a secret ballot. And then obviously it is up to other parties in the secret ballot to come out and support the president or not. We don't know what the case will be at that stage.
Here's the last thing to leave you with. The naysayers may say, look, what a mess we're in as a country. We've got these various commissions on the go. We've got the president now with his name needing to be cleared, and there's huge issues about him. The plus side is that what's happened with regard to Concord, is that a good example of South Africa's democracy at work?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that the Constitution still holds, and that is quite important that it does so. And it's an example of where the judiciary is respected, and when the Constitutional Court speaks, people listen and they implement those kind of things. And I think that bodes well for the future. I think it's important that we make use of our opportunities, our democratic opportunities like the end of the year, but in the meantime that we also respect the Constitution and the provisions therein.
All right, thanks for sharing your insights, Dr. Kone Mulder from Freedom Front Plus, the leader of the Freedom Front Plus. Thanks for your time. Let's get the news headlines now. It's 3:30. In fact, here's on Deadline Bana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the ANC Youth League has backed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to take Parliament's independent panel report on review. The Mpumalanga High Court in Bombela has reserved judgment on the matter between suspended Provincial Police Commissioner Daphne Manamela and former Mkondo Mayor Vusi Mota. And the Prime Minister of Greenland, Jens Frederik Nielsen, says negotiations about the opening of more U.S. military bases on the self-governing Danish territory are making progress but are yet to be concluded. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
To me, we want to win something big with regard to women's cricket. And one of our finest ever women's bowlers is back.
So excited. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, veteran fast bowler Shabnam Ismail has come out of international retirement to boost the Proteas women's squad for the T20 World Cup, headlining a 15-player list heading to England next month. Coach Mandla Mashimbi previously made no secret of his admiration for Ismail and made it clear that the door remained open should she wish to return to the team. Now, Ismail, who boasts 113 T20 caps and national record of 123 wickets, last represented South Africa back in 2023 at the T20 World Cup final in Cape Town, and Mashimbi explained the thinking behind this decision.
It was a no-brainer, to be honest, to try and get one of the best bowlers in the world playing for South Africa again. Whatever happened in the past probably happened, and I came here on a clean slate, and I wanna achieve great things with this team. And for that to happen, you need to have the best people available. And Shibnam is one of those. It's important for me to actually go and have a chat with her, because we wouldn't have a player of a caliber sitting at home and watching us play. And looking at the gaps that we had as a team, she was fitting the bill beautifully as well. So, yeah, looking forward to see what she can offer.
In football, South African national under-17 head coach Vela Khumalo remains optimistic that his young Amajimbo squad stands a good chance to qualify for the FIFA under-17 World Cup again this year. This is despite being drawn in a group of death at this year's under-17 Africa Cup of Nations tournament. Amajimbos, who left for the AFCON under-17 tournament taking place in Morocco on Sunday, kick off their campaign against tournament favourites Senegal on Thursday.
I don't know much. We have the videos that we've been looking and watching, and other than the videos that we had, we didn't see anything. But like everybody is saying, it's a strong team, it's a strong group. People are not giving us chance, but I think if we can come out of that group, we stand a good chance of competing to go through and through. But honestly speaking, I think we will qualify to go to the World Cup.
Meanwhile, the 2026 Hollywood Bet Super League is officially launched this year. Actually, it's the Hollywood Bet Super League Amplified, and it will see a new format with the aim to grow the women's football in the country. Starting this season, the league will move from 16 teams in one league to 2 groups of 8 teams. One of the biggest additions will be a championship match, which will serve as a major final event for fans, sponsors, and broadcasters. And there's going to be festival matches throughout the 9 different provinces. Really looking forward to the season starting. Then, I always hear, Ashraf, of a new coach when it comes to Chippa United. And obviously, we always hear of the new coaches every season. But I think for me, I don't get used to it. But now, as we know, they have now used 6 different coaches this season alone.
Chippa United. That means even the players, even Chippa United doesn't get used to the coaches because they know they don't put their names on the board.
Guys, they don't. Just the season.
What do you make of it?
just this season, 6 different coaches. Like, I've always asked myself, what is Chipa thinking in terms of his vision for the team? But listen, 6 different coaches this season after sacking Vusimusi Vilakazi last week and giving Nkosi Dikeni his debut at the 1-1 draw against TS Galaxy on Saturday. These coaches, Sidetemba Badela, Musa Nyatama, Morgan Mamila, Luke Emil, Vusimusi Vilakazi and Nkosi Dikeni, and this equals the PSL record for the most coaches used in one season. This record was first set by Manning Rangers back in the 2000-2001 season and has since been matched by several clubs, including Chipa United. 3 times. 3 times.
All I know is as I said, they clearly have the engraver that has to put his name on the boardroom table. Like, that guy doesn't have to do any work, or he's doing extra work. One of the two. Either a lot of work, or they're like saying, you don't have to even come in. I mean, this is just a part-time job. Temporary.
Well, moving on to swimming. South Africa's young swimmers returned from the African Swimming Championships with an outstanding total of 84 medals. The junior team dominated the competition, finishing top of the medal table with 25 gold, 15 silver and 12 bronze medals. The senior team won 9 gold, 13 silver and 10 bronze medals to place third behind Egypt and Algeria. 18-year-old Scarlett Leroux was a star performer for the juniors, winning 5 individual freestyle gold medals from 100 meter to 1500 meter. And Cassidy Burgers added 3 golds, 2 silvers, and Adrian van Wyk claimed 4 gold medals and 1 bronze, while Zane Niemand also impressed with 3 gold medals. Then in terms of boxing, Jake Paul says that his boxing career is most definitely in doubt because of the injuries sustained during his loss to British heavyweight Anthony Joshua in December. Paul had 2 titanium plates fitted with some teeth removed after Joshua broke his jaw in 2 places during their heavyweight fight in Miami. Now, the YouTuber turned boxer went 6 rounds with 2-time world heavyweight champion Joshua, but the bout was stopped when Paul failed to beat the count following repeated knockdowns. On that note, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, we're going to talk to the Statistics General pretty shortly, so just listen out to that one there. And we have this big issue on looking at South Africa's immigration crisis coming up as well in a moment or so. But for now, let's get some of your comments, right? In advance, unemployment.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Pule here. You know, on the issue of unemployment, things are bad, man. And I think that 32%, it's not the true reflection. I believe the number is a little bit higher. They suppressed the numbers so that they don't look bad. So I believe the correct numbers are there in the 50%. That's where the unemployment percentage is. And there's no plan in sight. It's business as usual from our leaders. And their beloved illegal immigrants are working instead of South Africans. So now that's all they care about. So what can we do? Yeah.
I don't know if I can agree with you saying the beloved immigrants and leave it like that. Because you see, the problem is this. We accept we have a problem around undocumented foreign nationals. We definitely have an unemployment problem. But the stats do not match up to what you're saying, which if you're suggesting that the only reason we have this high unemployment is because we've employed millions of immigrants and not South Africans. That's not true. The numbers just don't stack up to that. I mean, have you got the receipts to prove that?
Mr. President, to give credence to the report that might have, because the way you put it, it's like you already know that there are problems, there are mistakes. So should your review fail, what are you going to say? Thank you very much.
Review fails. Well, let him work it out. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You're asking a question. Where do we think this thing will end up? I want Ramaphosa to drag this Ashraf like the arms deal until his term comes to an end. He's got the right to do that. The guy didn't steal our money. And as for evidence, I don't know if we've seen those dollars, Ashraf. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them in any newspaper or media platform. Let him drag it like arms deal.
Hey, but you make it sound like it's a game, man. Like you say, let him drag it like an arms deal. You're so excited about it.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Ngabs Lowa Setripala. For me, at the end of the day, everything will happen according to how it is supposed to happen. For now, the president is buying time, but using his constitutional rights to do so. So he's right to do so. But at the end of the day, the review panel will also conclude the way the case was concluded, because it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, got that. We'll have further comments later on as well, right? Let's, however, talk about another issue, the issues of unemployment, and we'll get to that next.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
So, Stats SA as always has got to do their work, and they've released the quarterly labour force survey results for their first quarter of this year, 2026. It does not make good reading, does not make good listening at all. But digest it, we have to. Rusenga Maluleke is with me, the Statistician General of South Africa. As always, good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, it's always very good to talk to you indeed. And greetings to the SAfm listeners.
But I do hope one day we'll talk glowingly about some wonderful news across the board and consistently so with regard to unemployment. Right now, that's not the case. What do the latest numbers tell us?
Well, for starters, Ashraf, for us, whether the news is good or not so good in the eyes of the public, we have to make them public so that we can know where we are making progress and where progress lacks. But in this regard, we have seen unemployment as a rate increasing for two reasons. One is that the number of those that are employed has gone down. It was 17.1 million in the last quarter of 2025. It has gone down by 345,000. It's now sitting at 16.8 million. And then the unemployed were sitting at 7.8 million. They went up by 301,000 to 8.1 million. Those two factors are the ones that contributed to the unemployment rate going up by 1.3 percentage points from 31.4% in the last quarter of 2025 to now 32.7%.
Okay, so going up from a high base already anyway, right? Let's then talk about, and when you talk about the 7.8 million unemployed, how do you determine who's unemployed? Meaning at what age, is a 70-year-old person not working unemployed or not?
We don't include 70-year-old people, but the law of the country says that it is illegal to hire a child under the age of 15. So anyone who's 15 years to 64 years, and at 15 years to about 24, 29 years, if they are not at school, and they are actively looking for employment. So we don't count students as unemployed. We don't count people who say they are too young or too old by their own perception, even if they are within the working age. So we don't count your homemakers, people who are ill and with disability. We don't count them. Or any other person who says, I'm not prepared to work, for whatever reason I don't want work. We also have homemakers. We don't count them. So having said so, and those people that we are not counting are about 12.4 million out of the 42.2 million who are of working age 15 to 64 years.
Okay.
So when we talk unemployed, the 32.7%, 8.1 million people, are people who are actively looking for employment.
Okay.
We also have people over and above the 8.1 million. We also have 3.9 million people who are discouraged work seekers, as well as another 910,000 people who didn't look for employment, but who said if employment came, they would have taken it. And another 49,000 who looked for employment, but were saying that I'm still finishing exams or I'm still finding someone to look after my children or I'm arranging transport matters. Those, when we combine them over and above the 8.1 million, they come to 13 million. And that returns the combined rate of unemployment plus the potential labor force to 43.7%.
Let's then break down the unemployment rate into age categories, because I think they're particularly telling and worrisome too.
Young people are vulnerable to labor markets. So when we look at young people, those aged 15 to 24 years, their unemployment rate is sitting at 60.9%. And then it means
sorry, what is the number? How much?
60.9%. It means 6 out of every 10 are not employed in that age cohort, 15 to 24 years.
Okay.
The 25 to 34 years, their unemployment rate is sitting at 40.6%. So overall, young people 15 to 34 years, their unemployment rate is sitting at 45.8%. Whereas when you go to older age cohorts, for example, 55 to 64%, 55 to 64 years, their unemployment rate is sitting at 12.6%. So you can see that younger people are vulnerable, but it's the same with Black Africans. Their unemployment rate has consistently been above national average. Even worse when they are Black African women. Black African women, their unemployment rate is sitting in the region of about 40.5%. And when you look at including your discouraged work seekers, it goes as far as 53%.
Okay, here's a topic. I mean, it's not central to what we're talking about, but if you've got the numbers, do share it. There's a perception, it's come through again today, that these numbers of unemployed South Africans are that high because most of those jobs are taken by foreign nationals. What does your data tell us about that?
We do every 5 years, 2012, 2017, and 2022. We have produced a report that indicates how many people or the number of people, the number of the percentages of people that are locally born and foreign born who are in South Africa. But in outside those cohorts, we don't produce that because when we sample your household, we don't know whether you are locally born or not. But I'll talk to the 2022 report that we published as SSA. In that report, it indicated that the unemployment rate of South Africans at the time was sitting at 34% South African-born people, whereas that of foreign-born people was sitting at 18%. So it meant that foreign-born people had a lower unemployment rate. The absorption rate, which is a proxy of being employed, it indicated that South African-born people, their absorption rate was 38%. the absorption rate of foreign-born people was 64%. So it was twice as high as that of South African people. So while and that jobs are being taken by people who were not born here, I can state that the numbers do indicate that foreign-born people twice as much opportunities to job in South Africa. And it's because these jobs have low barriers that they are taking. Elementary jobs where they work on the farms, in the restaurants, in the security industry, where the barriers are relatively low. And employers, because they tend to pay them less than the going rate or the basic wage, are them to those jobs.
Okay, thanks for clearing it up. So as you go higher up in terms of barriers to entry be more difficult, that number could change dramatically. Maybe another time for another conversation for a later time. Just the last thing, going back to that 15 to 24, the 60.9%. So would that mean, people, youngsters of 15, 16, are they considered unemployed? Are they still studying?
We don't count them when they are studying. They are not in the labor force. So what happens is that you are in the labor force if you are employed or unemployed but actively looking for employment. So if you are not actively looking for employment, you are not in the labor force. We do not count you as unemployed. So this 32.7% do not include people who are studying.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Much appreciate your time, and there'll be further analysis on those job numbers and what they mean for South Africa coming up after, I think after 4 o'clock. In fact, we'll have that. Those are big issues indeed. Thank you for your time. Looking at it from a Stats SA perspective. Rusenga, thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
That, of course, Rusenga Maluleke. Let's move on to another issue. So, in fact, what we'll do, we're going to play some voice notes and then pick up the other issues that we talk about, just South Africa's immigrant crisis, different takes on that. For now, here's one. Ashraf, we keep telling you, Ashraf, employers are sidelining South Africans for low-skilled jobs. I hear you, and I heard what the Statistician General said, but he also said it comes at the low barriers to entry market. So that doesn't mean the mass numbers of graduates who are unemployed because of foreign nationals, if you hear what was said correctly.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Somdaga inumtata. No, Ashraf. I beg to differ completely with your guest. The stats that he's talking about, he claims that the number of the employed decreased. The reason that it decreased is because a number of employers employed illegal foreigners to the space of the legal people of the country. Secondly, he must also as well consider the bigger the number of illegal foreigners in the country, the more the shakes and the less the number of people buying electricity and even paying for services so that even the local government could employ. So he must not come with stats that the number of the employed has decreased. How many have been employed illegally in the country here?
Okay, got that. And here's another.
Ashraf, I hear you challenge society about the numbers of employment of foreign nationals. Do you have any stats? Do you have any numbers to prove them wrong? Do you?
Okay, look, interesting point. In fact, you heard I spoke to the Statistician General after that, and he did concede that at certain levels, you are more likely to get a position if you are a foreign national. So he did concede that. But he also said that as you go higher up, because I'm talking about the whole country here, as you go higher up the skills level, then there's a higher chance of South Africans being employed versus at the lower levels. That's the point I'm making. Right, we should be chatting to Samadora Fikeni. We're just having a problem connecting with him. Hopefully we'll talk to him soon. But for now, your thoughts. In Welcome, we go to Koldani. Hi.
Oh, yes, Rob. How are you?
I'm good indeed. Go for it. What's your point?
I heard the president during the SONA promising South Africans about employing 10,000 inspectors at Department of Labor. according to me, I think it was to try to reduce the number of illegal foreigners taking the jobs of South Africans. For example, if you go to Western Cape, Ashraf, there in the farming, there are a lot of foreigners that are working there. As you saw that, as you hear that in Bloemfontein, the police arrested how many 3 buses of people that were going to Western Cape. So the question that I'm asking myself, the president promised the nation that they will employ 10,000 inspectors. But until today, we are still crying about legal foreigners that are taking jobs that are supposed to be done by South Africans.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry?
Carry on. Go ahead. Carry on.
Secondly, Ashraf, what I also want to talk about, I hear the politician commenting about the addressing of the nation of president yesterday. But the biggest question that I'm asking myself, someone has been found guilty. This man, he was supposed to be in prison. He's still outside here making noise because of he has a right in terms of the constitution. When the president emphasized the same rights is wrong, he must resign. Why Malema is not also resigning in parliament? Because he's also been found guilty.
Because he's appealed. And when you appeal, then that process takes its course. So you're suggesting he should just accept it?
He's taking the report to the review.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Danny, let's move on. You've raised another important question, as many people do here on the show. I want to get through other callers. We go to St. Helena Bay. Are you really there? Arthur, hello.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been nostalgic about St. Helena Bay, and I've never been there. You know, it's been nostalgic since I studied history. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Listen, I'm a visually impaired person, right?
Yeah.
And I hear now people are talking about the unemployment, but I want to state my case first. You see, we are supposed to get water from the Saldanha municipality every Monday. Now, what happens, sometimes they deliver the water and sometimes they don't deliver the water. Then I must phone 3 days for me to get water. No, I think it's not fair to me because I'm using tablets because I've got prostate cancer, and for me not to use my medication, it's gonna be dangerous. You see. So I just want to know what is my position here.
I'll tell you what. Let me put you on to my producers in Tabi or Keys. Let's see if we can follow up on that story. Okay, just to get more detail on that, because I think that's what's needed. Arthur, thank you for that call, and I sympathise with your concerns. Absolutely.
Ashraf, your team and the SAFM listeners. Ashraf, I want to weigh in on these stats of yours, these numbers of yours. Guys, we on the ground level, we don't know how are these guys counting those numbers. You believe in those numbers of those stats, but they are not matching with our own stats in the ground level. Ashraf, let those guys of those stats stop lying. Let those guys stop lying. Mr. Nomlala, Abani, thank you.
Why would you think they are lying? You.
Good afternoon, Sir Ashraf. The president yesterday have said he's not going anywhere. He's sticking, he's staying. But the Constitution or the Concord have said he's got a case to answer. He must go for impeachment. And they used to say members must step aside, must go to court, clear themselves first, and come back and let this process finish first. And I'm wondering, where does this thing step aside applying on? To who does it apply? Thank you.
Well, it's an ANC thing, of course, right? And it'll apply to that party and those party members like Cyril Ramaphosa. By the way, the ANC are supposed to be having a National Executive Committee meeting today. I think it is. We need to follow up on that one in terms of what are they saying. Because I think everybody's jockeying for positions here. What about the Chipa United Coach.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, what I've heard about Chippa United is that when the coach signed a contract, the coach is told to every 5 games, I think it's 10-point threshold that they must collect. Failure to do so, Chippa can terminate their contract without any pay or penalties. That's what I've heard. So that's why Chippa has never been having a coach that finished the season, because they failed to collect the points. Thank you so much.
Well, you have to ask the question then, is that game plan working for Chippa United? Statistically, it would say no, isn't it? Right, let's get the news. It's 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, ANC Youth League supports Ramaphosa's decision on the report review and an inquest docket opened following a deadly fire at a Joburg informal settlement. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The ANC Youth League has backed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to take Parliament's independent panel report on review. Last night, Ramaphosa announced that he would not be resigning, insisting that he had not committed any crime or stolen from the public purse. ANC Youth League President Colin Malachi was addressing the media at a party's headquarters in Johannesburg on the Phala saga and youth unemployment.
The ANC Youth League believe that there are grounds for review which must be properly adjudicated by a court of law rather than through a public pressure or media trials or political opportunism or populist grandstanding. The ANC Youth League therefore rejects attempts to remove a democratically elected president through opportunism and media trials and unconstitutional means.
A Free State police sergeant has been arrested after 2 motorcycles suspected to be stolen were found at his home in Villiers. Hawk spokesperson Fiki Swamadodi says a search and seizure operation was conducted on Sunday as part of ongoing investigation into suspected stolen property. The 45-year-old officer is said to appear soon in the Cornelia Magistrate Court for the alleged possession of stolen property, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. Police in Gauteng have opened an inquest docket following a deadly fire at the Zambimpilo informal settlement in Langlaagte, west of Johannesburg. 4-year-old twin girls died in the fire. The blaze, which broke out this morning, destroyed several shacks and left multiple families displaced. Authorities say police officers were conducting patrols in the area when community members alerted them to the fire. Police spokesperson Notolo Kweza says an investigation into the cause of the blaze is underway.
Langlaagte police have opened an inquest docket after bodies of 4-year-old twins were discovered from a shack that caught fire in Zambimpilo, Langlaagte today. Several other shacks also caught fire, which was established around 9 a.m. and were destroyed. It is alleged that the twins were alone in the house when the incident happened at Zambimpilo informal settlement. Police members were busy with patrols in the area when they were stopped by members of the community and informed of a fire at Zambimpilo. On arrival, firefighters were already on scene and had extinguished the fire.
The Mpumalanga High Court in Mbombela has reserved judgment on the matter between the suspended Police Commissioner Daphne Manamela and former Mkondo Mayor Vusi Mota. Mota claimed that the utterances by Manamela during the recent media briefing amounted to defamation. Manamela alleged that Mota was supposed to be arrested for the alleged murder of a councillor and 2 others. Mota is also demanding that the SABC retract the reports in its media platforms since it was carried live during the media briefing. Mota's legal representative Kaugelo Maponya indicated that their client's image was tarnished by Manamela and the SABC. The Prime Minister of Greenland, Jens Frederik Nielsen, says negotiations about the opening of more U.S. military bases on the self-governing Danish territory are making progress but are yet to be concluded. The U.S. asked for 3 new sites after President Donald Trump in January backed down from his repeated threats to seize Greenland. Nielsen says Greenland's only demand is respect.
We have taken some steps in the right direction. The first step was to start talking together instead of about each other in the media, stop threatening Greenland, take the conversations into a room and talk respectfully to each other.
Recapping the top story, the ANC Youth League has backed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to take Parliament's independent panel report on review. I'm Undulambana for SAfm News. Headlines at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good afternoon. The situation inland from Cape Town has got a lot worse today in terms of road closures associated with either mudslides or flooding. The N1 between Paarl and Dedurans is closed out through Huguenot Tunnel, through Worcester and up through Dedurans. It's all shut both directions. Also, roads around the Worcester area, including the R43 and the R60 route just south of Worcester. Both of those roads remain closed. Major mudslides on the Mitchells Pass south of Cirrus, closing down that road. The Toys Kloof remains closed as well, and lots of closures around the Verleersdorp area. The road that links Verleersdorp and Grabo is currently closed. There's no way through there, so effectively no way from Worcester down through to Grabo, and of course Franschhoek Pass remains closed as well. All of that because of really significant damage or weather-related issues in the last 48 hours. Cross into Gauteng this afternoon. If you're driving the highway networks, a crash on the Mike 1 North near Athol Oaklands. Heavy backlogs getting up from Houghton into that Melrose area. Also going south, just a bit of pressure between Parktown and the Crown Interchange. Also the N1 North today, slow to New Road. Once you get past New Road, opens up quite nicely until you get into the roadworks around Pretoria. N1 North going up towards that Linwood Road. That was horrible yesterday. It looks like it's getting pretty heavily backed up again today, northbound into Linwood. And a truck crash on your way out of Durban on the N3, just slowing traffic at Marion Hill Plaza. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
In sports, the Sour Pirates fixture hit by a venue change against Orbit College. Graham Henry returns as All Black selector and James unsure over future after Lakers eliminated. More details at 4:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'll tell you what, just looking at some of the big news stories, here's one. I picked up a tweet from Katie Katipodis, who's now pushed in an SAPS statement next to a tweet saying, the SAPS has confirmed that the Health Minister, Aaron Motsoaledi's official vehicle was involved in an accident in which two pedestrians, a mother and her baby, were killed. That's the pedestrians, right? It's understood the woman and her two children were trying to cross the N1 near Bella Bella on Saturday when the accident happened. They were trying to get to the scene of a separate accident in which the woman's husband was also killed. Two separate accidents. The minister was in the car at the time of the accident, and there's a full SAPS statement that I've just seen. This was tweeted by Katie Katipodis a few minutes ago. In fact, the drama, oh my goodness, what a horrible, horrible story that is. Talking about other things horrible, Stats SA releasing those numbers for the labour force, and the numbers with regard to youth are indeed frightening. So we'll talk about that from Youth Capital in a moment or so. We'll also touch on the issues of continued Cape of Storms and the massive impact it's had on that region in terms of the bad weather, all that coming up, and a whole lot more, including in the Champions feature. We'll talk about South African Earth citizens and their honorary awards with Anthea Tayson coming up later on.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Seychelles.
East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, northeast of Madagascar, scattered across turquoise waters and coral islands, a country of breathtaking beauty, white sand beaches, granite cliffs, and rich marine life known across the world. Creole, English, and French shape the nation's identity, a blend of African, European, and Asian heritage woven into island life.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy, one of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain: climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism. Still, Seychelles protects its natural environment with pride and purpose.
Seychelles guards a paradise for generations to come. In every island, in every reef, in every breeze, there is beauty. Seychelles, peaceful, pristine, unforgettable.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Tell you what, this Africa Month features of different countries are very, very nostalgic. Let me just say that much. Seychelles, well, where do you think my wife Jamila and I went on holiday? Well, on honeymoon, a long, long time ago. Seychelles. So things like La Digue and Praslin and Victoria, the capital, all very nostalgic when we talk about Seychelles. Yeah. Which African countries have you been to besides South Africa? I'd love to know. Where have you traveled and the privilege of going from one to the other? And just share your thoughts on that, all in the build-up to Africa Day, 25th of May. Let's talk about the numbers regarding youth. Now, we had a chat with Risanga Maluleke regarding just general unemployment, which is still so incredibly high. But when it comes to young South Africans, those numbers are crazy. 15 to 24, it's sitting at 60.9%, so basically just 61%. What do we do about this? Imbali Williams with me, advocacy strategist at Youth Capital. Imbali, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Now, I don't know how often I need to speak to you or anybody else from Youth Capital or whoever about what do we do with this horrific youth unemployment rate. I mean, surely we can't continue talking about this like it's an everyday number and that's it. If we had a higher blood pressure, we'd be more concerned.
It is getting more and more futile, and having to speak about it is exhausting, but that only pours into how important it is that we do the work that we want to do. I think something that was so overt that came out of these statistics is that youth labor underutilization has gone up. And in the country, it's not as if there aren't enough jobs or there isn't work to be done. We're just not employing young people. We're defunding in their futures when we should be investing in them getting upskilled and participating in public employment programs so that they can get entry-level job experience and exposure to the professional environment.
Why do you think that's not happening?
I think it's not happening for a number of reasons, but I think one of the things that has come up the most is that the entry-level requirements for a young person to get a job is getting significantly more difficult. If you had to look at the numbers, only 4 in 10 people that are within the working age bracket, right, that are employable, are participating in the labor market. And this isn't even an indicator that they have a dignified standard of living. For some people, this is part-time employment. For some people, it is informal sector employment. And the labor force participation rate is going down because the absorption rate is also going down. It can't be more and more young people coming in to participate into the labor market, leaving school, leaving training, getting qualifications, and the opportunities that are presented are not proportionate to those amounts of entries.
So what then should be the strategic fight back? I'm saying, I can list about 20 areas of South African life that are all under the heading of, crises or crisis, right? And this one is very much up there.
Yes. So I think youth unemployment is a state of emergency, to be perfectly honest, because it is the bridging peace between an earning opportunity and people living dignified standards of living. At Youth Capital, we've currently released and launched a PIPS for Youth campaign, which is our campaign that's asking for ring-fenced multi-year funding for public employment programs, because we think this is honestly the best course of action in terms of policy, in terms of strategy for young people to be pouring into our various industries and sectors. It's like you alluded to right now, right? There are so many important and dire causes in South Africa. And some of the single largest job losses, I'm talking 206,000 jobs, have been reported to belong to community and social services. Second to that would be construction. Third to that would be the health sector. So it's not as if there aren't sectors that can't absorb young people or that wouldn't have a win-win situation. You need to pour into the community so that it can pour back into you. I think rolling out funding and investing into public employment programs is the best course of action because we actually know for a fact that it does work. And so you can't afford to cut young people at the knees and say, you need to go to school, you need to train, you need to level up, you need to start your own business, and then not present them with the opportunities.
Well, and that last point, not presenting them with the opportunities, I mean, the numbers, are staggering and they confirm that.
Yes.
What, in terms of your service from Youth Capital, how then do the youth respond to that, knowing that if they are unskilled, the numbers are against them to get jobs, right? But if they are skilled, they're also against them. And even if they are graduates, the numbers are still against them. So how then do they then reflect on that and plan their lives?
I think that's such a pertinent point, and I have two responses to this. The first is that there is a myth about young people being unskilled and not being able to get jobs. And if you are skilled or trained or qualified, you could get the jobs. We do know on the other side of that catch-22, there are people who go through those formal sets of training and they still don't land. But the responsibility is often put on the young person or the individual to try and make mechanisms and ways to try and land into an earning opportunity when they aren't pathways or transitions that are already concrete in place. I think this necessarily requires a systemic approach that it takes every single sector to have that kind of involvement, be it private, be it public, be it a state solution. Public employment programs need to partner with implementing partners so that they can provide communities, schools, hospitals with the services and the work experience that these young people could have. Remember, a public employment program isn't necessarily just an income or just some kind of job opportunity. It is the kind of thing that is going to sustain somebody's livelihood or their household. And there's upskilling that can come from it, the work experience that can come from it. Young people don't have professional exposure, let alone the work experience they need to get more work experience. You kind of put us in a catch-22 position where the actual resources that can launch or catapult us into an earning opportunity, into participating in the labor market, is not afforded to us at an entry point.
Now, so let's then end up by going back to where it started and your point that with regard to youth unemployment, that is in effect a state of emergency. So if it is in fact, and the numbers suggest it is a state of emergency, why is it not being treated as such?
I personally think that youth unemployment has become one of those things that we're so overexposed to that we've almost grown some kind of desensitization to it. You'll also find similarly that even when it is raised, be it by the minister, be it at the SONA, be it at the budget, they kind of play hot potato with whose job it is to try and solve or eradicate this youth unemployment. We don't have a minister of youth unemployment. So which department is going to have all hands on deck to not only take responsibility, but try and set up pathways that can realize or kind of cure this epidemic that we're dealing with? I mean, we know that the presidential employment stimulus and programs like the Social Employment Fund are institutions that pour into this kind of work because they necessitate it as a state of emergency. It is that dire. It is so dire that 25,000 young people show up for 1,000 working opportunities. It is that dire that people are standing in lines for interviews at 4 a.m. That is what our young people are having to deal with. It's also demoralizing. If you can't participate in your economy that way, you can't pour into yourself, you can't pour into your family, what does that do to your sense of dignity? And living in democracy, I mean, we're talking 50 years since the Soweto uprising. We have Youth Day next month, and our young people are tired, and our young people need jobs, and it needs to be treated as such.
So let's end with this then. Yes, interesting you bring up Youth Day. There'll be lots of celebration. We'll reminisce, full of nostalgia. That's not going to change anything. Therefore, obviously youth capital is one. But in your understanding of the different political parties and other pressure groups, are they galvanizing in any way to create an effective lobby force to ensure that unemployed becomes employed with regard to South Africa's youth, and to do that very, very quickly?
As an advocacy campaign, we are going to advocate and root for whatever promises or honestly that can be put on paper, whatever budgets or investments can be poured into our young people. And we would like to see it. We would like that to be led in our manifestos. We'd like that to be put on the political periphery. But young people aren't viewed as an investment. They need to be viewed as an investment, and they need to be poured into as such. And so if we're going to see that in our local elections in November, then we would hope that they would rise to the occasion. It needs to be taken legitimately and seriously by each and every party, especially since these young people are also going to become the leaders of our country. And so you need to pour into us if you want us to pour back into you.
Okay, we've said lots. Let's pause on that for now, because I think we need to all consider what's the next step. I really think we need to create a platform to discuss the issues of youth unemployed in a big way, and with a key intent of getting solutions. Mbali Williams, advocacy strategist at Youth Capital. By the way, if you feel up for it, Mbali, just tweet us some of the things that your organization is doing. Just tag me and SAfmRadio. We'll gladly share that. I think it's really important we do just that. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfm Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, we're expecting to be crossing to Cape Town shortly, or the Western Cape, for an update on what's going on there. I still see, Ellen Windy talking about roads closed on the N1. Do not travel there until it's absolutely, or unless it's absolutely necessary. This is like a tweet from an hour or two ago. So there's huge issues there. By the way, your thoughts on that, the youth unemployment time bomb. Maybe not even, let's just ignore the word time bomb. Look, because that talks about explosion. Something's got to happen here. What is it we can do to move from unemployed to employed, and to do that very, very quickly? Comments from on Stats SA. Here's Paulo Mtata. Hello.
Hello, good Ashraf. I hope you are well.
I am. Yeah.
I'm a bit disappointed in how you interacted with the statisticians from Stat SA. I think the first thing we need to first echo is that, yes, these are statistics, but every number is an individual. Then secondly, if we are looking at the demographic of South Africa, and we are talking about what is the percentage of people who are then competing for entry-level jobs, if we're just looking at 2025, you have 927,000 learners who wrote, and of those 927,000, there were only 525,000 spaces opened for them. That is almost half of the learners that wrote. Where are those learners? Where are those learners going to get work? They are obviously going to, just on that number alone, they are going to be competing for these entry-level jobs that now we are wanting to act as if, no, South Africa is so educated and majority of South Africans are actually competing for middle or skilled labor, which is not the case. We are still, unfortunately, not even there. Majority of South Africans are still competing in Mthatha. Majority of people are still competing for the entry-level jobs. So I would very much appreciate that we actually do really take into consideration what is the actual demographic and what are the educational levels of South Africans, and not just, unfortunately, the SAFM is mainly for the more learner type of people, and I do think that sometimes we tend to forget, and that was also something that was highlighted by someone, that the middle class and the working class are so much fine in their buildings that they even end up forgetting what are the lived experiences of people. So I would very much appreciate that resonating from you, that part that this is more than stats. Then secondly, there aren't a lot of South Africans who can even compete at the skilled level. Even
all right. I mean, look, you've said. I take what you're saying, Paulo. I think maybe we sort of missing each other to a degree, because yes, in chatting to the Stats SA representative, he gave the numbers. Then we were talking about foreign nationals, and he said yes, foreign nationals are more than likely to get jobs than locals at the lower level because of the easier barriers to entry. So yes, that is the case. That's not the case with foreign nationals at a more higher level. But in general, we have an unemployment crisis that is far beyond foreign nationals only. It's across the board. And then, as you heard, we're chatting now to Youth Capital. When we talk about youth 15 to 24 at 60%, I mean, those numbers are frightening. And that's including skilled and unskilled across the board. So it's beyond just, unskilled people getting jobs. Last point, yes, many people on SAFM are very, very informed, but there are many others who are informed, maybe not as articulate as you are. And we do speak to them as well, because I think it's important that we recognize them. In fact, that's a complete reflection of the National Pulse. Thank you for that.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Right, while we're talking about that, there's another big issue. My apology, we should be chatting to Somadora Fikeni earlier on around a new feature we're now doing every week, every day, in fact, of the week, with 5 different takes. And this time, it's on South Africa's immigration crisis, how to move from crisis to serious opportunity. But we were, for some reason, unable to connect with him right now. We'll have to probably do that, if not later on, then sometime tomorrow as well. In the meantime, there are issues that are taking place in the country around bad weather in Cape Town in particular. Let's find out what's happened right now with Charlotte Powell, the City of Cape Town's Disaster Risk Management Centre spokesperson. Charlotte, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Yes, good afternoon to you and to all the listeners.
Thank you. So, I mean, yesterday we had our own share of drama in Cape Town or the Cape Peninsula. Is it more of the same today?
Yes, so as you know, the Weather Office said that we're going to have disruptive rainfall and gale force winds. So we've experienced that over the last 2 days. And then with that came this disruption in our communities. And our latest totals with the assessments that we've concluded, at this stage we've made assessments in various informal settlements, who is our most vulnerable populations in our city. And we at over 80,000 people that's been affected by the adverse weather conditions, and the dwellings that have been affected by the weather, leaking roofs, rainwater running, seepage, and all of that. So assessments is still underway in various other informal settlements as well across the city. So it's not only the residents living in informal settlements, but also in our formal areas that also has experienced some kind of flooding. We had roofs that's been blown off in various parts of our cities. We had power lines coming down, so we had weather-related severe weather-related electricity impacts in various communities, and we are still struggling to get power restored. So there are many areas that are without power at the moment. And then also the trees that have been uprooted across the city has also been a challenge for us. Unfortunately, we had one death in our city where a tree that was uprooted and the tree fell on a car and one person died. So that was very unfortunate for us. So yes, our teams are working around the clock to restore electricity, to unblock trains, and to clear debris off the roadways and so forth.
Okay, let's talk about the numbers. Firstly, in terms of loss of life directly linked to the bad weather. How many people have died?
So directly to bad weather for the city of Cape Town only, there was one death, and that was yesterday where a tree uprooted and it fell on a vehicle and one person died.
Okay,
so there was only one death.
And then just the broader peninsula, you have numbers for that?
No, I don't have numbers for that.
Okay,
We will have to
that's
contact
fine, yeah.
the provincial
What about injuries? I mean, how many people injured?
There was another tree that was uprooted, also in the Paddo area, and that person also in a vehicle, and that person was injured and taken to hospital. So that was one death and one injury.
I take it then, I mean, those again, a death one too many. What about the broader displacement of people and their current condition right now?
Yes, so like I previously mentioned, it is the residents living in informal settlements, and they are the hardest hit. At this stage, we made assessments in most informal settlements across the city. We have 40 high-risk areas. It's known for us that they are going to get flooded because they are living in natural water courses and detention ponds. And so it is known for us that they will get flooded. So they also are the hardest hit. At this stage, we're looking at 21,546 dwellings with over 80,000 people that have been affected.
Okay, sure. Big concerns indeed, and I see that bad weather just continues. Appreciate your time here on the National Pulse as we cover the issues of just bad weather in the Western Cape in general and Cape Town in particular. News headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, it has emerged that one of the vehicles of the convoy of Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi allegedly hit and killed two pedestrians on the N1 outside Bilabila in Limpopo. The Western Cape Education Department says all schools will reopen tomorrow as the inclement weather conditions ease, and the British government sources told the BBC that Prime Minister Keir Starmer refused to discuss his leadership or local election results during his weekly cabinet meeting. A full update follows the top of the hour with Jwalane Tulongwepe.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. A reminder of the roadworks on the M1 North at Linwood. These seem to be quite permanent. You sat in some really big traffic yesterday, and it's day two where you go through it again today. So just after Rigel Avenue, by about the time you get around Garsfontein, you line up quite heavily up towards the construction at Linwood Road. Just staying in the capital, quite a bit of pressure around the Dustport Tunnel this afternoon. Trans will run you through the tunnel and then up towards Vanderhof, looking very slow. Might be some traffic light issues that side of Pretoria. Joburg's Mike 1 has a crash just by Athol Oaklands in the Melrose area, heading north from Parktown. That's all jammed up heavily. Just off the highway, there's a bit of traffic pressure on Oxford and Corlett, that side of Ilovo, going north from Rosebank, section of Oxford Road under quite a bit of pressure. Truck crash coming out of Durban at Marin Hill Plaza. That's been causing some delays across the afternoon. If you're on your way to Pietermaritzburg, it is slow. And Cape Town, some good news and perhaps a hint at an improving weather situation, certainly around Cape Town. Chappers Peak Drive has been reopened today. It was closed a little while ago. It has been reopened. First time Chappies is open for some time. A lot of closures still inland, though, including the N1, Paarl through to Durrance, no way through there. Closures between Worcester and Verleersdorp on the 43. Closures between Worcester and Robertson on the R60, and road closures all over the Cirrus area as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, you got news about where Orlando Pirates plays next, right?
not next, but coming up.
Wow.
Orbit College have confirmed that their upcoming Betway Premiership clash against Orlando Pirates will no longer take place at the Royal Bafokeng Stadium. This is due to continued unavailability of the Rustenburg venue. According to Orbit College, stadium management informed the club that Royal Bafokeng Stadium will remain unavailable until the 30th of June, forcing the newly promoted side to urgently seek an alternative venue capable of hosting one of the biggest fixtures on the domestic football calendar. The club now is reportedly working behind the scenes to secure a compliant stadium that meets PSL requirements and can accommodate the expected attendance and operational demands surrounding the fixture. Meanwhile, Mamelodi Sundowns ladies coach Godfrey Sapula says that the jury is out on whether the new Hollywood Bet Super League format will be beneficial for women's football in the country. Sapula was speaking at the launch of the 2026 season here at the SABC earlier today when the draw was conducted for the 2 streams of 8. This means teams from the Super Rise group will not meet any of the Super Era sides until the playoffs. And Sapula says that this may be to the detriment of not only the growth of the game, but also Banyana Banyana.
Yeah, I respect the decisions that came from the discussions to make that decision. Yeah, we're gonna do our best, to use that format to prepare ourselves, because for us it's not only about the league, but it's also to prepare for the continent, It's we will see if the format is going to be helpful and useful, for the development of the players, because I really feel that maybe more games gives a lot of benefit for all the teams to develop more players, so more players get more game time, and but also thinking about the Banyana the reliance is on the Hollywood Bet Super League, to give a product that can actually help Banyana, but if the players are getting less game time, not sure if that is going to be helpful to make sure that we have a Banyana that can be strong and competitive.
In rugby, World Cup winning former coach Graham Henry has been appointed as an All Black selector. New Zealand boss Davy Rennie confirmed today. Henry, who guided New Zealand to the 2011 Rugby World Cup title and won 88 of his 103 matches in charge, brings vast experience back into the fold at the age of 79. In tennis, Poland's Iga Swiatek stormed into the quarterfinals of the WTA 1000 Italian Open with a commanding straight sets victory over Japan's Naomi Osaka. The 4th seed dropped just 3 games in a 6-2, 6-1 win, completed in an hour and 22 minutes, breaking serve 6 times in a one-sided clash of the Grand Slam champions. It was Swiatek's 3rd consecutive win over Osaka, who was seeded 15th in Rome. And up next, it is Jessica Peguela in the last 8, a player who has beaten her in straight sets in their last 2 meetings. In golf, defending champion Scottie Scheffler hit his first practice round. This is at the Aronimink ahead of the 108th PGA Championship starting on Thursday. The 7,394-yard par 70 course features 174 bunkers and lightning fast greens. The toughest test, says the former winner Keegan Bradley. Scheffler, who's chasing a career Grand Slam, arrives in top form after strong finishes at the Masters, Heritage and Doral. Then finally in basketball, NBA legend LeBron James says that he's unsure what the future holds after the LA Lakers were swept out of the Western Conference semifinals by the reigning champions, Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder sealed a 115-110 win to complete a 4-0 series victory, with the MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scoring 35 points. And James is out of contract this summer and admitted that he will take time to discuss his future with his family, saying that he must decide if he still loves the process of preparing for games. Well, it'll be interesting to see the NBA without LeBron James.
I generally don't watch the NBA with or without, but I get your point.
Yeah, I'll have more.
There's a huge name in that sport.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Outsurance can't improve your couch coaching skills. But they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. When it comes to car insurance, you couldn't be in better hands. Outsurance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row. Built to Reader's Choice Best Insurer 4 years in a row. And City Press Reader's Choice Best Insurer Award 3 years in a row. Clearly, they all feel they're getting something out. SMS right now to see if you can switch and save. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
We'll have to concentrate on winners. We'll chat to Anthea Tyson, the organizer of the Earthizens Award, coming up shortly. For now, however, let's get to the numbers with Makwe Masilela, the Chief Investment Officer at Makwe Fund Managers. You've got news from MTN, Makwe.
Yes, Ashraf, their Q1 update, the guys have managed to increase their customers by 5.4%. Now they've got 312 million customers. Remember, Vodacom's got 237 million, and their group service revenue was up 20%, driven mainly by data revenue up 36%, fintech revenue up 22%, and the active mobile money monthly users up 8% to 67 million. Remember, Vodacom has 103 million, and yes, MTN is still bigger than Vodacom because their market value is 395 billion versus that one of Vodacom of 317 billion. Ashraf, Trump's rejection of Iran's response to the U.S. peace proposal has kept markets cautious. The dollar initially benefited from safe haven flows when the war first broke out, but has since given up much of those gains and remains choppy on shaky prospects of peace deal and a ceasefire that appears to be hanging by a thread. But the rand is dragged down by weaker commodity prices. Many people seem to be holding the hope that Trump and Xi Jinping summit later this week in Beijing could yield a breakthrough on Iran, but this might just be a wishful thinking. And local unemployment rate worsened even before the full impact of the Middle East conflict. But our March manufacturing production was up 0.9%. That shows a recovery as February was down 1.2%. Stocks and bonds were lower, with a key U.S. inflation report showing the impacts of higher energy and supply disruptions stemming from the war in Iran. And yellow metal dropped as traders continue to monitor a fragile ceasefire and also waiting for that meeting in Beijing later in the week. And as we're talking, gold is down 0.9% at 4,695, platinum down 0.6% at 2,137. Oil prices continue to heat up as Trump said the fragile ceasefire is on life support, and we see oil is up now 3.7% at $107. Global stocks are retreating with the JSE down 1.3%. Rand fell 0.5% against the dollar. We are now at 16.51, 22.32 against the pound, and 19.36 against the euro.
Well, thank you for that, Makwe. We'll connect again tomorrow here on the National Pulse.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, let's get to some of your comments as well. And when we speak about these unemployment numbers, the question is what to do next. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is V here from Rift Valley Extension 23. On the issue of unemployment, the cause of the trouble is our labor department. Because most companies, they don't hire people who are between 35 and 50 years. They say they want to hire people between 18 and 35. And those people, those youngsters, they don't want to do this hard job. They don't want to do this hard job. And those ones who are between 35 and 50, they don't even qualify for grant.
Yeah, but it suggests that the younger people are being employed, and you just heard the numbers. The younger people are bearing the brunt of South Africa's unemployment numbers, or lack thereof of employed people.
Hi, Ashraf, Isaac here. Wow, African countries that I've been to. It's Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Mauritania. At least I've been to those countries. Africa is beautiful. I so wish people can just be able to travel and see how beautiful the continent of Africa that we have. Such a beautiful, beautiful country as it is.
There we are, lots of southern African countries, and then Mauritania. What did you do in Mauritania? I wonder, what's it? No Shakot? Have I got that name right? I think the capital. I've never been there. No, must go there one day. Right, here's a big question.
Hi Ashraf, while I'm not supportive of all of the actions and corruption, etc., no matter which political party, I'm glad President Ramaphosa did not resign. There isn't anyone capable enough, sadly, at the moment in the ANC to take his place. And then we de facto have a hung presidency. The DA shouldn't be in charge of the country. So for stability and everything else, until the court process are done, we should give President Ramaphosa a chance.
Well, it's an interesting point, no matter what you may think ideologically. What would have happened? So by not resigning yesterday doesn't mean he's not guilty, for example. I mean, let the law take its course. But what happens if he did resign to South Africa overnight? What would have happened? And does what would have happened to the country, not to him, does that matter to you at all? Let's talk about big winners with the South African Earthizens Awards after this.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludek. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tissot brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, one of the things that we're doing, and you might notice some tweaks we've done to the show, is we will talk a lot more tech than we've done in the past because we think it's that important. We'll also focus on some winners or champions in their spaces or people championing great causes. So that's the case with Anthea Tyson, the founder and organizer of the African Earthizens Award. So Earth as in Earth, Earthizens like citizens, right? And it's the fifth one of that type. So let's talk about that. Anthea, I appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me. I'm really appreciating it.
Thank you. So, well, tell me about this. I mean, do I take it Earth refers to, environmental issues?
Yes, we're not citizens. We are earthizens because as human beings, we need to align ourselves with nature. And for me, what I've been doing for 5 years is I am honoring ecopreneurs that are taking things out of nature, may it be plastic, glass, paper, pellets, tires, everything that is waste, and turn that into reusable products again. Because with the high employment in South Africa, I just personally believe that we can create a green economy that can really boost job creations amongst young people. And because I am a creative, I believe that we can use trash and we can turn it into treasure, and the treasure can turn into a monetary value for sustainable impact within communities.
I take it that would be your broader vision. Then, what then is the status, firstly, of South Africa with regards to embracing the earth, as you say, and ecopreneurs? Tell me about that. I mean, who's doing what?
Yes. So what happened is we have a lot of litter in South Africa. I don't know if you and the public knows about the challenges we have at our land referrals. Look at our security complexes, estates. We're not big into waste separation. I mean, we have these fantastic informal waste collectors where we see every Monday or Wednesday and Thursday in suburbs that go through the dustbins and separate waste. So for me, what I have identified in lockdown was that there is a huge market in the waste in the waste industry, which the municipality cannot tap into, but communities can, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who create the litter, and therefore we can take up the responsibility to at least separate it and help these informal collectors to have more ways to take, even to buyback centers to earn money. And because I am in the space, the creative space where we have artists who paint on cardboard and they frame it, and you will never know that it was print, the canvas was paper. So there is alternative ways how you can be creative with waste within the industry. And so Earthizens is basically a yearly event on World Earth Day where we bring ecopreneurs together, and then we start working together to create more awareness about the environment and how we can still make money from the environment, but it is consciously while we're doing it, and we take responsibility. And also through that, we educate people on what the possibilities are and what they can do with waste.
And I mean, is that working in terms of your short-term, middle goals and end goals?
Yes, definitely, yes. 5 years down the line, we are 58 ecopreneurs, and we have footprint in 12 countries on the continent. So we're just not focusing on South Africa. So we partner with people in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, in Zanzibar, in any country where people are using things, waste, and scale it to community projects where they create employment. So basically, that is what the Earthizens is all about. It's just us as ecopreneurs, as conscious people coming together and say, you know what, we can exchange and transfer skills across countries, and we can try to cross-brand each other's products, and that is how we can create a sustainable industry, because it's not importing. We use raw materials, from our communities. So it's the easiest way just to tap into a market where everything is already there, the raw materials is there, it's just for us to convert it. The only thing is that ecopreneurs hardly get funding because everything is about, the bottom line. And when you are conscious, it's not necessarily about the profit margin or the bottom line. It is about everybody earning a living collectively.
So when they hardly get funding, how are they able to navigate around that?
You know what? For me, for the 5 years, it's people believe in you that will open up their pockets and support you where they can. That is how I have been doing it for 5 years. And so if you sell to your friends and they tell other people about your product, that is how you begin to earn a survival income. And then you have an opportunity then to save from that little bit of survival income, where you can then start saving and buy more material and increase your sales for what you do in the industry. It takes longer. You need to have patience. You need to be persistent. But also, we're not only just recycling or upcycling things. We are also spreading the awareness of people littering unconsciously in the country.
Yeah, point taken. Let's end with the beginning here. In this case here, with regard to your actual awards, your Earthizens Honorary Awards. I mean, you've done it for 5 years. Who's been the latest award winners, and tell me about them.
The latest award-winning author is a 69-year-old Gogo that has written a book about organic farming. She's going around schools, she's set up feeding schools, and she's teaching children by giving them seedlings and showing them how they can plant their own food in a windowsill, in their backyard, in a tire, or in a 2-liter bottle. That was one of the most amazing, elders who are passing on indigenous knowledge, food systems, and basic things like telling people about organic foods. If we have to eat organic food, then we will eat the pumpkin, and you and me will eat the leaves. We will eat the beetroot, and we will eat the leaves too, where commercialization is not selling any leaves to us, and there's so much nutrition in it. So we just take people back a little bit to the basics and show them. You can don't throw your banana peels away, your eggshells, your tea bags. Use that as compost and use regenerative methods to plant your own food without having.
Okay. So just the last thing, when it comes to these winners, or as you talked about the Gogo, right? Honorary. Yeah. What happens to them next?
So what happens is we are now in a group where all of us are now looking at each other's products, and we take each other's products under our products, and we start cross-selling and cross-spreading the words of our products. Like Maruti Naturals, she's making moringa soap, she's making baobab oil. So what we do is we cross-brand each other's products and try to find each other's clients. That is how we do. So it's word of mouth, believing in what we do is the right thing. Okay. But we would like to scale, and that's why I'm doing it as a host, because I would like to take all these products under one roof. Let us have all the compliance to make it market ready and put it out there, because allow people to have access to products that is really helping the economy. It's growing the local economy, and it's also creating jobs. So that is my aim with having these awards every year, where honorees get the opportunity to showcase their products.
Well, listen, I mean, you're championing a great cause, and that's why we're talking to you. Just give us, is there a social media account or a website we can direct people to?
Yes, so what happened is my website is www.earthizens.org.za. There is a link for you to contact me, and anybody who's interested in disposing waste that is valuable. We're also collecting things, because I collected a shipping container full of PVC banners, So we're looking for communities, for corporate companies, for anybody who wants to give back to nature to come on board, because we have all the creative people that can absorb these raw materials.
Right. Earthizens.org.za, but feel free as well to tag SAfm Radio and tag myself as well, Ashraf Garda. On that, we'll certainly share that to Anthea Tyson, founder, organizer of the Earthizens Awards. Now, there we are, someone doing something quite remarkable, and who knows where that's going to end up. Let's get to some of the voice notes. In fact, before we do that, let's get to Cape Town. Quinton, why are you worried about Pala Pala? What about the weather in Cape Town?
No, that's not what the blame to the lawsuit date.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about what our president has been telling us. Because first of all, if I buy a cow or a sheep from a farmer, that thing they must have test it and see that it's pure and clean, and it's, that there's no toxins in it or foot and mouth or whatever. So if he's selling any of those beasts to an overseas guy, he should have it all tested. And whoever the doctor that tested should have a certificate on his record that so and so has bought or sold so many goats or sheep or whatever, and then, but he hasn't got any records of that. And that money should have been taxable. So I don't think there's a problem if it's paid in dollars and all that. It should be taxable. So I don't know why.
It's a question of what was not declared. That's the allegation. Anyway, Quentin, thank you for that. Let's get to another quick call on the big issue of unemployment. Nicholas, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yep, you live?
Yes, I'm Kimberley.
Yeah, go for it, Nicholas.
Yes, I just want to elaborate on the issue of unemployment.
All right.
Unemployment has been a very challenging issue within South Africa. But the thing is, we need to understand what is the cause, the main cause of unemployment. When I look at this, we are pointing fingers at each other. But the main problem is the policy that we have in our country, especially when we come to unions. Most industries are closing because of the labor laws that we are having in our country. So our policy is detrimental to job creation. And then we're also looking at what we can do, because we can't just look at the government to create jobs for us. We are having small business ideas that we want to put in place. But again, the policy make it difficult for us. Because, like just an example.
Very quickly, we're on to news. There's
a lot of waters here in South Africa to drink, but there's nothing to drink. Because why? The policy makes things difficult. We're looking at the mining in the Northern Cape. There's many mines, there's many opportunities. We want to apply for the mining permit, but due to the policies like the environment.
Nicholas, I have to leave it at that because we're on to news now, but I suggest strongly that you're listening to the next conversation because we're going to talk about, again, unemployment with Duma Kubule, right? It's very important. I'll bring up the issues of policies as well on that issue. Let's get the news now. It's 5 o'clock, just gone 5, in fact, with Jwalane Tulo Nwepe.
Thank you, Ashraf. Top stories. Asawa Motsoaledi's convoy involved in a fatal collision and all Western Cape schools to reopen tomorrow. Good afternoon. It has emerged that one of the vehicles of the convoy of Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi allegedly hit and killed two pedestrians on the N1 outside Bilabila in Limpopo. In a statement, police say the official vehicle was being driven by a member of the Protection Security Services. The mother and child were attempting to cross the road to a car crash scene where the woman's husband was hit and killed in an earlier incident on the road. The woman's husband was allegedly also hit by a vehicle allegedly driven by an off-duty police officer. A second child of the couple survived the crashes, police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
In line with standard protocol, the minister's close protector and the driver immediately stopped at the scene together with the minister and remained there until police and emergency medical services arrived. Statements were subsequently obtained from those present at the scene. 2 separate cases of culpable homicide are under investigation, and the circumstances surrounding both accidents form part of ongoing police investigations. IPID has taken over investigations as both drivers are SAPS members.
A massive fire has broken out at a factory in Clearwood in the south of Durban. The eThekwini Fire Department is at the scene and no injuries or casualties have been reported so far. Motorists are urged to use alternative routes because Dale Road has been closed off. Gareth Jameson of ALS Paramedics.
ALS paramedics are currently mobile to a factory that is well alight in the Dale Road area of Clearwood, south of Durban. Now, at this stage, it's unknown exactly what is on fire. This is from the Pavilion Bridge where smoke is billowing into the sky.
The Western Cape Education Department says all schools will reopen tomorrow as the inclement weather conditions ease. Parts of the province have been pummeled by heavy downpours and gale force winds after 2 consecutive cold fronts made landfall over the weekend. Several schools suffered damage. Provincial Education Minister David Mania says an informed decision has been taken to now reopen schools.
There may be schools that need to remain closed due to infrastructure damage or access challenges caused by the storm, and they will request permission on a case-by-case basis. Any schools approved for closure will communicate directly with parents. Thank you to our school staff, officials and parents for the smooth implementation of the closures over the past week.
The ANC Youth League has backed President Cyril Ramaphosa's decision to take Parliament's independent panel report on review. Last night, Ramaphosa announced that he would not be resigning, insisting that he had not committed any crime or stolen from the public purse. ANC Youth League President Colin Malachi was addressing the media at the party's headquarters in Johannesburg on the Phala saga and youth unemployment.
The ANC Youth League believe that there are grounds for review which must be properly adjudicated by a court of law rather than through a public pressure or media trials or political opportunism or populist grandstanding. The Institute League therefore rejects attempts to remove a democratically elected president through opportunism and media trials and unconstitutional means.
A British government source has told the BBC that Prime Minister Keir Starmer refused to discuss his leadership or poor local election results during his weekly cabinet meeting. The source says Starmer promised that he would talk to ministers individually about those subjects, but then refused to do so. There is growing speculation that Starmer may be forced out by his party. Several members of the cabinet expressed support for the British Prime Minister as they left the meeting. Britain's International Development Minister Jenny Chapman.
The discussions that we've just had in Cabinet really to everybody around the table just how serious the issues are that we are there to tackle around the cost of living and the impact of the Straits of Hormuz. Why would we embark upon some sort of big process that's distracting and inward looking when the country wants us to serve them?
Recapping the top story this hour, it has emerged that one of the vehicles of the convoy of Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi allegedly hit and killed 2 pedestrians on the N1 outside Bilabela in Limpopo. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
In sports, the Sawa Shabnam named in 2026 T20 World Cup. Khumalo remains optimistic despite limited AFCON preparations. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Heavy backlogs around Pretoria for N1 highway users going north. You saw it yesterday, got caught in it yesterday maybe, and it's day 2 today. It looks like a permanent roadworks arrangement at Linwood Road. Traffic heading that way back all the way through to about Buata Avenue. There is a breakdown at Rigel in amongst that traffic, but the real cause is the roadworks up at Linwood. It is really heavy. Crash on Vidkoppen and Main causing delays in that Magalisak area. Main Road heading up from Bryanston and arriving from sort of Sunningdale, Paul's offside on Vidkoppen Road towards Fourways. That's very heavy. Also big backlogs on William Mandela and Leslie today, both going in and out of Fourways, and some heavy pressure on Malabongwe Drive just north of Vidkoppen if you're going in and out of Kaya Sand. That's a problem. Also lights down Malabongwe and Mahogany, so delays out from Stratham Park. The Mike 1 fairly busy today with a crash northbound at Athol Oakland still causing delays. Southbound you're backlogging from Santon all the way through to Boysons basically, and lots of pressure on the end south with a breakdown at Van Buren. Delays coming down as far back as the Alexandra area. Durban today, well, we've been reporting some delays at Marion Hill Plaza. That was a truck that jackknifed earlier this afternoon on your way out to Pietermaritzburg. It's still there, still causing a slowdown as you get into that plaza area. M7 to Belleville Road slow. M4 heading north towards Mhlanga. Very busy this afternoon, a lot more so than you might be expecting. Cape Town looks right. There was a really big stay away today from work, so highways and byways are largely empty, but don't forget major problems inland from Cape Town with closures of the N1, Paarl through to Durans, road south of Worcester like the R60 and the R43 are closed, road closures through Verleersdorp, including the road from Verleersdorp to Grabo, and Franschhoek Pass remains closed as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, you know we're going to have an update on the Madlanga Commission around 5:45 daily. By the way, any thoughts that you've observed with regard to today's hearings, whatever it is, you can WhatsApp us anytime. Probably the best way to do that, we'll play them after 5:45 as well, after our daily, Madlanga watch, really speaking. Comments on the Earthizens conversation I've just had, and then the broader conversation around unemployment. 300,000 jobs lost in the first quarter of this year. Unemployment rate for youth between the ages of 15 to 24 now sitting at 60.9. So 6 out of 10 young South Africans in that age group unemployed. This is not those who are studying, because they do not cover. These are those who are not studying. So they would fall into what? Unemployed, unemployable, isn't it? And then overall numbers, they are really concerning. 34%, or 32.7% in fact. Let's try and understand it. We'll chat to Duma Kubule about that right after this.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Mozambique, Southeastern Africa. A nation of layered identity shaped by history and heritage. Over 2,000 kilometers of coastline, islands, coral reefs, and waters rich with life. Portuguese is the official language, but Makua, Sena, and Tsonga carry culture through communities. Bordered by South Africa, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, and the vast Indian Ocean.
Mozambique gained independence in 1975. Freedom followed by years of civil war. A country tested deeply. Today, the nation rebuilds. Natural gas discoveries promise growth. Tourism returns to its shores, yet challenges remain. Poverty, cyclones, and conflict in the north. Still, the spirit holds. Music, dance, and community define everyday life. A culture that moves even through hardship.
Mozambique bends, but never breaks. In every wave, in every rhythm, in every voice, there is resilience. Mozambique, coastal, cultural, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. X at SAFmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, so let's get those numbers right. 300,000 jobs lost in the first quarter of 2026. Unemployment rate for youth between the ages of 15 and 24 sitting at 60.9%. Total unemployment rate 32.7%. Imbali Williams of the Youth Capital describes the youth unemployment rate as being in a state of emergency. Her thoughts. Question is, what state are we in and who's doing anything about it? Let's find out more about it with Duma Kubule, who's an economic analyst. Duma, where do we find light at the end of this tunnel?
Okay, so let me just give them the real numbers. According to this release, 30 million people are unemployed. The unemployment rate for people of all races is 43.7%. The unemployment rate in the Northern Cape is 54.8%. The unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape is 54.4%. The unemployment rate for Africans is 47.8%. The unemployment rate for African females is more than 51%. Can I just repeat that? The unemployment rate for African women is more than 51%. So what happened now is that in the first quarter of the year, we shed 350,000 jobs. Last year, we created only 21,000 jobs. So what this does is that the government has been hallucinating and gaslighting South Africans, telling us that the economy has turned the corner. They've stopped saying so in the last 4 weeks or so. And this unemployment release puts the final nail in the coffin of this discourse of an economy that is turning. It doesn't get much worse than this. So the next thing I want to say is that most of the jobs are lost in the community sector and in construction. 206,000 jobs were lost in the community sector, which is mostly government. Now, the reason for that, I still have to talk to Stats and get more details, but I'm almost certain that the main reason for that is what happened in the budget. In the budget, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwane cancelled one of the president's favorite programs, part of the presidential employment stimulus. This is the Basic Education Employment Initiative, which provided more than 200,000 work opportunities to young people as teacher assistants in our schools. Now, this job creates jobs for young people, for women. It creates hope for people. What logic is there in cutting public employment programs? The government, the National Treasury cancelled what was in the ANC manifesto. The ANC manifesto had a target to increase public employment. I can't remember what the number was, but they were supposed to increase public employment. And the first thing they do is cancel one of the most successful public employment programs in the history of South Africa. I think it's a tragedy. South Africans must call this out. Yeah.
All right. Now, calling it out is one thing, and we can talk about the numbers, tweak the numbers, but the reality is, once it gets over 20%, whether it's 25% or 30% or 35%, really speaking, every one of them are disasters. The big question is, I don't know how many times I've asked this question, and others have asked it. It's like, how do we, as you say, turn the corner? Which is not, we haven't turned the corner. So how do we turn the corner?
Okay, first thing, Ashraf, we have to understand the drivers of the unemployment. First of all, South Africans, I appeal to you, do not say people are unemployable. Don't insult people, blame them for their own unemployment. There are 1.1 million unemployed graduates. The skills mismatch theory of unemployment is a fallacy. I had an interview with Chester Missing a few months ago. The person who fetched me, from the Uber driver who fetched me, said, "It's my first day of work, and you're my 8th client. I'm an unemployed doctor. I spent 6 years at Sefako Makatlo. He's a medical physicist. Then he spent three years at Charlotte Maclake in training, and he couldn't get a job. He applied for jobs in Thailand, he applied for jobs in Namibia and in Australia, and he decided to become an Uber driver. That is the scale of our unemployment crisis. So we mustn't say it's a supply side problem, it's a demand side problem. The economy is not creating enough jobs.
And if, if the economy doesn't create enough jobs, then no amount of goodwill is going to get companies to employ people. What I'm saying will get companies to employ people just because they want to employ people. They're not going to do that if they have to pay them. I mean, that's the bottom line, isn't it?
Yes, so no amount of skills programs is going to make companies employ. Now, there's a survey by Stats SA. It's called, it came out actually a couple of days ago. I didn't look at it. It's called the Utilization of Manufacturing Capacity by Large Industries. So now they ask these companies, why have you got more than 20% spare capacity, And the companies say there isn't demand for the things that we can produce. So we're not using all our capacity. People don't have money. So the reason, that's the first thing. So it's not a supply side problem, it's a demand side problem. The next thing I want to say is that there's a relationship between GDP growth and jobs. Do not let anyone convince you that there was ever jobless growth in South Africa over the last 32 years. I've cut and sliced the data over every single period, and there has never been jobless growth. Now, over the past 17 years, since the fourth quarter of 2008, our economy has grown over 17 years by 1.1%. So, sorry, let me just explain the math. So each 1% increase in the GDP growth rate results in 0.8% increase in jobs. So over the past 17 years, our annual average GDP growth is 1.1%. And you multiply that by 0.8%, and that's the growth in the jobs. So it is completely inadequate. Our labor force has increased by, I think, about 9 million people, and we've only created about 2 million jobs.
Okay, let me ask you this just quickly, because I want to move on to solutions, if there are any, right? First of all, we had a caller just before the news who spoke about policies and saying the biggest problem why we have this levels of unemployment is our policies insofar, and I'm paraphrasing, in terms of hiring people are so stifling, they do not get hired. Is that Is that a point?
No, that is completely nonsense. And I'll explain why. Let's say we got rid of labor laws, we got rid of DE. It wouldn't solve the problem. People do not have the money to pay for the goods and services that companies have produced. It's a demand side problem. There's not enough GDP growth in the economy. So if you deregulate the economy, where's the growth going to come from? We're an 8 trillion rands economy. You deregulate everything. Who's going to buy the things that companies can produce? That is absolutely absurd. So we have to stimulate this economy. Ashraf, our GDP per capita is lower than it was in 2007. GDP per capita in 2026 will decline again. So we're heading for 2 decades of declining average living standards. So who is going to invest in such a disaster of economy where people don't have the money to buy the things that you can produce?
Now we got a minute or so to go, right? And like the economy, time is running out, if you get my point.
Yeah.
Based upon other countries with similar problems like us, what did they do that we can learn from to do that ASAP?
We have to stimulate the economy. So the average growth rate over the past 17 years by 150 emerging and developing countries was 4.4%. So if we had grown by 4.4%, I did the scenarios, we would be at close to 5% unemployment. So the only way to stimulate this economy is to have a fiscal and monetary stimulus. There is no other way. So the Treasury must stop its public sector investment strike. Public sector investment has collapsed by more than 40% over the past since 2014, and public investment is going to continue to decrease over the next 3 years of the medium-term expenditure framework. Our central bank, the people who are on that monetary policy committee, we've got a low inflation rate. What is the reason for us not to have lower interest rates? Because the drivers of inflation are not demand. The drivers of inflation are supply side, and monetary policy can do nothing about that.
All right, just help us with this so we understand it, right? With the jargon. When you say stimulate the economy, what actually does that mean in practice?
In practice, it means let's say our economy is 8 trillion, just below 8 trillion. So each percentage point of GDP growth is about 80 billion, and if you assume that the GDP, it has a effect on GDP growth of 1.5 or 1.6 according to Treasury. So that will stimulate the economy by 1.5%. So we must, in practice, put into the economy the difference between the target 1% that we have in South Africa for 2026 and the target growth rate, which should be about 6%. Now, let me just give you a last thing.
Very quickly, just 1 point, yeah.
So to create jobs I estimated that we'll have an annual increase in people into the labor force over the next decade of about 750,000 people. To create jobs just for those people, we need to have a GDP growth rate of 4.4%. That is showing the scale of the problem. Addressing the unemployment is the equivalent of a war effort. You can't aim a water pistol at such a large program. So if we have to succeed, we have to create a completely new economy that is double the size of the current one. So we have to reimagine a new economy in South Africa.
And the question is how... And we need to have that debate sometime next week about the new economy. As you said, it's a war effort. We need to be treating it as such. Duma Qubule, much appreciate your insights here on the National Pulse.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAFM Radio.
Right. I'll tell you what, so we've had this feature, the series we started yesterday, around where every day around a quarter to four, in fact, we will look at 5 takes on one of the biggest issues in the country. So at the moment, it's about immigration and, foreign nationals. How did we get to this and where do we go to next? So we couldn't chat to Somadora Fikeni today, unfortunately, but that's the plan. That's what we want to do every day this week. I tell you what, I think the issue of stimulating the economy, to treat it like it's a war zone and treat it as such, right, a war effort, is something we need to talk about too, because this unemployment is just so unacceptable. It's horrific. We can't just say, well, things will come right. Right, let's get to you. We go to Durban first up. Andrew, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yep.
I'm glad your guest mentioned treated like a war conflict. In 1976, the students rose up and they made a change. This is a double-edged sword. Madiba once said, when the ANC government does to you what the apartheid government does or did to you, you do to the ANC what the apartheid government did to you. And he has a last bit here. Stalin, the true story, Stalin once demonstrated that never mind how bruised the people they are that you are leading, if you throw them a little treat now and again, they'll come back to you. He plucked the feathers off a live chicken and he let it run, bloodied and in pain. So he threw a few bits of grain to the chicken and the chicken came running back to him. So you throw a 350 here, a 350 there, you get what you vote for. Our youth need to get up and vote and treat this as a war situation. That's what our youth need to do. Nobody else is listening to them.
Well,
that's what they need to do.
We're listening to you now on the National Pulse. We definitely are. Andrew, thank you for that.
Thank you,
Joe, and I like the diversity of opinions and comments and solutions, really. It is a war effort, isn't it? Joe in Gqeberha. Hi, Joe.
Good day, Ashraf. How are you?
Good talking to you. Go for it. Yeah.
Not easy. I listened to your expert talking about creating a new economy.
Yeah.
I want us to look at the economy that you participate in on a daily basis. You buy bread, where are we sourcing our flour? If there's a cent being spent by you on flour, that's a potential income for this country. That's a potential job. And if we are importing flour, then we have a problem. If you ask yourself, what am I eating tonight? Am I eating chicken? Where's that chicken coming from? Where's the oil coming from? And for as long as we are exporting those jobs to other countries by importing those products, we are not going to have jobs. We need to start making sure that whatever we consume in South Africa, we make it here because those are the jobs that we need. I don't know. What else do you think can happen?
Well,
we lost the textile industry. We lost the textile industry a while back, and we accepted that we lost it. And it's okay for us to lose the textile industry. But now what else are we losing? What else are we prepared to lose? Because that's where the jobs are. It has to start there. The war effort has to start where we can win. We're not going to make cars overnight. There's no South African car that's been designed overnight. But we can definitely make sure that we get our own food done.
Okay.
We can ensure that if government says no more importing of poultry, those are billions of rands sitting there that we are exporting on a daily basis. I don't know what else, but I think that's a good start.
Okay. Appreciate your input. And there's more, right? Interesting how many people are commenting about the economy, because you see, that's the point. Those job numbers are frightening. And I do agree with the guest we had, right? That Duma Kobule, right? That it must be treated with the urgency of a war effort. I've often used the example, we must treat it the way we treated COVID-19, for example. When it came and visited our shores, everything stood still. It was priority number one. So how is it that, the issues of joblessness and the issues of crime are not actually priority number one at the moment? How is it that's not the case? We've allowed it to ride for years and years and years. Majoro in Lady Brand, right? GDP. Tell me about that.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good talking to you.
I'm good, man. I have a problem with our academics. They bring this big concept. When the question is asked to demystify it, to make them simple so that every person can understand. When I ask the question of how do you change the wheel, you wanted him to come up with specific projects to say, for instance, you must do 1, 2, 3, 4, so that we are able to say, okay, from now onwards, we know what's the target. Yes, they will always talk about investing to the country. What are we investing on? Because everything's there. when it talks about the second economy, yes, the second economy. What is that second economy they are talking about? What is it? What does it entail? What is it to do? We need those specifics so that we're able to amend the stick and able to say, fine, I'm not doing it right. This is how I must contribute to change the situation. I think they must start to become more simple, as you were saying, that how simple can it be simplified so that every member state can understand it. But these huge English concepts are very difficult to understand sometimes. They are so tricky that it becomes difficult to break them for every person to understand.
Okay, got that. Well, look, the reality is these concepts, however simple or difficult they are, they're concepts at that level, like, maybe simple in explanation, on shows like this, but the reality is they may be complex and they have to be explained at that level when economists talk. So I get that, Majoro. Thanks for that. There's more comments as well. There's a comment on that terrible story of that accident with the Minister of Health in the car as well.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Why is this accident being reported as if it happened today of Mutswaredi convoy, which was involved in a fatal accident? But didn't this accident happen yesterday? Wasn't this an yesterday accident which happened yesterday? Why is it being reported as if it happened today?
Well, I understand it happened on Saturday, in fact. I mean, that's the report that I had heard. Maybe, the news cycle just sort of got official news of it now as opposed to gossip or rumors. But yeah, it happened on Saturday.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the SAFM listeners. Ashraf, the statistics of the youth unemployment in South Africa is scary. These numbers, they are very, very scary, and I'm afraid we are heading for a disaster if we don't do anything about it. Especially these are the young youth that is very energetic. It's a ticking bomb. Sekwanele, Pretoria.
Well, listen, if 60% unemployed now and the economy does not grow, how do they move from unemployed to employed, which means they perpetually would remain unemployed? I don't think anybody has to... There's a big debate on that. It's just common sense, isn't it? Sure, man. 5:30 news headlines. Here's Dudu. No, in fact, we're going to get to Dudu later on. It's Jolani once again with the news headlines.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, the latest figures in the quarterly labour force survey indicate that young people continue to be the worst affected by the unemployment crisis in the country. A building that housed waste management services is still on fire in the Clearwood area in the south of Durban. The eThekwini Fire Department is on site. And finally, Kenyan President William Ruto says the Africa Forward Summit marks a decisive step towards freeing the continent from dependency. He says Africa has both the capacity and the potential to finance critical infrastructure projects from roads to technology. I will have details on these and other stories at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very heavy on Pretoria's N1 North. Roadworks by Linwood Road. They appear semi-permanent, I guess. They were there yesterday. There again today. Major delay alert if you're heading north. Queues from Boerta Avenue right through to the Linwood exit. Getting into four ways pretty heavy today. A crash on Vickoppen and Main. And then a big backlog heading up on the Winnie Mandela from Bryanston across the highway up through Leslie and in towards those traffic light faults at Monte Casino. N12 from Xavier Street through to Deepcliff looking really busy today. And there's a queue on the N3 South, a breakdown by Modderfontein Road. Traffic queues back through to Limbro Park. Durban's M4 around the Umhlanga Glen Ashley area, busy both ways. N3 outbound towards Pietermaritzburg. Track crash at Marion Hill causing problems. And the M7 up the hill to the Belleville Road exit at Queensborough. That's slow as well. Cape Town, very light volumes today. Big stay away because of the storm. Just worth a mention, the M7 queuing up, heading in towards Mitchell's Plain. And a lot of road closures inland, north of Paarl, if you like, up through Cirrus and out through Worcester and Durance. That's all because of flooding and mudslides with the big Cape Storm that moved through the region. The most important takeaway there is the N1 stays closed between the Durance and Paarl. There's no access through the Huguenot Tunnel. A lot of the side roads and alternative routes are also closed. Check before you travel. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Chumi, let's talk cricket. Let's talk about the Proteas women.
Well, veteran fast bowler Shabnim Ismail has come out of international retirement to boost the Proteas women's squad for the T20 World Cup, headlining a 15-player list heading to England next month. Coach Mandla Mashimbi previously made no secret of his admiration for Ismail and made it clear that the door remained open should she wish to return to the team.
It was a no-brainer, to be honest, to try and get one of the best bowlers in the world playing for South Africa again. Whatever happened in the past probably happened, and I came here on a clean slate, and I wanna achieve great things with this team. And for that to happen, you need to have the best people available. And Shibnam is one of those. It's important for me to actually go and have a chat with her, because we wouldn't have a player of a caliber sitting at home and watching us play. So, and looking at the gaps that we had as a team, she was fitting the bill beautifully as well. So, yeah, looking forward to see what she can offer.
In football, South African national under-17 head coach Vela Khumalo remains optimistic that his young Amajimbo squad stand a good chance to qualify for the FIFA Under-17 World Cup again this year. This is despite being drawn in a group of death at this year's Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations tournament. Amajimbos, who left for the AFCON 17 tournament taking place in Morocco on Sunday, kick off their campaign against tournament favourites Senegal on Thursday.
I don't know much. We have the videos that we have been looking and watching, and other than the videos that we had, we didn't see anything. But like everybody is saying, it's a strong team, it's a strong group. People are not giving us chance, but I think if we can come out of that group, we stand a good chance of competing to go through and through. But honestly speaking, I think we will qualify to go to the World Cup.
Elsewhere, Pep Guardiola says that Manchester City do not feel extra pressure, even though they realistically need to beat Crystal Palace on Wednesday to keep their Premier League title hopes alive. City, with 3 games left, are 5 points behind leaders Arsenal with a game in hand. Now, failure to win at the Etihad would mean that Mikel Arteta's side could clinch their first Premier League title for 22 years against Burnley on Monday. And Guardiola was asked at his pre-match press conference on how much pressure City were under after recent results, including last week's damaging 3-3 draw at Everton. And he says he is not feeling any pressure at all. In swimming, South Africa's young swimmers returned from the African Swimming Championships with an outstanding total of 84 medals. The junior team dominated the competition, top of the table with 25 gold, 15 silver and 12 bronze medals. The senior team won 9 gold, 13 silver and 10 bronze medals to place third behind Egypt and Algeria. Then in terms of boxing, Jake Paul says that his boxing career is most definitely in doubt. This is because of the injuries sustained during his loss to British heavyweight Anthony Joshua in December. Now, Paul had 2 titanium plates fitted and some teeth removed after Joshua broke his jaw in 2 places during their heavyweight fight in Miami. The YouTuber turned boxer went 6 rounds with 2-time world heavyweight champion Joshua, but the bout was stopped when Paul failed to beat the count following repeated knockdowns. Before I leave, Ashraf, 2 things. Sergio Ramos is now on the verge of owning Sevilla, and it seems like Mourinho is coming back to Real Madrid.
Coming back, the special one.
The special one.
Well, I wish he could speak English in Spain, only because, and I was giving a media talk today about public speaking, and made the point that Mourinho is compelling listening. He just is compelling more than any other. This is not about ability, just listening. So yeah, we will miss him if he speaks Spanish. But it's great that he's back with another big club, although many believe that he's passed his best a long time ago.
Yeah, I wanted to say, but listen, I still love Mourinho, and we'll see how things will go at Madrid. Madrid is also my club, so hey, maybe we'll have a better season next season. Well, that's it.
Quantum on SAfM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludek. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Okay, let's get to the numbers with the SAfm market update. Jimmy's away for the day with Dudu. Romano's not away. She's the every able stand-in, Dudu.
Hello, Ashraf, and a very good evening to your listeners. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at how markets performed today in various geographies. Quite muted. We start here at home, the JSE closing in the negative 1.4%. That's 116,763 points compared to yesterday's close of 118,444 points. And then we take a look at some of those who led and those who led the losses, if you will. Anglo Gold leading losses down 5.5%, Prosus down 5.3%, Naspers down 5%, Pick n Pay down 4%, and some of the leaders include Bytes Technology Group. They also released their results for the year ended 28 February 2026. They are up 6.5%. You got Sasol that is also enjoying the rally in terms of us not knowing what's happening between the US and America as they seem further apart. The US and Iran, rather, as they seem further apart from each other. Sasol up at 2.5%, Vodacom up 2%, Absa up 2%, South 32 up 1.4%, and so they led the JSE today. Taking a look at the Rand, down 1% at 16 Rand 56 to the US dollars. We move on to commodities and we take a look at gold. Gold down 1.6% today at $4,658. Silver down 2.8%, platinum down 2.6%, palladium down 2.2%, and of course Brent crude that we're all keeping an eye on as it is impacting every area of our lives. That is up 4.2% now at $108. Trading at $108 a barrel. And then we take a look at the Bitcoin, which is at $80,452. Moving further afield and taking a look at what is happening with the U.S. markets, the tensions between the U.S. and Iran as they battle to find each other permeating into inflation, consumer price inflation coming out of the U.S. at 3.8% for April, the biggest annual increase for a year. And contrary to Trump's election promises of bread and butter issues, this is definitely something that people will be thinking about as they head to the midterms later this year. Now, that administration will look forward to, of course, the one big beautiful bill through tax refunds to offset the damage. Taking a look at the S&P 500, that is down 0.7%. Taking a look at the NASDAQ, also down 1.6%. And we move on over to Europe, and much like South Africa, the story there is about leadership or a lack thereof, with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer facing pressure to step down. That's after his party recorded a resounding loss at the local government elections, and he says he's not going anywhere. At least we take a look at the FTSE 100 down 0.3%. Taking a look also at the CAC 40 that is down 1%. Over in Asia, a mixed market there, which is quite interesting because the markets are still reacting to the intervention by the government of Japan in currency markets and digesting what a South Korean policymaker I beg your pardon, suggested yesterday before walking back, and quite the walk back. And he suggested that citizens should be paid a dividend using taxes on AI profits. We take a look at the Nikkei, that is up 0.5%, and taking a look at the Hang Seng, down 0.2%. And here's what you can look forward to come 6 p.m. We look at results from Redefine. We also take a look at manufacturing in South Africa and how the tensions between the Middle East and Iran are permeating into decisions that some manufacturers are making and the overall state of manufacturing in the country, which is less than impressive. We also take a look at meat prices in light of inclement weather going into our agri-focus today at least. And so that's what you can look forward to come 6 p.m. Ashraf Garda, it's back to you.
Well, I did enjoy your show, 6 to 7 on SAFM's Market Update.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Well, in the light of all things we're talking about regarding jobs and things, I think there's no question about, digitization and other forms of technology. And we're going to talk about that next.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
So one of the things that we plan to do is to up certain features. You've already heard us talking about growing your business yesterday. Then we've got this feature now every day at quarter to 4, where we have a theme called The Big Issue, and we have 5 days, 5 different takes on that theme. And the theme this week is South Africa's immigration crisis. How did we get there? And what do we do next? I welcome your thoughts in terms of also opinions, but also guests we should be speaking to around that. The other is the importance of technology, artificial intelligence, innovation, all under tech. So we have this Tech Talk feature starting today. Let's talk about that. With me today is Nomvuyizo Batyi, the Association of Comms and Technology CEO. Appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, and to your listeners at home as well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Looking forward to our conversation.
Absolutely. And we're talking to you because there's a call from the tech sector for the reinvestment of spectrum in the ICT sector. Best you tell us more. Give us some context.
So I'll be honest. So what happens is, let me just, for purposes of let's say spectrum, anything related to feeds. So essentially, what happens is, in the telecommunications sector, the members of ACT and other people who are holders of licenses within ICASA are actually expected to pay funds for purposes of universal service and access funds. But for today, we'll talk about spectrum fees. So we know that in 2022, South Africa raised about 14.4 billion rand, and it went straight to the fiscus, isn't it? And we are saying essentially the whole point around generating revenue from things such as spectrum should be reinvested into the sector, right? In the sense that you should be able to rebuild infrastructure, because they're expected to build the infrastructure throughout South Africa. You're supposed to maintain the infrastructure in South Africa. That should go towards those kind of things. So that's what we have been saying in terms of reinvesting within the sector, especially when you're looking at rural connectivity, because that is the most expensive part to connect, because of the distance and how far people are.
So let's understand this. When just for those that, and again, many people they know it completely, they switched on, but others are learning about these names for the first time. So when we talk about spectrum, what are we talking about?
Okay, just especially because I see both young and people that are on SAFM. So spectrum is what is used in order for me and you to be able to talk to each other, like right telephonically. It's what is used for SAFM to be able to transmit its audio to persons that are listening, let's say on radio or even, let's say, on digital platforms. So it's a tool that is used to transmit anything that you can think of in terms of telecommunications in our space. So that's what spectrum is used for. used for aviation, it's used for the telecommunications sector, health. Almost everyone has a use of.
Okay.
So
what?
I was making the example about us.
Okay.
Yes.
What then is the need of a spectrum auction? When we talk about a spectrum auction, what is that, and why is the need for it to be an auction?
So because in South Africa we have people that are licensed, that is more than 300 people that are licensed, and spectrum is something that is in high demand, right? So there is a need that everyone will say, I want the spectrum, I want to ensure that I have 5G or 4G services. And because there's such a demand, there's so many people that require the spectrum, so governments or regulators, they have a system wherein they'll say, okay, in order for us to limit the pool of people that can participate, that can afford, that can be able to utilize the spectrum effectively, let's put it on an auction. So the auction will have a reserve price of 2 million rand, right? Show a bank guarantee in this respect, then there will be a closed auction that will happen. So it's mostly driven by demand.
Okay. Now this call for change. Help us understand why the call for change, because I take it at the moment when tech companies have spectrum, and we're talking about even things like mobile companies, and tell us where we're wrong, there's a sense of then those are unique and they only exist for them only. That's bound to change too, right?
So the call for change is essentially the last round of the spectrum. As far as we know, and as far as it's reported, the funds were redirected to other issues within the South African economy, let's say, be it policing, be it water, be it whatever, and I'm making this up, right? And ideally, it should, the revenue that is generated there should be ideally be utilized in order to advance digital connectivity, to ensure that people are connected, in order to bridge the digital divide. Because currently, me and you are within the digital divide, but there are more people that are left outside. So I just think the next major spectrum auction, can you please consider that whatever funds is raised in this regard, it is reinvested in the sector. I know this is not the first time.
How does one enforce that? I mean, for that to happen, what needs to happen?
Pardon?
For that to happen, what needs to happen? Where you say it's reinvested.
For that to happen, it needs to have, one, a policy shift within the national fiscal framework, how they see the telecommunication sector, the ICT sector in general, the digital economy sector, as to whether they see that as a growing economy that you need to reinvest in. So it's a shift within the fiscal economy, instead of only looking at saying whatever money that comes will be used for other services other than ICT sector, which does not ordinarily happen in other sectors. In other sectors, you collect revenue, you utilize that revenue for what the persons that had brought it up. So, for instance, the money goes back to ICASA uses it for some system, whatever it is, that it has to be for the betterment of the sector.
Points made, yeah. Okay, let's end then. What do you think then should ICASA's objectives, or primary objectives, should they be?
So the primary objective for ICASA, in my mind, should be to actually ensure that the cost that is associated with the spectrum auction is actually fair, because the last time it was way too much. There's even one person that pulled out. The second part is that whatever is raised, they should make efforts that to government that it needs to be reinvested into the sector, be it rural connectivity, be it access to more broadband services.
Okay.
Because that's what it should be intended for.
Let's leave it at that. Nomvuyiso Bati, the Association of Communications and Technology CEO. Very important conversation we've just had. You can add your thoughts. By the way, commitment from us, once a week we will have a tech talk. So bring them on if you want to talk more artificial intelligence, tech gadgets, whatever it is. I need to hear from you what it is. You can tweet us as well.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Okay, I need to hear from you, and there's a range of topics, and I did say as well, I want to hear more female voices. I want to hear more of those 20-somethings who are all unemployed. You know, that group, even if you're employed, but that group, we need to hear your voices on air, articulating your views, your positions, your hopes, your dreams, your frustrations. Please do call in.
Ashraf, this unemployment problem in South Africa is not going to be solved as long as we have politicians that are, how do you expect 70, 80-year-old politicians to be making rational decisions for a youth that is unemployed? And then there's the youth. The youth don't vote. So they're content with their 370 grant that they get, and I guess that's what they're happy about. I mean, it's the sad reality of the matter that the youth in South Africa, they're just not active. I mean, it's gonna keep going on. It's gonna keep rising.
Well, look,
Eddie from Centurion.
Thanks, Eddie. We know they don't vote. We don't know why they don't vote, and I agree with you. That's crazy, because they're then abrogating their responsibility to others at a time when they should be number one. Whether they just enjoy the grant and chill with it, I don't think we've got any receipts to prove that, isn't it? I think it may be a deep sense of frustration.
Hi, Ashraf. If I was one of the decision makers, one of the things I was going to do is to ensure that I don't import this obvious stuff. Most of the things, we must produce them in South Africa, so that can help on improving the economy, as we'll be employing a lot of people there. There is this other farm at Groblersdal. That farm, it employs around 300 people during the great time. And that guy is paying people more than 160 Rand per day. So if we can have more farms like that, most of our people will be able to work. This is Jacob in Mokopane, Tango.
Thank you, Jacob. I tell you what, maybe let's put a call out to say, can any one of you share examples of businesses, big or small, who've been very innovative in creating job opportunities for young South Africans, and what have they done to do that?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the SAFM listeners. Ashraf, the statistics of the youth unemployment in South Africa is scary. These numbers, they are very, very scary, and I'm afraid we are heading for a disaster if we don't do anything about it. Especially these are the young youth that is very energetic. It's a ticking bomb. Sekwanele, Pretoria.
Thank you. If we don't do anything about it, what should we do? Big question.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is V here from River Extension 20. On the issue of unemployment, the cause of the trouble is our labor department. Because most companies, they don't hire people who are between 35 and 50 years. They say they want to hire people between 18 and 35. And those people, those youngsters, they don't want to do this hard job. They don't want to do this hard job. And those ones who are between 35 and 50, they don't even qualify for grant.
Yeah, but you say most of them. If that's the case, how come the numbers say something different? The numbers say the biggest unemployment rate is amongst young South Africans in those ages you've just mentioned. So that's not true.
Good day, Ashraf and your team. I think on the unemployment rate, we need to start with a thing with our policy of our education. That's where it starts. Why I'm saying that is that we need schools that we need to open that can teach other kids how to do their jobs with their own hands, like example, being a mechanic, being a welder, being a builder, or being a carpenter. So when these kids, they have finished that process in the schools, these guys, they are the people who can be able to open their own jobs, to create their own jobs, and maybe they can hire 2-3 people, the youth in the location. So we need to start focusing on that than only saying we need doctors, we need accountant, we need a dentist, but now there's no jobs for that.
Well, listen, can't argue with you about that. We need to create the jobs that will be linked to the needs of our economy. What are the jobs that our economy needs that they are not being met with? How do we get people into doing those jobs? Joseph in Mtata, hi.
Hey, Ashraf.
Yep.
I just wanted to make a contribution on the discussion about the high unemployment.
Please do.
Yes. I think, on my side, I think the government is failing the people of South Africa, especially the youth, by not passing laws that could regulate which jobs should be preserved for South Africans. For instance, if I can take a simple case, there's retail businesses like ShopRite and others that are having these scooters. If you were to do a survey on who are the people driving those scooters doing the deliveries, you might be surprised that about 80% of the drivers are foreigners there. And there's no concerted effort to say that should be preserved for black South Africa or South Africans, first and foremost. And if I were to say maybe there are about 200,000 of those scooters in South Africa, and if we say that 80% of them are being driven by foreigners,
I think that's true. The question is why. I'm just going to push you because we're out of time. I think it's true, and you have to ask why. Is it a case of employers targeting foreign nationals, or is it a case of them asking locals who don't want the jobs? I actually don't know the answer, so I'm not saying what it is, okay? Joseph, thank you for that. No, I need to move on, Joseph. We just don't have enough time, unfortunately. No, I see I've got your citizen report. Blue skies, at least from Cape Town. Seems that the worst of the rain has passed, albeit most roads are closed and mopping operations underway. That's a picture from Fishhook, right? And I see there's a rainbow there. So there we are. Thanks for that share from Noel. Much appreciated. Listen, if you want to get the podcast of the conversations we've had, including that with Youth Capital, as well as with Duma Kubue about the economy, just go to it. Go to the website. You'll find it tonight, SAfm.co.za, and then share that with your friends. It should be, and your family, the basis of a big question we need to answer. How do we move from unemployed South Africa to employed South Africa? Think about that. Thanks for listening to the show. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock, set your alarm even now, Soma. It's 6 o'clock. Here's the news with Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Top stories. Young people continue